All Hallows by Walter de la Mare, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. All Hallows by Walter de la Mare, Part 1. And because time itself can receive no alteration, the hallowing must consist in the shape or countenance which we put upon the affairs that are incident in these days. Richard Hooker. It was about 3:30 on an August afternoon when I found myself for the first time looking down upon All Hallows, and at first glimpse of it every vestige of fatigue and vexation passed away. I stood at gaze, as the old phrase goes, like the two children of Israel sent in to spy out the promised land. How often the imagined transcends the real. Not so All Hallows. Having at last reached the end of my journey, flies, dust, heat, wind, having at last come limping out upon the green sea bluff beneath which lay its walls, I confess the actuality excelled my feeble dreams of it. What most astonished me, perhaps, was the sense not so much of its age, its austerity, or even its solitude, but its air of abandonment. It lay couched there, as if in its narrow sea bay. Not a sound was in the air, not a jackdaw clapped its wings among its turrets. No other roof, not even a chimney, was in sight, only the dark blue arch of the sky, the narrow snow line of the ebbing tide, and that gaunt coast fading away into the haze of a west over which were already gathering the veils of sunset. We had met then at an appropriate hour and season, and yet I wonder, for it was certainly not the beauty of All Hallows, lulled as if into a dream in this serenity of air and heavens, which was to leave the sharpest impression upon me. And what kind of a showing would it have made, I speculated, if an autumnal gale had been shrilling and trumpeting across its narrow bay, clots of wind-borne spume floating among its dusky pinnacles, and the roar of the sea echoing against its walls? Imagine it frozen stark in winter, icy hoarfrost edging its every boss, moulding, finial, crocket, cusp. Indeed, are there not works of man, legacies of a half-forgotten past, scattered across this human world of ours from China to Peru, which seem to daunt the imagination with their incomprehensibility? Incomprehensible, I mean, in the sense that the passion that inspired and conceived them is incomprehensible. Viewed in the light of the passing day, they might be the monuments of a race of demigods, and yet, if we could but free ourselves from our timidities, realize that even we ourselves have an obligation to leave behind us similar memorials, testaments to the creative and faithful genius, not so much of the individual as of humanity itself. However that may be, it was my own personal fortune to see All Hallows for the first time in the heat of the dog days, after a journey which could hardly have been justified except by its end. At this moment of the afternoon, the great church almost cheated one into the belief that it was possessed of a life of its own. It lay, as I say, couched in its natural hollow, basking under the dark dome of the heavens like some half-fossilized monster that might at any moment stir and awaken out of the swoon to which the wand of the enchanter had committed it. And with every inch of the sun's descending journey, it changed its appearance. That is the charm of such things. Man himself, says the philosopher, is the sport of change. His life and the life around him are but the flotsam of a perpetual flux. Yet, haunted by ideals, egged on by impossibilities, he builds his vision of the changeless, and time diversifies it with its colours and its effects at leisure. It was drawing near to harvest now. The summer was nearly over, the corn would soon be in stook. The season of silence had come. Not even the robins had yet begun to practise their autumnal lament. I should have come earlier. The distance was of little account, but 9 flinty hills in 7 miles is certainly hard commons. To plod, the occupant of a cloud of dust, up one steep incline and so see another, to plod up that and see a third, to surmount that and, half-choked, half-roasted, to see, as if in unbelievable mirage, a fourth, and always stone walls, discoloured grass, no flower but ragged ragwort, whitened fleabane, moody nettle, and the exquisite stubborn bindweed with its almond-burdened censers, and always the glitter and dazzle of the sun, well, the experience grows irksome, had barricaded his verdurous estate. A fly-infested mile of the company of that wall was tantamount to making one's way into the infernal regions with Tantalus for a fellow pilgrim. And when a solitary and empty dung wagon had lumbered by, lifting the dumb dust out of the road in swirling clouds into the heat-quivering air, I had all but wept aloud. No, I shall not easily forget that walk, or the conclusion of it, when footsore, all but dead beat, dust all over me, cheeks, lips, eyelids, in my hair, dust in drifts even between my naked body and my clothes, I stretched my aching limbs on the turf under the straggle of trees which crowned the bluff of that last hill, still blessedly green and verdant, and feasted my eyes on the cathedral beneath me. How odd memory is, in her sorting arrangements. How perverse her pigeonholes. It had reminded me of a drizzling evening many years ago. I had stayed a moment to listen to an old Salvation Army officer preaching at a street corner. The sopped and squalid houses echoed with his harangue. His penitent's drum resembled the block of an executioner. His goatish beard wagged at every word he uttered. "My brothers and sisters," he was saying, "the very instant our fleshy bodies are born, they begin to perish. The moment the Lord has put them together, time begins to take them to pieces again. Now, at this very instant, if you listen close, you can hear the nibblings and frettings of the moth and rust within, the worm that never dies. It's the same with human causes and creeds and institutions, just the same. Oh, then for that strand of beauty where all that is mortal shall be shed away, and we shall appear in the likeness and verisimilitude of what in sober and awful truth we are." The light striking out of an oil and colourman's shop at the street corner lay across his cheek and beard and glassed his eye. The circle of humanity in which he was gesticulating stood staring and motionless. The lassies, the probationers, the melancholy idlers. I had had enough. I went away. But it is odd that so utterly inappropriate a recollection should have edged back into my mind at this moment. There was, as I have said, not a living soul in sight. Only a few seabirds, oyster-catchers maybe, were jangling on the distant beach. It was now 3:45 by my watch, and the usual pensive "Lin Lan Lone" from the belfry beneath me would soon, no doubt, be ringing to evensong. But if at that moment a triple bob major had suddenly clanged its alarm over sea and shore, I couldn't have stirred a finger's breadth. Scanty though the shade afforded by the wind-shorn tuft of trees under which I lay might be, I was ineffably at peace. No bell, as a matter of fact, loosed its tongue that stagnant half-hour. Unless then the walls beneath me already concealed a few such chance visitors as myself, All Hallows would be empty, a cathedral without a close, but without a congregation. Yet another romantic charm. The deanery and the residences of its clergy, my old guidebook had long since informed me, were a full mile or more away. I determined in due time first to make sure of an entry, and then, having quenched my thirst, to bathe. How inhuman any extremity, hunger, fatigue, pain, desire, makes us poor humans. Thirst and drought so haunted my mind that again and again, as I glanced towards it, I supped up at one long draught that complete blue sea. But meanwhile, too, my eyes had been steadily exploring and searching out this monument of the bygone centuries beneath me. The headland faced approximately due west. The windows of the Lady Chapel, therefore, lay immediately beneath me, their 14th-century glass showing flatly dark amid their traceries. Above it, the shallow V-shaped, leaden-ribbed roof of the chancel converged towards the unfinished tower, then broke away at right angles, for the cathedral was cruciform. Walls so ancient and so sparsely adorned and decorated could not but be inhospitable in effect. Their stone was of a bleached bone grey, a grey that none the less seemed to be as immaterial as flame or incandescent ash. They were substantial enough, however, to cast a marvellously lucent shadow, of a blue no less vivid but paler than that of the sea, on the shelving sward beneath them, and that shadow was steadily shifting as I watched. But even if the complete edifice had vanished into the void, the scene would still have been of an incredible loveliness. The colours in air and sky on this dangerous coast seemed to shed a peculiar unreality even on the rocks of its own works. So, from my vantage place on the hill that dominates it, I continued for a while to watch All Hallows, to spy upon it, and no less intently than a sentry who, not quite trusting his own eyes, has seen a dubious shape approaching him in the dusk. It may sound absurd, but I felt that at any moment I too might surprise All Hallows in the act of revealing what in very truth it looked like, and was, when no human witness was there to share its solitude. Those gigantic statues, for example, which flanked the base of the unfinished tower, an intense bluish white in the sunlight, and a purplish blue in shadow. Images of angels and of saints, as I had learned of old from my guidebook. Only 6 of them at most could be visible, of course, from where I sat, and yet I found myself counting them again and yet again, as if doubting my own arithmetic, for my first impression had been that 7 were in view, though the figure furthest from me, at the western angle, showed little more than a jutting fragment of stone, which might, perhaps, be only part and parcel of the fabric itself. But then the lights even of day may be deceitful, and fantasy plays strange tricks with one's eyes. With exercise nonetheless, the mind is enabled to detect minute details which the unaided eye is incapable of particularizing. Given the imagination, man himself, indeed, may some day be able to distinguish what shapes are walking during our own terrestrial midnight amid the black shadows of the craters in the noonday of the moon. At any rate, I could trace at last frets of carving, minute weather marks, crookednesses, incrustations, repairings, that had before passed unnoticed. These walls, indeed, like human faces, were maps and charts of their own long past. In the midst of this prolonged scrutiny, the hypnotic air, the heat, must suddenly have overcome me. I fell asleep up there in my grove's scanty shade, and remained asleep too, long enough, as time is measured by the clocks of sleep, to dream an immense panoramic dream. On waking, I could recall only the faintest vestiges of it, and found that the hand of my watch had crept on but a few minutes in the interval. It was 8 minutes past 4. I scrambled up, numbed and inert, with that peculiar sense of panic which sometimes follows an uneasy sleep. What folly to have been frittering away time within sight of my goal at an hour when, no doubt, the cathedral would soon be closed to visitors and abandoned for the night to its own secret ruminations. I hastened down the steep, rounded incline of the hill, and, having skirted under the sunlit expanse of the walls, came presently to the south door, only to discover that my forebodings had been justified, and that it was already barred and bolted. The discovery seemed to increase my fatigue fourfold. How foolish it is to obey mere caprices. What a straw is a man! I glanced up at the beautiful shell of masonry above my head. Shapes and figures in stone it showed in plenty, symbols of an imagination that had flamed and faded, leaving this signature for sole witness. But not a living bird or butterfly. There was but one faint chance left of making an entry. Hunted now, rather than the hunter, I hastened out again into the full blazing flood of sunshine, and once more came within sight of the sea, a sea so near at last that I could hear its enormous sallies and murmurings. Indeed, I had not realized until that moment how closely the great western doors of the cathedral abutted on the beach. It was as if its hospitality had been deliberately designed not for a people to whom the faith of which it was a shrine had become a weariness and a commonplace, but for the solace of pilgrims from over the ocean. I could see them tumbling into their cockle-boats out of their great hollow ships, sails idle, anchors down, see them leaping ashore and straggling up the sands to these all-welcoming portals, Parthians and Medes and Elamites, dwellers in Mesopotamia and in the parts of Egypt about Cyrene, strangers of Rome, Jews and proselytes. We do hear them speak in our own tongue the wonderful works of God. And so at last I found my way into All Hallows, entering by a rounded dwarfish side door with zigzag mouldings. There, hung for a corbel to its dripstone, a curious leering face with its forked tongue out to give me welcome, and an appropriate one too, for the figure I made. But once beneath that prodigious roof-tree I forgot myself and everything that was mine. The hush, the coolness, the unfathomable twilight drifted in on my small human consciousness. Not even the ocean itself is able so completely to receive one into its solacing bosom, except for the windows over my head, filtering with their stained glass the last western radiance of the sun. There was but little visible colour in those great spaces, and a severe economy of decoration. The stone piers carried their round arches with an almost intimidating impassivity. By deliberate design, too, or by some illusion of perspective, the whole floor of the building appeared steadily to ascend towards the east, where a dark, wooden, multitudinously figured rood screen shut off the choir and the high altar from the nave. I seemed to have exchanged one universal actuality for another, the burning world of nature for this oasis of quiet. Here the wings of the imagination need never rest in their flight, out of the wilderness into the unknown. Thus resting, I must again have fallen asleep, and so swiftly can even the merest freshet of sleep affect the mind, that when my eyes opened, I was completely at a loss. Where was I? What demon of what romantic chasm had swept my poor drowsy body into this immense haunt? The din and clamour of an horrific dream, whose fainting rumour was still in my ear, became suddenly stilled. Then at one and the same moment a sense of utter dismay at earthly surroundings, no longer serene and peaceful, but grim and foreboding, flooded my mind, and I became aware that I was no longer alone. 20 or 30 paces away, and a little this side of the rood screen, an old man was standing. To judge from the black and purple velvet and tassel-tagged gown he wore, he was a verger. He had not yet realized, it seemed, that a visitor shared his solitude, and yet he was listening. His head was craned forward and leaned sideways on his rusty shoulders. As I steadily watched him, he raised his eyes and with a peculiar, stealthy deliberation scanned the complete upper regions of the northern transept. Not the faintest rumour of any sound that may have attracted his attention reached me where I sat. Maybe a wild bird had made its entry through a broken pane of glass, and with its cry had at the same moment awakened me and caught his attention, or maybe the old man was waiting for some fellow occupant to join him from above. I continued to watch him. Even at this distance, the silvery twilight cast by the clerestory windows was sufficient to show me, though vaguely, his face, the high sloping nose, the lean cheekbones, and protruding chin. He continued so long in the same position that I at last determined to break in on his reverie. At the sound of my footsteps, his head sunk cautiously back upon his shoulders, and he turned. And then he motionlessly surveyed me as I drew near. He resembled one of those old men whom Rembrandt delighted in drawing, the knotted hands, the blank drooping eyebrows, the wide thin-lipped ecclesiastical mouth, the intent cavernous dark eyes beneath the heavy folds of their lids. White as a miller with dust, hot and draggled, I was hardly the kind of visitor that any self-respecting custodian would warmly welcome, but he greeted me, none the less, with every mark of courtesy. I apologized for the lateness of my arrival, and then explained as best I could. Until I caught sight of you, I concluded lamely, I hadn't ventured very far in. Otherwise, I might have found myself a prisoner for the night. It must be dark in here when there is no moon. The old man smiled, but wryly. As a matter of fact, sir, he replied, the cathedral is closed to visitors at 4, at such times, that is, when there is no afternoon service. Services are not as frequent as they were, but visitors are rare too. In winter, in particular, you notice the gloom, as you say, sir. Not that I ever spend the night here, though I am usually the last to leave. There's the risk of fire to be thought of, and I think I should have detected your presence here, sir. One becomes accustomed after many years. There was the usual trace of official pedantry in his voice, but it was more pleasing than otherwise. Nor did he show any wish to be rid of me. He continued his survey, although his eye was a little absent, and his attention seemed to be divided. I thought perhaps I might be able to find a room for the night and really explore the cathedral tomorrow morning. It has been a tiring journey. I come from B. Ah, from B, is it? A fatiguing journey, sir, taken on foot. I used to walk in there to see a sick daughter of mine. Carriage parties occasionally make their way here, but not so much as once. We're too far out of the hurly-burly to be much intruded upon. Not that them who come to make their worship here are intruders, far from it, but most that come are mere sightseers. and the fewer of them, I say, in the circumstances, the better." Something in what I had said, or in my appearance, seemed to have reassured him. "Well, I cannot claim to be a regular churchgoer," I said. "I am myself a mere sightseer, and yet even to sit here for a few minutes is to be reconciled." "Ah, reconciled, sir," the old man repeated, turning away. "I can well imagine it, after that journey on such a day as this, but to live here is another matter." "I was thinking of that," I replied, in a foolish attempt to retrieve the position. "It must, as you say, be desolate enough in the winter, for 2/3 of the year, indeed." "We have our storms, sir, the bad with the good," he agreed, "and our position is specially prolific of what they call sea fog. It comes driving in for the sea for days and nights together, gale and mist, so that you can scarcely see your open hand in front of your eyes, even in broad daylight. And the noise of it, sir, sweeping across the headland, in that woolliness of mist, if you take me, is most peculiar. It's shocking to a stranger. No, sir, we are left pretty much to ourselves when the fine weather birds are flown. You'd be astonished at the power of the winds here. There was a mason, a local man, too, not above 2 or 3 years ago, was blown clean off the roof from under the tower, tossed up in the air like an empty sack. But," and the old man at last allowed his eyes to stray upwards to the roof again, "but there's nothing much doing now." He seemed to be pondering. "Nothing open." "I mustn't detain you," I said, "but you were saying that services are infrequent now. Why is that, when one thinks of—" But tact restrained me. "Pray don't think of keeping me, sir, as part of my duties. But from a remark you let fall, I was supposing you may have seen something that appeared, I understand, not many months ago in the newspapers. We lost our Dean Pomfrey, last November. To all intents and purposes, I mean, and his office has not yet been filled. Between you and me, sir, there's a hitch, though I should wish it to go no further. They are greedy monsters, those newspapers, no respect, no discretion, no decency in my view, and they copy each other like cats in a chorus. We have never wanted to be a notoriety here, sir, and not of late things of all times. We must face our own troubles. You'd be astonished how callous the mere sightseer can be, and not only them from over the water, whom our particular troubles cannot concern, but far worse, parties as English as you or me. They ask you questions you wouldn't believe possible in a civilized country. Not that they care what becomes of us, not one iota, sir. We talk of them mastered-up inquisitors in olden times, but there's many a human being in our own world would enjoy seeing a fellow creature on the rack, if he could get the opportunity. It's a heartless age, sir." This was queerish talk in the circumstances, and after all, I myself was of the glorious company of the sightseers. I held my peace, and the old man, as if to make amends, asked me if I would care to see any particular part of the building. "The light is smalling," he explained, "but still, if we keep to the ground level, there'll be a few minutes to spare, and we shall not be interrupted if we go quietly on our way." For the moment the reference eluded me. I could only thank him for the suggestion, and once more beg him not to put himself to any inconvenience. I explained, too, that although I had no personal acquaintance with Dr. Pomfrey, I had read of his illness in the newspapers. "Isn't he," I asked a little dubiously, "the author of The Church and the Folk? If so, he must be an exceedingly learned and delightful man." "Aye, sir," the old verger put up a hand towards me. "You may well say it, a saint if ever there was one, but it's worse than illness, sir, it's oblivion, and thank God the newspapers didn't get hold of more than a bare outline." He dropped his voice. "This way, if you please," and he led me off gently down the aisle, once more coming to a standstill beneath the roof of the tower. "What I mean, sir, is that there's very few left in this world who have any place in their minds for a sacred confidence. No reverence, sir. They would as lief all Hallows and all it stands for were swept away tomorrow, demolished to the dust. And that gives me the greatest caution with whom I speak. But sharing one's troubles is sometimes a relief. If it weren't so, why do those Catholics have their wooden boxes all built for the purpose? What else, I ask you, is the meaning of their fasts and penances? You see, sir, I am myself, and have been for upwards of 12 years now, the Dean's verger, In the sight of no respecter of persons, of office and dignities, that is, I take it, I might claim to be even an elder brother. And our Dean, sir, was a man who was all things to all men. No pride of place, no vauntingness, none of your apron and gaiter, high and mightiness whatsoever, sir. And then that. And to come on us without warning, or at least without warning as could be taken as such. I followed his eyes into the darkening stony spaces above us. A light like tarnished silver lay over the soundless vaultings. But so, of course, dusk either of evening or daybreak would affect the ancient stones. Nothing moved there. You must understand, sir, the old man was continuing, the procession for divine service proceeds from the vestry over yonder, out through those wrought iron gates, and so under the rood screen and into the chancel there. Visitors are admitted on showing a card or a word to the verger in charge, but not otherwise. If you stand a pace or two to the right, you will catch a glimpse of the altar screen, 14th century work, Bishop Robert de Beaufort, and a unique example of the age. But what I was saying is that when we proceeded for the services out of here into there, it has always been our custom to keep pretty close together, more seemingly indecent, sir, than straggling in like so many sheep. Besides, sir, aren't we at such times in the manner of an array marching us to war, if you take me? It's a lesson in objects. The third verger leading, then the choristers, boys and men, though sadly depleted, then the minor canons, then any other dignitaries who happen to be present, with the canon in residence, then myself, sir, followed by the dean. There hadn't been so much amiss up to then, and on that afternoon I can vouch, and I've repeated it ad nauseam, there was not a single stranger out in this beyond here, sir, nave or transepts, not within view, that is, one can't be expected to see through 4 feet of Norman stone. Well, sir, we had gone on our way, and I had actually turned about, as usual, to bow Dr. Pomfrey into his stall, when I found to my consternation, I say, he wasn't there. It alarmed me, sir, and as you might well believe, if you knew the full circumstances. Not that I lost my presence of mind. My first duty was to see all things to be in order and nothing unseemly to occur. My feelings were another matter. The old gentleman had left the vestry with us, that I knew. I had myself robed him as usual, and he, in his own manner, smiling with his, "Well, Jones, another day gone, another day gone." He was always an anxious gentleman for time, sir. How we spend it, and all. As I say, then, he was behind me when we swept out of the gates. I saw him coming on out of the tail of my eye. We grow accustomed to it, to see with the whole of the eye, I mean. And then not a vestige. And me, well, sir, nonplussed, as you may imagine. I gave a look and sign at Canon Ockham, and the service proceeded as usual, while I hurried back to the vestry, thinking the poor gentleman must have been taken suddenly ill. And yet, sir, I was not surprised to find the vestry vacant, and him not there. I had been expecting matters to come to what you might call a head. As best as I could, I held my tongue, and a fortunate thing it was that Canon Ockham was then in residence, and not Canon Lay Shugar, though perhaps I am not the one to say it. No, sir, our beloved Dean, as pious and harmless a gentleman as ever graced the church, was gone for ever. He was not to appear in our midst again. He had been, and the old man, with elevated eyebrows and long lean mouth, nearly whispered the words into my ear, he had been absconded, abducted, sir. Abducted? I murmured. The old man closed his eyes, and with trembling lids added, he was found, sir, late that night up there, in what they call the trophy room, sitting in a corner there weeping, a child. Not a word of what had persuaded him to go or misled him there. Not a word of sorrow or sadness, thank God. He didn't know us, sir. Didn't know me. Just simple, harmless. Memory all gone. Simple, sir. It was foolish to be whispering together like this, beneath these enormous spaces, with not so much as a clothes moth for sign of life within view. But I even lowered my voice still further. Were there no premonitionary symptoms? Had he been failing for long? The spectacle of grief in any human face is afflicting, but in a face as aged and resigned as this old man's, I turned away in remorse the moment the question was out of my lips. Emotion of any kind is a human solvent, and a sort of friendliness had sprung up between us. "If you will just follow me," he whispered. "There's a little place where I make my ablutions that might be of service, so we could converse there in better comfort. I am sometimes reminded of those words in Ecclesiastes, 'And a bird of the air shall tell of the matter.' There is not much in our poor human affairs, sir, that was not known to the writer of that book." He turned and led the way with surprising celerity, gliding along in his thin-soled, square-toed, clerical spring-side boots, and came to a pause outside a nail-studded door. He opened it with a huge key and admitted me into a recess under the central tower. We mounted a spiral stone staircase and passed along a corridor hardly more than 2 feet wide, and so dark that now and again I thrust out my fingertips in search of his black velveted gown to make sure of my guide. This corridor at length conducted us into a little room whose only illumination, I gathered, was that of the ebbing dusk from within the cathedral. The old man, with trembling rheumatic fingers, lit a candle, and thrusting its stick into the middle of an old oak table, pushed open yet another thick oaken door. "You will find a basin and a towel in there, sir, if you will be so kind." I entered. A print of the crucifixion was tin-tacked to the panelled wall, and beneath it stood a tin basin and a jug on a stand. Never was water sweeter. I laved my face and hands and drank deep, my throat like a parched river course after a drought. What appeared to be a tarnished censer lay in one corner of the room. A pair of 7-branched candlesticks shared a recess with a mousetrap and a book. My eyes passed wearily yet gratefully from one to another of these mute, discarded objects, while I stood drying my hands. When I returned, the old man was standing motionless before the spike-barred grille of the window, peering out and down. "You asked me, sir," he said, turning his lank, waxen face into the feeble rays of the candle. "You asked me, sir, a question which, if I understood you aright, was this. Was there anything that had occurred previous that would explain what I have been telling you? Well, sir, it's a long story, and one best restricted to them, perhaps, that have the goodwill of things at heart. All Hallows, I might say, sir, is my second home. I've been here boy and man for close on 55 years, and have seen 4 bishops pass away, and have served under no less than 5 several deans, Dr. Pomfrey, poor gentleman, being the last of the 5. If such a word could be excused, sir, it's no exaggeration to say that Canon Lee's Shugar is a greenhorn by comparison, which may be in part why he has never quite hit it off, as they say, with Canon Ockham, or even with Archdeacon Trafford, though he's another kind of gentleman altogether, and he is at present abroad. He had what they call a breakdown in health, sir. Now, in my humble opinion, what was required was not only wisdom and knowledge, but simple common sense. In the circumstances I'm about to mention, it serves no purpose for any of us to be talking too much, to be forever sitting at a table with shut doors and finger on lip and discussing what, to most intents and purposes, would hardly be called evidence at all, sir. What is the use of arguifying, splitting hairs, objurating about trifles, when matters are sweeping rapidly on from bad to worse? I say it with all due respect, and not, I hope, thrusting myself into what doesn't concern me. Dr. Pomfrey might be with us now in his own self and reason, if only common caution had been observed. But now that the poor gentleman is gone beyond all that, there is no hope of action or agreement left, none whatsoever. They meet, and they have now one expert, now another, down from London, and even from the Continent, and I don't say they are not knowledgeable gentlemen either, nor a pride to their profession, but why not tell all? Why keep back the very secret of what we know? That's what I am asking, and what's the answer? Why, simply that what they don't want to believe, what runs counter to their hopes and wishes and credibilities and comfort in this world, that's what they keep out of sight as long as decency permits. Canon Lee Shugar knows, sir, what I know, and how, I ask, is he going to get to grips with it at this late day if he refuses to acknowledge that such things are what every fragment of evidence goes to prove that they are? It's we, sir, and not the rest of the heedless world outside, who in the long and the short of it are responsible. And what I say is no power or principality here or hereunder can take possession of a place while those inside have faith enough to keep them out. But once let that falter, the seas are in. And when I say no power, sir, I mean, with all deference, even Satan himself." The lean, lank face had set the word like a wax mask. The black eyes beneath the heavy lids were fixed on mine with an acute intensity, though more inscrutable things haunted them, with an unfaltering courage. So dense a hush hung about us that the very stones of the walls seemed to be of silence solidified. It is curious what a refreshment of spirit a mere tin basinful of water may be. I stood leaning against the edge of the table so that the candlelight still rested on my companion. "What is wrong here?" I asked him baldly. He seemed not to have expected so direct an inquiry. "Wrong, sir? Why, if I might make so bold," he replied with wan, faraway smile, and gently drawing his hand down one of the velvet lapels of his gown. "If I might make so bold, sir, I take it that you have come as a direct answer to prayer." His voice faltered. "I am an old man now, and nearly at the end of my tether. You must realize, if you please, that I can't get any help that I can understand. I am not doubting that the gentlemen I have mentioned have only the salvation of the cathedral at heart, the cause, sir, and a graver responsibility yet. But they refuse to see how close to the edge of things we are, and how we are drifting. Take me a situation. So far as my knowledge tells me, there is no sacred edifice in the whole kingdom of a piece that is, with all Hallows, not only in mere size and age, but in what I might call sanctity and tradition, that is so open, I mean, sir, to attack of this peculiar and terrifying nature." "Terrifying?" "Terrifying, sir. Though I hold fast to what wits my Maker has bestowed upon me, where else, may I ask, would you expect the powers of darkness to congregate in open besiegement than in this narrow valley? First, the sea out there. Are you aware, sir, that ever since the living remembrance, flood tide has been gnawing and mumbling its way into this bay to the extent of 3 or 4 feet per annum? 40 inches and 40 inches and 40 inches corroding, on and on. Watch it, sir, man and boy, as I have these 60 years past, and then make a century of it. And now think a moment of the floods and gales that fall upon us autumn and winter through, and even in spring, when this valley is like a paradise to young eyes than any place on earth. They make the roads from the nearest towns well nigh impassable, which means that for 7 months of the year we are, to all intents and purposes, clean cut off from the rest of the world, as the shingles out there are from the mainland. Are you aware, sir, I continue, that as we stand now we are above a mile from traces of the nearest human habitation, and then merely the relics of a burnt-out old farmstead? I warrant that if, and which God forbid, you had been shut up here during the coming night, and it was a near thing, but what you weren't, I warrant you might have shouted yourself dumb out of the nearest window, if window you could reach, and not a human soul to heed or help you." I shifted my hands on the table. It was tedious to be asking questions that received only such vague and evasive replies, and it is always a little disconcerting, in the presence of a stranger, to be spoken to so close, and with such positiveness. "Well," I smiled, "I hope I should not have disgraced my nerves to such an extreme as that. As a small boy, one of my particular fancies was to spend a night in a pulpit. There's a cushion, you know." The old man's solemn glance never swerved from my eyes. "But I take it, sir," he said, "if you had ventured to give out a text up there in the dark hours, your innocent young mind would not have been prepared for any kind of congregation." "You mean," I said a little sharply, "that the place is haunted?" The absurd notion had flitted across my mind of some wandering tribe of gipsies chancing on a refuge so ample and isolated as this, and taking up its quarters in its secret parts. The old church must be honeycombed with corridors and passages and chambers, pretty much like the one in which we were now concealed. And what does Catholic imply but an infinite hospitality within prescribed limits? But the old man had taken me at my word. "I mean, sir," he said firmly, shutting his eyes, "that there are devilish agencies at work here." He raised his hand. "Don't, I entreat you, dismiss what I am saying as the wanderings of a foolish old man." He drew a little nearer. "I have heard them with these ears. I have seen them with these eyes. though whether they have any positive substance, sir, is beyond my small knowledge to declare. But what, indeed, might we expect their substance to be? First, I take it, says the book, to be such as no man can by learning define, nor by wisdom search out. Is that so? Then I go by the book, and next, what does the same word, or very near it, I speak of the Apocrypha, say of their purpose? It says, and correct me if I go astray, devils are creatures made by God, and that for vengeance. So I say, good sir, we stop when we can go no further. Vengeance. But of their power, of what they can do, I can give you no definite evidences. It would be a byword if once the rumour was spread abroad, and if it is not so, why, I ask, does every expert that come here leave us in haste and in dismay? They go off with their tails between their legs. They see, they grope in, but they don't believe. They invent reasons, and they hasten to leave us. His face shook with the emphasis he laid upon the word. Why? Why, because the experience is beyond their knowledge, sir. He drew back breathless, and, as I could see, profoundly moved. But surely, I said, every old building is bound in time to show symptoms of decay. Half the cathedrals in England, half its churches even, of any age, have been restored, and in many cases with ghastly results. This new grouting and so on, why, only the other day. All I mean is, why should you suppose mere wear and tear should be caused by any other agency than... The old man turned away. I must apologise, he interrupted me, with his inimitable admixture of modesty and dignity. I am but a poor mouth at explanations, sir. Decay, stress, strain, settling, dissolution. I have had these words bandied from lip to lip like a game at cup and ball. They fill me with nausea. Why, I am speaking not of dissolution, sir, but of repairs, restorations, not decay, strengthening. Not a corroding loss, an awful progress. I could show you places, and chiefly obscured from direct view, and difficult of a close examination, sir, where stones, lately as rotten as pumice and fretted as a sponge, have been replaced by others, fresh quarried, and nothing of their kind within 20 miles. There are spots where massive blocks a yard or more square have been pushed into place by sheer force. All Hallows is safer at this moment than it has been for 300 years. End of All Hallows, Part 1. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. All Hallows by Walter de la Mare, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. All Hallows by Walter de la Mare, Part 2. They meant well, them who came to see, full of talk and fine language, and went dumb away. I grant you they meant well, I allow that. They hummed and hawed, they smirked this, and they shrugged that, but at heart, sir, they were cowed, horrified, at a loss. Their very faces showed it, but if you ask me for what purpose such doings are afoot, I have no answer, none. But now, supposing you yourself, sir, were one of them, with your repute at stake, and you were called to look in at a house, which the owners of it, and them who had it in trust, were disturbed by it being re-edificated and restored by some agency unknown to them. Supposing that, why, and he rapped with his knuckles on the table, being human and not one of us, mightn't you be going away too, with your mouth shut, because you didn't want to get talked about to your disadvantage, and wouldn't you at last dismiss the whole thing as a foolish delusion, in the belief that living in out-of-the-way parts like these cuts a man off from the world, breeds maggots in the mind? I assure you, sir, they don't. Not even Canon Ockham himself to the full. They don't believe even me. And yet, when they have their meetings of the chapter, they talk and wrangle round and round about nothing else. I can hear the other without a murmur. What God sends, I say, we humans deserve. We have laid ourselves open to it, but when you buttress up blindness and wickedness with downright folly, why then, sir, I sometimes fear for my own reason." He set his shoulders as square as his aged frame would permit, and with fingers clutching the lapels beneath his chin, he stood gazing out into the darkness through that narrow inward window. "Ah, sir," he began again, "I have not spent 60 years in this solitary place without paying heed to my own small wandering thoughts and instincts. Look at your newspapers, sir. What they call the Great War is over, and he'd be a brave man who would take an oath before heaven that that was only of human designing. And yet, what do we see around us? Nothing but strife and juggleries and hatred and contempt and discord wherever you look. I am no scholar, sir, but so far as my knowledge and experience carry me, we human beings are living day to day what ought to have been done yesterday, and yet at a loss to know what's to be done tomorrow. And the church, sir. God forbid I should push my way into what does not concern me, and if you had told me half an hour gone by you were a regular churchgoer, I shouldn't be pouring out all this to you now. It wouldn't be seemly. But being not so gives me confidence by merely listening. You can help me, sir, though you can't help us. Centuries ago, and in my humble judgment rightly, we broke away from the parent stem and rooted ourselves in our own soil. But right or wrong, doesn't that of itself, I ask you, make us all the more open to attack from him who never wearies in going to and fro in the world, seeking whom he may devour? I am not wishing you to take sides, but a gentleman doesn't scoff. You don't find him jeering at what he doesn't rightly understand. He keeps his own counsel. And that's where, as I say, Canon Lee Shugar sets me doubting. He refuses to make allowances, though up there in London things may look different. He gets his company there, and then for him the whole kaleidoscope changes, if you take me. The old man scanned me in an instant, as if inquiring within himself whether, after all, I too might not be one of the outcasts. "You see, sir," he went on dejectedly, "I can bear what may be to come. I can, if need be, live on through what few years may yet remain to me and keep going, as they say, but only if I can be assured that my own inmost senses are not cheating and misleading me. Tell me the worst, and you will have done an old man a service he can never repay. Tell me, on the other hand, that I am merely groping along in a network of devilish delusions, sir. Well, in that case, I hope to be with my master, with Dr. Pomfrey, as soon as possible. We were all children once, and now there's nothing worse in this world for him to come into, in a manner of speaking. Oh, sir, I sometimes wonder if what we call childhood and growing up isn't a copy of the fate of our ancient forefathers. In the beginning of time there were fallen angels, we are told, but even if it weren't there in Holy Writ, we might have learnt it of our own fears and misgivings. I sometimes find myself looking at a young child with a short piece of awe, sir, knowing that within its mind is a scene of peace and paradise, of which we older folk have no notion, and which will fade away out of it, as life wears in, like the mere tabernacling of a dream." There was no trace of unction in his speech, though the phraseology might suggest it, and he smiled at me, as if in reassurance. "You see, sir, if I have any true notion of the matter, then I say heaven is dealing very gently with Dr. Pomfrey. He has gone back, and I take it his soul is elsewhere and at rest." He had come a pace or two nearer, and the candlelight now cast grotesque shadows in the hollows of his brows and cheekbones, silvering his long scanty hair. His eyes, dimming with age, were fixed on mine, as if in incommunicable entreaty. I was at a loss to answer to him. He dropped his hands to his sides. "The fact is," he looked cautiously about him, "what I am now being so bold as to suggest, though it's a familiar enough experience to me, may put you in actual physical danger. But then duty's duty, and a deed of kindness from a stranger to a stranger, quite another matter. You seem to have come, if I may say so, in the nick of time. That was all. On the other hand, we can leave the building at once, if you are so minded. In any case, we must be gone well before the dark sets in. Even mere human beings are best not disturbed at any night work they may be after. The dark brings recklessness. Conscience cannot see as clear in the dark. Besides, I once delayed too long myself. There is not much of day left even now, though I see by the almanac there should be a slip of moon tonight, unless the sky is overclouded. All that I'm meaning is that our all-in-all, so to speak, is the calm, untrammelled evidence of the outer senses, sir, and there comes a time when, well, one hesitates to trust one's own. I have read somewhere that it is only its setting, the shape, the line, the fold, the angle of the lid, and so on, that gives its finer shades of meaning and significance to the human eye. Looking into his, even in that narrow and melancholy illumination, was like pondering over a grey, salt, desolate pool, such as sometimes neighbours the sea on a flat and dangerous coast. Perhaps if I had been a little less credulous or less exhausted, I should by now have begun to doubt this old creature's sanity, and yet, surely at even the faintest contact with the insane, a sentinel in the mind sends up flares and warnings. The very landscape changes. There is a sense of insecurity. If, too, the characters inscribed by age and experience on a man's face can be evidence of goodness and simplicity, then my companion was safe enough. To trust in his sagacity was another matter. But then there was all Hallows itself to take into account. That first glimpse from my green headland of its lowering yet lovely walls had been strangely moving. There are buildings, almost as though they were once copies of originals, now half forgotten in the human mind, that have a singular influence on the imagination. Even now in this remote candle-lit room, immured between its massive stones, the vast edifice seemed to be gently and furtively fretting its impression on my mind. I glanced again at the old man. He had turned aside, as if to leave me unbiased to my own decision. How would a lifetime spent between these sombre walls have affected me, I wondered. Surely it would be an act of mere decency to indulge their worn-out hermit. He had appealed to me. If I were 10 times more reluctant to follow him, I could hardly refuse, not at any rate without risking a retreat as humiliating as that of the architectural experts he had referred to, with my tail between my legs. I only wish I could hope to be of any real help. He turned about, his expression changed, as if at the coming of a light. Why then, sir, let us be gone at once. You are with me, sir. That was all I hoped and asked. Now there's no time to waste. He tilted his head to listen a moment, with that large, flat, shell-like ear of his which age alone seems to produce. Matches and candles, sir? He had lowered his voice to a whisper. But though we mustn't lose each other, you and me, I mean, not, I think, a naked light. What I would suggest, if you have no objection, is your kindly grasping my gown. There is a kind of streamer here, you see, as if made for the purpose. There will be a good deal of up and downing, but I know the building blindfold, and, as you might say, inch by inch. And now that the bell-ringers have given up ringing, it is more in my charge than ever. He stood back and looked at me with folded hands, a whimsical, childlike smile on his aged face. I sometimes think to myself, I'm like the sentry, sir, in that play of William Shakespeare's. I saw it, sir, years ago, on my only visit to London when I was a boy. If ever there was a villain, for all his fine talk and all, commend me to that ghost. I see him yet. Whisper though it was, a sort of chirrup had come into his voice, like that of a cricket in a baker's shop. I took tight hold of the velveted tag of his gown. He opened the door, pressed the box of safety matches into my hand, himself grasped the candlestick, and then blew out the light. We were instantly marooned in an impenetrable darkness. Now, sir, if you would kindly remove your walking shoes, he muttered close to my ear, we should proceed with less noise. I shan't hurry you, and please to tug at the streamer if you need attention. In a few minutes the blackness will be less intense. As I stooped down to loose my shoelaces, I heard my heart thumping merrily away. It had been listening to our conversation, apparently. I slung my shoes round my neck, as I had often done as a boy, when going paddling, and we set out on our expedition. I have endured too often the nightmare of being lost and abandoned in the stony bowels of some strange and prodigious building to take such an adventure lightly. I clung, I confess, desperately, tightly to my lifeline, and we groped steadily onward, my guide ever and again turning back to mutter warning or encouragement in my ear. Now I found myself steadily ascending, and then in a while feeling my way down flights of hollowly worn stone steps, and anon brushing along a gallery, or corkscrewing up a newel staircase so narrow that my shoulders all but touched the walls on either side. In spite of the sepulchral cold in these bowels of the cathedral, I was soon suffocatingly hot, and the effort to see became intolerably fatiguing. Once, to recover our breath, we paused opposite a slit in the thickness of the masonry, at which to breathe the tepid sweetness of the outer air. It was faint with the scent of wildflowers and cool of the sea. And presently after, at a barred window high overhead, I caught a glimpse of the night's first stars. We then turned inward once more, ascending yet another spiral staircase, and now the intense darkness thinned a little, the groined roof above us becoming faintly discernible. A fresher air softly fanned my cheek, and then trembling fingers groped over my breast, and cold and bony clutched my own.
"Dead still, sir, here, if you please."
So close sounded the whispered syllables, the voice might have been a messenger's within my own consciousness.
"Dead still here. There's a drop of some 60 or 70 feet, a few paces on."
I peered out across the abyss, conscious, as it seemed, of the huge, superincumbent weight of the noble fretted roof, only a small space now immediately above our heads. As we approached the edge of this stony precipice, the gloom paled a little, and I guessed that we must be standing in some coign of the southern transept, for what light the evening skies now afforded was clearer towards the right. On the other hand, it seemed that the northern windows opposite us were most of them boarded up or obscured in some fashion. Gazing out, I could detect scaffolding poles like knitting needles thrust out from the walls, and a balloon-like spread of canvas above them. For the moment my ear was haunted by what appeared to be the droning of an immense insect, but this presently ceased. I fancy it was internal only. "You will understand, sir," breathed the old man close beside me, and we stood grotesquely enough, hand in hand. "The scaffolding over there has been in position a good many months now. It was put up when the last gentleman came down from London to inspect the fabric, and there it's been ever since. Now, sir, though I implore you to be cautious." I hardly needed warning. With one hand clutching my box of matches, the fingers of the other laced with my companion's, I strained every sense, and yet I could detect not the faintest stir or murmur under that wide-spreading roof, only a hush as profound as that which must reign in the royal chamber of the Pyramid of Cheops, faintly swirled in the labyrinths of my ear. How long we stayed in this position I cannot say, but minutes sometimes seem like hours, and then, without the slightest warning, I became aware of a peculiar and incessant vibration. It is impossible to give a name to it. It suggested the remote whirring of an enormous millstone, or that, though without definite pulsation, of revolving wings, or even the spinning of an immense top. In spite of his age, my companion apparently had ears as acute as mine. He clutched me tighter a full 10 seconds before I myself became aware of this disturbance of the air. He pressed closer. "Do you see that, sir?" I gazed and gazed and saw nothing. Indeed, even in what I had seemed to hear, I might have been deceived. Nothing is more treacherous in certain circumstances, except possibly the eye, than the ear. It magnifies, distorts, and may even invent. As instantaneously as I had become aware of it, the murmur had ceased, and then, though I cannot be certain, it seemed the dingy and voluminous spread of canvas over there had perceptibly trembled, as if a huge cautious hand had been thrust out to draw it aside. No time was given me to make sure. The old man had hastily withdrawn me into the opening of the wall through which we had issued, and we made no pause in our retreat until we had come again to the narrow slit of window which I have spoken of, and could refresh ourselves with a less stagnant air. We stood here resting a while. "Well, sir?" he inquired at last, in the same flat, muffled tones. "Do you ever pass along here alone?" I whispered. "Oh, yes, sir. I make it a habit to be the last to leave, and often the first to come, but I am usually gone by this hour." I looked close at the dim face in profile against the narrow oblong of night. "It is so difficult to be sure of oneself," I said. "Have you ever actually encountered anything? Near at hand, I mean." "I keep a sharp lookout, sir. Maybe they don't think me of enough importance to molest. The last rat, as they say." "But have you?" I might myself have been communicating with the phantasmal genius loci of All Hallows, our muffled voices, this intense caution and secret listening, the slight breathlessness, as if any instant one's heart were ready for flight. But have you? "Well, yes, sir, and in this very gallery they nearly had me, sir. But by good fortune there's a recess a little further on, stored up with some old fragments of carving from the original building. 6th century or so, it said. Stone capitals, heads and hands, and the like. I had my warning and managed to leap in there and conceal myself, but only just in time. Indeed, sir, I confess I was in such a condition of terror and horror I turned my back." "You mean you heard but didn't look, and something came?" "Yes, sir. I seemed to be reduced to no bigger than a child huddled up in that corner. There was a sound like clanging metal, but I don't think it was metal. It drew near at a furious speed and passed me, making a filthy gust of wind. For some instants I couldn't breathe. The air was gone." "And no other sound?" "No other, sir, except out of the distance a noise like the sounding of a stupendous kind of gibberish. A calling, or so it seemed, no human sound. The air shook with it. You see, sir, I wasn't myself of any consequence, I take it, unless a mere obstruction in the way, but I've heard it said somewhere that the rarity of these happenings is only because it's a pain and a torment and not any sort of pleasure for these beings, such apparitions, sir, good or bad, to visit our outward world. That's what I've heard said, though I can go no further. The time I'm telling you of was in the early winter, November. There was a dense sea fog over the valley, I remember. It eddied through that opening there into the candlelight like flowing milk. I never light up now, and if I may be forgiven the boast, sir, I seem to have almost forgotten how to be afraid. After all, in any walk of life a man can only do his best, and if there weren't such opposition and hindrances in high places, I should have done nothing to complain of. What is anybody's life, sir, come past the gaiety of youth, but marking time? Did you hear anything then, sir?" His gentle monotonous mumbling ceased, and we listened together. But every ancient edifice has voices and soundings of its own. There was nothing audible that I could put a name to, only what seemed to be a faint perpetual stir or whir of grinding, such as, to one's overstimulated senses, the stablest of stones set on top of one another, with an ever so slightly varying weight and stress, might be likely to make perceptible in a world of matter, a world which, after all, they say, is itself in unimaginably rapid rotation, and under the tyranny of time. "No, I hear nothing," I answered, "but please don't think I am doubting what you say. Far from it. You must remember I am a stranger, and therefore the influence of the place cannot but be less apparent to me." "And you have no help in this now?" "No, sir, not now. But even at the best of times we had small company hereabouts, and no money. Not for any substantial outlay, I mean, and not even the boldest suggests what's called a public appeal. It's a strange thing to me, sir, but whenever the newspapers get hold of anything, they turn it into a byword and a sham. Yet how can they help themselves, with no beliefs to guide them, and nothing to stay their mouths except talk about what, for sheer human decency's sake, they daren't talk about? But then who am I to complain? And now, sir," he continued with a sigh of utter weariness, "if you are sufficiently rested, would you perhaps follow me on to the roof? It's the last visit I make, though by rights perhaps I should take in what there is of the tower. But I'm too old now for that, clambering and climbing over naked beams, and the ladders are not so safe as they were." We had not far to go. The old man drew open a squat, heavily ironed door at the head of a flight of wooden stairs. It was latched but not bolted, and admitted us at once to the leaden roof of the building, and to the immense amphitheatre of evening. The last faint hues of sunset were fading in the west, and silver-bright Spica shared with the tilted crescent of the moon the serene, lagoon-like expanse of sky above the sea. Even at this height the air was audibly stirred with the low lullaby of the tide. The staircase by which we had come was surmounted by a flat penthouse roof about 7 feet high. We edged softly along and paused once more to find ourselves now all but tete-a-tete with the gigantic figures that stood sentinel at the base of the buttresses to the unfinished tower. The tower was so unfinished, indeed, as to wear the appearance of the ruinous, besides which what appeared to be scars and strains as if of fire were detectable on some of its stones, reminding me of the legend, which years before I had chanced upon, that this stretch of coast had more than once been visited, centuries ago, by pillaging Norsemen. The night was unfathomably clear and still. On our left rose the conical bluff of the headland, crowned with the solitary grove of trees, beneath which I had taken refuge from the blinding sunshine that very afternoon. Its grasses were now hoary with the faintest moonlight. Far to the right stretched the flat cold plain of the Atlantic, that enormous darkened looking-glass of space, only a distant lightship ever and again stealthily signalling to us with a lean phosphoric finger from its outermost reaches. The mere sense of that abysm of space, its waste powdered with the stars of the Milky Way, the mere presence of the stony Leviathan on whose back we two humans now stood, dwarfed into insignificance beside these gesturing images of stone, were enough of themselves to excite the imagination. And whether matter-of-fact or pure delusion, this old verger's insinuations that the cathedral was now menaced by some inconceivable danger and assault had set my nerves on edge. My feet were numb as the lead they stood upon, while the tips of my fingers tingled as if a powerful electric discharge were coursing through my body. We moved gently on, the spare shape of the old man a few steps ahead, peering cautiously to right and left of him as we advanced. Once with a hasty gesture he drew me back and fixed his eyes for a full minute on a figure, at 2 removes, which was silhouetted at that moment against the starry emptiness. A forbidding thing enough, viewed in this vague luminosity, which seemed, in spite of the unmoving stare that I fixed on it, to be perceptibly stirring on its wind-worn pedestal. But no. All's well, the old man mutely signed to me as we pushed on. Slowly and cautiously, indeed, I had time to notice in passing that this particular figure held stretched in its right hand a bent bow and was crowned with a high weather-worn stone coronet. One and all were frigid company. At last we completed our circuit of the tower, had come back to the place we had set out from, and stood eyeing one another like two conspirators in the clear dusk. Maybe there was a tinge of incredulity in my face. "No, sir," murmured the old man. "I expected no other. The night is uncommonly quiet. I noticed that before. They seem to leave us at peace on nights of quiet. We must turn in again and be getting home." Until that moment I had thought no more of where I was to sleep or to get food, nor had even realized how famished with hunger I was. Nevertheless, the notion of fumbling down again out of the open air into the narrow inward blackness of the walls from which we had just issued was singularly uninviting. Across these wide flat stretches of roof there was at least space for flight, and there were recesses for concealment. To gain a moment's respite, I inquired if I should have much difficulty in getting a bed in the village. As I had hoped, the old man himself offered me hospitality. I thanked him, but still hesitated to follow, for at that moment I was trying to discover what peculiar effect of dusk and darkness, a moment before, had deceived me into the belief that some small animal, a dog, a spaniel, I should have guessed, had suddenly and surreptitiously taken cover behind the stone buttress nearby. But that apparently had been a mere illusion. The creature, whatever it may be, was no barker at any rate. Nothing stirred now, and my companion seemed to have noticed nothing amiss. "You were saying," I pressed him, "that when restorations of the building were in contemplation, even the experts were perplexed by what they discovered. What did they actually say?" "Say, sir?" Our voices sounded as small and meaningless up here as those of grasshoppers in a noonday meadow. "Examine that balustrade which you are leaning against at this minute. Look at that gnawing and fretting, that furrowing above the lead. All that is honest wear and tear, constant weathering of the mere elements, sir. Rain and wind and snow and frost. That's your honest natura work, sir. But now compare it, if you please, with the St. Mark here. And remember, sir, these images were intended to be part and parcel of the fabric, as you might say. Sentries on a castle, symbols, you understand." I stooped close under the huge grey creature of stone, until my eyes were scarcely more than 6 inches from its pedestal, and unless the moon deceived me, I confess I could not find the slightest trace of fret or friction. Far from it. The stone had been grotesquely decorated in low relief with a gaping crocodile, a 2-headed crocodile, and the angles, nubs, and undulations of the creature were cut as sharp as with a knife in cheese. I drew back. "Now cast your glance upwards, sir. Is that what you would call a saintly shape and gesture?" What I took to represent an eagle was perched on the image's lifted wrist, but lowering and vulture-like. The head of the figure was poised at an angle of defiance, the ears unnaturally high up on the skull, the lean right forearm extended with pointing forefinger as if in derision. Its stony gaze was fixed upon the stars. Its whole aspect was undeniably sinister and intimidating. The faintest puff of milk-warm air from over the sea stirred my cheek. I drew aside. "Aye, sir, and so with one or two of the rest of them," the old man commented as he watched me. "There are other wills than the Almighty's." At this, the pent-up excitement within me broke bounds. This nebulous, insinuatory talk, I all but lost my temper. "I can't, for the life of me, understand what you are saying," I exclaimed in a voice that astonished me with its shrill volume of sound in that intense, lofty quiet. "One doesn't repair in order to destroy." The old man met me without flinching. "No, sir, you say so. And why not? Are there not 2 kinds of change in this world, a building up and a breaking down? To give strength and endurance for evil or misguided purposes, would that be time wasted if such was your aim? Why, sir, isn't that even true of the human mind and heart? We here are on the outskirts, I grant, but where would you expect the activity to show itself, unless in the outer defences? An institution may be beyond dying, sir. It may be being restored for a worse destruction, and 100 trumpeting voices would make no difference when the faith and life within is tottering to its fall." Somehow, this muddle of metaphors reassured me. Obviously, the old man's wits had worn a little thin. He was the victim of an intelligible but monstrous hallucination. "And yet you are taking it for granted," I expostulated, "that if what you say is true, a stranger could be of the slightest help. A visitor, mind you, who hasn't been inside the doors of a church except in search of what is old and gone for years." The old man lay a trembling hand upon my sleeve, the folly of it with my shoes hanging like ludicrous millstones round my neck. "If you please, sir," he pleaded, "have a little patience with me. I'm preaching at nobody. I'm not even hinting that them outside the fold, circumstantially speaking, aren't of the flock. All in good time, sir. The Almighty's time. Maybe with all due respect. It's from them within we have the most to fear. And indeed, sir, believe an old man, I could never express the gratitude I feel. You have given me the occasion to unbosom myself, to make a clean breast, as they say. All Hallows is my earthly home, and, well, let us say no more. You couldn't help me, except only by your presence here. God alone knows who can." At that instant, a dull, enormous rumble reverberated from within the building as if a huge boulder or block of stone had been shifted or dislodged in the fabric, a peculiar grinding, nerve-wracking sound, and, for the fraction of a second, the flags on which we stood seemed to tremble beneath our feet. The fingers tightened on my arm. "Come, sir, keep close. We must be gone at once," the quavering old voice whispered. "We have stayed too long." But we emerged into the night at last without mishap. The little western door, above which the grinning head had welcomed me on my arrival, admitted us to terra firma again, and we made our way up a deeply sandy track, bordered by clumps of herb agrimony and fennel and hemlock, with vipers bugloss and sea poppy blooming in the gentle dusk of night at our feet. We turned when we reached the summit of the sandy incline and looked back. All Hallows, vague and enormous, lay beneath us in its hollow, resembling some natural prehistoric outcrop of that sea-worn, rock-bound coast, but strangely human and saturnine. The air was mild as milk, a pool of faintest sweetness, gorse, bracken, heather, and not a rumour disturbed its calm, except only the furtive and stentorious sighings of the tide. But far out to sea and beneath the horizon, summer lightnings were now in idle play, flickering into the sky like the unfolding of a signal, planet to planet, then gone. That alone, and perhaps too this feeble moonlight, glinting on the ancient glass, may have accounted for the faint vitreous glare that seemed ever and again to glitter across the windows of the northern transept far beneath. And yet how easily deceived is the imagination. This old man's talk still echoing in my ear, I could have vowed this was no reflection but the glow of some light, shining fitfully from within outwards. The old man paused beside a flowering bush of fuchsia at the wicket gate leading into his small square of country garden. "You'll forgive me, sir, for mentioning it, but I make it a rule as far as possible to leave all my troubles and misgivings outside when I come home. My daughter is a widow and not long in that sad condition, so I keep as happy a face as I can on things, and yet, well, sir, sometimes I wonder if a personal sacrifice isn't incumbent on them that have their object most at heart. I'd go out myself very willingly, sir, I can assure you. If there was any certainty in my mind it would serve the cause. It would be little to me if—" He made no attempt to complete the sentence. On my way to bed that night, the old man led me on tiptoe to show me his grandson. His daughter watched me intently as I stooped over the child's cot, with that bird-like solicitude which all mothers show in the presence of a stranger. Her small son was of that fairness which almost suggests the unreal. He had flung back his bedclothes as if innocence in this world needed no covering or defence, and lay at ease, the dews of sleep on lip, cheek, and forehead. He was breathing so quietly that not the least movement of shoulder or narrow breast was perceptible. "The lovely thing," I muttered, staring at him. "Where is he now, I wonder?" His mother lifted her face and smiled at me with a drowsy, ecstatic happiness, then sighed. And from out of the distance there came the first prolonged whisper of a wind from over the sea. It was 11 by my watch. The storm after the long heat of the day seemed to be drifting inland. But All Hallows, apparently, had forgotten to wind its clock. End of All Hallows, Part 2. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia.
The Black Cat by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sunshine Rivera, Atlanta, Georgia, 9/28/2022. The Black Cat by Edgar Allan Poe. For the most wild yet most homely narrative which I am about to pen, I neither expect nor solicit belief. Mad indeed would I be to expect it, in a case where my very senses reject their own evidence. Yet mad am I not, and very surely do I not dream. But tomorrow I die, and today I would unburden my soul. My immediate purpose is to place before the world, plainly, succinctly, and without comment, a series of mere household events. In their consequences, these events have terrified, have tortured, have destroyed me. Yet I will not attempt to expound them. To me, they have presented little but horror. To many, they will seem less terrible than Barrowcase. However, perhaps some intellect may be found which will reduce my phantasm to the commonplace. Some intellect more calm, more logical, and far less excitable than my own, which will perceive, in the circumstances I detail with awe, nothing more than an ordinary succession of very natural causes and effects. From my infancy I was noted for the docility and humanity of my disposition. My tenderness of heart was even so conspicuous as to make me the jest of my companions. I was especially fond of animals, and was indulged by my parents with a great variety of pets. With these I spent most of my time, and never was so happy as when feeding and caressing them. This peculiarity of my character grew with my growth, and in my manhood I derived from it one of my principal sources of pleasure. To those who have cherished an affection for a faithful and sagacious dog, I need hardly be at the trouble of explaining the nature or the intensity of the gratification thus derivable. There is something in the unselfish and self-sacrificing love of a brute, which goes directly to the heart of him who has had frequent occasion to test the paltry friendship and gossamer fidelity of a mere man. I married early, and was happy to find in my wife a disposition not uncongenial with my own. Observing my partiality for domestic pets, she lost no opportunity of procuring those of the most agreeable kind. We had birds, goldfish, a fine dog, rabbits, a small monkey, and a cat. This latter was a remarkably large and beautiful animal, entirely black and sagacious to an astonishing degree. In speaking of his intelligence, my wife, who at heart was not a little tinctured with superstition, made frequent allusion to the ancient popular notion which regarded all black cats as witches in disguise. Not that she was ever serious upon this point, and I mentioned the matter at all for no better reason than it happens, just now, to be remembered. Pluto, this was the cat's name, was my favorite pet and playmate. I alone fed him, and he attended me wherever I went about the house. It was even with difficulty that I could prevent him from following me through the streets. Our friendship lasted in this manner for several years, during which my general temperament and character, through the instrumentality of the fiend intemperance, had, I blush to confess it, experienced a radical alteration for the worse. I grew, day by day, more moody, more irritable, and more regardless of the feelings of others. I suffered myself to use intemperate language to my wife. At length, I even offered her personal violence. My pets, of course, were made to feel the change in my disposition. I not only neglected, but ill-used them. For Pluto, however, I still retained sufficient regard to restrain me from maltreating him, as I made no scruple of maltreating the rabbits, the monkey, or even the dog, when by accident or through affection they came in my way. But my disease grew upon me, for what disease is like alcohol? And at length, even Pluto, who was now becoming old and consequently somewhat peevish, even Pluto began to experience the effects of my ill temper. One night, returning home, much intoxicated, from one of my haunts about town, I fancied that the cat avoided my presence. I seized him, when in his fright at my violence he inflicted a slight wound upon my hand with his teeth. The fury of a demon instantly possessed me. I knew myself no longer. My original soul seemed at once to take its flight from my body, and a more than fiendish malevolence, gin-nurtured, thrilled every fibre of my frame. I took from my waistcoat pocket a penknife, opened it, grasped the poor beast by the throat, and deliberately cut one of its eyes from the socket. I blush, I burn, I shudder, while I pen the damnable atrocity. When reason returned with the morning, when I had slept off the fumes of the night's debauch, I experienced a sentiment, half of horror, half of remorse, for the crime of which I had been guilty. But it was, at best, a feeble and equivocal feeling, and the soul remained untouched. I again plunged into excess, and soon drowned in wine all memory of the deed. In the meantime, the cat slowly recovered. The socket of the lost eye presented, it is true, a frightful appearance, but he no longer appeared to suffer any pain. He went about the house as usual, but as might be expected, fled in extreme terror at my approach. I had so much of my old heart left, as to be at first grieved by this evident dislike on the part of a creature which had once so loved me. But this feeling soon gave place to irritation. And then came, as if to my final and irrevocable overthrow, the spirit of perverseness. Of this spirit philosophy takes no account, yet I am not more sure than my soul lives than I am that perverseness is one of the primitive impulses of the human heart, one of the indivisible primary faculties or sentiments which give direction to the character of man. Who has not 100 times found himself committing a vile or silly action for no other reason than because he knows he should not? Have we not a perpetual inclination, in the teeth of our best judgment, to violate that which is law, merely because we understand it to be such? This spirit of perverseness, I say, came to my final overthrow. It was this unfathomable longing of the soul to vex itself, to offer violence to its own nature, to do wrong for the wrong's sake only, that urged me to continue and finally consummate the injury I had inflicted upon the unoffending brutes. One morning, in cold blood, I slipped a noose about its neck and hung it to the limb of a tree. Hung it with the tears streaming from my eyes and with the bitterest remorse at my heart. Hung it because I knew that it had loved me, and because I felt it had given me no reason of offense. Hung it because I knew that in so doing I was committing a sin, a deadly sin that would so jeopardize my immortal soul as to place it, if such a thing were possible, even beyond the reach of the infinite mercy of the most merciful and most terrible God. On the night of the day on which this cruel deed was done, I was aroused from sleep by the cry of fire. The curtains of my bed were in flames. The whole house was blazing. It was with great difficulty that my wife, a servant, and myself made our escape from the conflagration. The destruction was complete. My entire worldly wealth was swallowed up, and I resigned myself thenceforward to despair. I am above the weakness of seeking to establish a sequence of cause and effect between the disaster and the atrocity, but I am detailing a chain of facts and wish not to leave even a possible link imperfect. On the day succeeding the fire, I visited the ruins. The walls, with one exception, had fallen. This exception was found in a compartment wall, not very thick, which stood about the middle of the house, and against which had rested the head of my bed. The plastering had here, in great measure, resisted the action of the fire, a fact which I attributed to its having been recently spread. About this wall a dense crowd were collected, and many persons seemed to be examining a particular portion of it with very minute and eager attention. The words, "strange," "singular," and other similar expressions excited my curiosity. I approached and saw, as if graven in bas relief upon the white surface, the figure of a gigantic cat. The impression was given with an accuracy truly marvelous. There was a rope about the animal's neck. When I first beheld this apparition, for I could scarcely regard it as less, my wonder and my terror were extreme. But at length reflection came to my aid. The cat, I remembered, had been hung in a garden adjacent to the house. Upon the alarm of fire, this garden had been immediately filled by the crowd, by someone of whom the animal must have been cut from the tree and thrown through an open window into my chamber. This had probably been done with the view of arousing me from sleep. The falling of other walls had compressed the victim of my cruelty into the substance of the freshly spread plaster, the lime of which, with the flames and the ammonia from the carcass, had then accomplished the portraiture as I saw it. Although I thus readily accounted to my reason, if not altogether to my conscience, for the startling fact just detailed, it did not the less fail to make a deep impression upon my fancy. For months I could not rid myself of the phantasm of the cat, and during this period there came back into my spirit a half-sentiment that seemed, but was not, remorse. I went so far as to regret the loss of the animal, and to look about me, among the vile haunts which I now habitually frequented, for another pet of the same species and of somewhat similar appearance with which to supply its place. One night as I sat, half stupefied, in a den of more than infamy, my attention was suddenly drawn to some black object, reposing upon the head of one of the immense hogsheads of gin, or of rum, which constituted the chief furniture of the apartment. I had been looking steadily at the top of this hogshead for some minutes, and what now caused me surprise was the fact that I had not sooner perceived the object thereupon. I approached it and touched it with my hands. It was a black cat, a very large one, fully as large as Pluto, and closely resembling him in every aspect but one. Pluto had not had a white hair upon any portion of his body, but this cat had a large, although indefinite splotch of white covering nearly the whole region of the breast. Upon my touching him, he immediately arose, purred loudly, rubbed against my hand, and appeared delighted with my notice. This, then, was the very creature of which I was in search. I at once offered to purchase it off the landlord, but this person made no claim to it, knew nothing of it, had never seen it before. I continued my caresses, and when I prepared to go home, the animal evinced a disposition to accompany me. I permitted it to do so, occasionally stooping and patting it as I proceeded. When it reached the house, it domesticated itself at once, and became immediately a great favorite with my wife. For my own part, I soon found a dislike to it arising within me. This was just the reverse of what I had anticipated, but I know not how or why it was, its evident fondness for myself rather disgusted and annoyed. By slow degrees, these feelings of disgust and annoyance rose into the bitterness of hatred. I avoided the creature, a certain sense of shame, and the remembrance of my former deed of cruelty prevented me from physically abusing it. I did not, for some weeks, strike or otherwise violently ill-use it, but gradually, very gradually, I came to look upon it with unutterable loathing, and to flee silently from its odious presence, as from the breath of a pestilence. What added, no doubt, to my hatred of the beast, was the discovery, on the morning after I brought it home, that, like Pluto, it also had been deprived of one of its eyes. The circumstances, however, only endeared it to my wife, who, as I have already said, possessed in a high degree that humanity of feeling which once had been my distinguishing trait, and the source of many of my simplest and purest pleasures. With my aversion to this cat, however, its partiality for myself seemed to increase. It followed my footsteps with a pertinacity which it would be difficult to make the reader comprehend. Whenever I sat, it would crouch beneath my chair, or spring upon my knees, covering me with its loathsome caresses. If I arose to walk, it would get between my feet, and thus nearly throw me down, or, fastening its long and sharp claws in my dress, clamber in this manner to my breast. At such times, although I longed to destroy it with a blow, I was yet withheld from doing so, partly by a memory of my former crime, but chiefly, let me confess it at once, by absolute dread of the beast. This dread was not exactly a dread of physical evil, and yet I should be at loss how otherwise to define it. I am almost ashamed to own, yes, even in this felon's cell, I am almost ashamed to own, that the terror and horror with which the animal inspired me had been heightened by one of the merest chimaeras that would be possible to conceive. My wife had called my attention, more than once, to the character of the mark of white hair of which I have spoken, and which constituted the sole visible difference between the strange beast and the one I had destroyed. The reader will remember that this mark, although large, had been originally very indefinite, but, by slow degrees nearly imperceptible, and which for a long time my reason struggled to reject as fanciful. It had, at length, assumed a rigorous distinctness of outline. It was now the representation of an object which I shudder to name, and for this, above all, I loathed and dreaded, and would have rid myself of the monster had I dared. It was now, I say, the image of a hideous and ghastly thing, of the gallows. O mournful and terrible engine of horror and of crime and of agony and death! And now I was indeed wretched, beyond the wretchedness of mere humanity, and a brute beast, whose fellow I had contemptuously destroyed, a brute beast to work out for me, a man fashioned in the image of the high God, so much of insufferable woe. Alas! Neither by day nor by night knew I the blessing of rest any more. During the former, the creature left me no moment alone, and in the latter I started hourly from dreams of unutterable fear, to find the hot breath of the thing upon my face, and its vast weight an incarnate nightmare that I had no power to shake off, incumbent eternally upon my heart. Beneath the pressure of torments such as these, the feeble remnant of the good within me succumbed. Evil thoughts became my sole intimates, the darkest and most evil of thoughts. The moodiness of my usual temper increased to hatred of all things and of all mankind, while from the sudden, frequent, and ungovernable outburst of a fury to which I now blindly abandoned myself, my uncomplaining wife, alas, was the most usual and the most patient of sufferers. One day she accompanied me, upon some household errand, into the cellar of the old building which our poverty compelled us to inhabit. The cat followed me down the steep stairs, and nearly throwing me headlong, exasperated me to madness. Uplifting an axe and forgetting, in my wrath, the childish dread which had hitherto stayed my hand, I aimed a blow at the animal, which of course would have proved instantly fatal had it descended as I wished, but this blow was arrested by the hand of my wife. Goaded by the interference into a rage more than demoniacal, I withdrew my arm from her grasp and buried the axe in her brain. She fell dead upon the spot, without a groan. The hideous murder accomplished, I set myself forthwith, and with entire deliberation, to the task of concealing the body. I knew that I could not remove it from the house, either by day or by night, without the risk of being observed by the neighbors. Many projects entered my mind. At one period I thought of cutting the corpse into minute fragments and destroying them by fire. At another, I resolved to dig a grave for it in the floor of the cellar. Again, I deliberated about casting it into the well in the yard, about packing it in a box, as if merchandise, with the usual arrangements, and so getting a porter to take it from the house. Finally, I hit upon what I considered a far better expedient than either of these. I determined to wall it up in the cellar, as the monks of the Middle Ages are recorded to have walled up their victims. For a purpose such as this, the cellar was well adapted. Its walls were loosely constructed, and had lately been plastered throughout with a rough plaster, which the dampness of the atmosphere had prevented from hardening. Moreover, in one of the walls was a projection, caused by a false chimney or fireplace that had been filled up and made to resemble the rest of the cellar. I made no doubt that I could readily displace the bricks at this point, insert the corpse, and wall the whole up as before, so that no eye could detect anything suspicious. And in this calculation I was not deceived. By means of a crowbar, I easily dislodged the bricks, and, having carefully deposited the body against the inner wall, I propped it in that position, while, with little trouble, I relaid the whole structure as it originally stood. Having procured mortar, sand, and hair, with every possible precaution, I prepared a plaster which could not be distinguished from the old, and with this I very carefully went over the new brickwork. When I had finished, I felt satisfied that all was right. The wall did not present the slightest appearance of having been disturbed. The rubbish on the floor was picked up with the minutest care. I looked around triumphantly and said to myself, "Here at least, then, my labor has not been in vain." My next step was to look for the beast which had been the cause of so much wretchedness, for I had at length firmly resolved to put it to death. Had I been able to meet with it at that moment, there could have been no doubt of its fate. But it appeared that the crafty animal had been alarmed at the violence of my previous anger, and forbore to present itself in my present mood. It is impossible to describe or to imagine the blissful sense of relief which the absence of the detested creature occasioned in my bosom. It did not make its appearance during the night, and thus, for one night at least, since its introduction into the house, I soundly and tranquilly slept. I slept even with the burden of murder upon my soul. The second and the third day passed, and still my tormentor came not. Once again I breathed as a free man. The monster, in terror, had fled the premise forever. I should behold it no more. My happiness was supreme. The guilt of my dark deed disturbed me but little. Some few inquiries had been made, but these had been readily answered. Even a search had been instituted, but of course nothing was to be discovered. I looked upon my future felicity as secured. Upon the fourth day of the assassination, a party of the police came, very unexpectedly, into the house, and proceeded again to make rigorous investigation of the premises. Secure, however, in the inscrutability of my place of concealment, I felt no embarrassment whatever. The officers bade me accompany them in their search. They left no nook or corner unexplored. At length, for the third or fourth time, they descended into the cellar. I quivered not in a muscle. My heart beat calmly as that of one who slumbers in innocence. I walked the cellar from end to end. I folded my arms upon my bosom and roamed easily to and fro. The police were thoroughly satisfied and prepared to depart. The glee at my heart was too strong to be restrained. I burned to say if but one word by way of triumph, and to render doubly sure their assurance of my guiltiness. "Gentlemen," I said at last, as the party ascended the steps, "I delight to have allayed your suspicions. I wish you all help and a little more courtesy. By the by, gentlemen, this is a very well-constructed house." In the rabid desire to say something easily, I scarcely knew what I uttered at all. I may say an excellently well-constructed house. These walls— Are you going, gentlemen? These walls are solidly put together. And here, through the mere frenzy of bravado, I rapped heavily with a cane which I held in my hand upon that very portion of the brickwork behind which stood the corpse of the wife of my bosom. And may God shield and deliver me from the fangs of the arch-fiend. No sooner had the reverberation of my blows sunk into silence than I was answered by a voice from within the tomb, by a cry, at first muffled and broken, like the sobbing of a child, and then quickly swelling into one long, loud, and continuous scream, utterly anomalous and inhuman, a howl, a wailing shriek, half of horror and half of triumph, such as might have arisen only out of hell, conjointly from the throats of the damned in their agony, and of the demons that exult in the damnation. Of my thoughts it is folly to speak. Swooning, I staggered to the opposite wall. For one instant the party upon the stairs remained motionless, though extremity of terror and awe. In the next, a dozen stout arms were toiling at the wall. It felt bodily. The corpse, already greatly decayed and clotted with gore, stood erect before the eyes of the spectators. Upon its head with red extended mouth and solitary eye of fire, sat the hideous beast whose craft had seduced me into murder, and whose informing voice had consigned me to the hangman. I had walled the monster up within the tomb. End of Black Cat by Edgar Allan Poe.
The Cask of Amontillado by Edgar Allan Poe. Read by Tony Scheinman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cask of Amontillado by Edgar Allan Poe. The 1,000 injuries of Fortunato I had borne as best I could. But when he ventured upon insult, I vowed revenge. You, who so well know the nature of my soul, will not suppose, however, that I gave utterance to a threat. At length, I would be avenged. This was a point definitely settled, but the very definitiveness with which it was concluded precluded the idea of risk. I must not only punish, but punish with impunity. A wrong is unredressed when retribution overtakes its redresser. It is equally unredressed when the avenger fails to make himself felt as such to him who has done the wrong. It must be understood that neither by word nor deed had I given Fortunato cause to doubt my goodwill. I continued, as was my wont, to smile in his face, and he did not perceive that my smile now was at the thought of his immolation. He had a weak point, this Fortunato, although in other regards he was a man to be respected, and even feared. He prided himself on his connoisseurship in wine. Few Italians have the true virtuoso spirit. For the most part their enthusiasm is adopted to suit the time and opportunity, to practice imposture upon the British and Austrian millionaires. In painting and gemmery, Fortunato, like his countrymen, was a quack. But in the matter of old wines, he was sincere. In this respect I did not differ from him materially. I was skilful in the Italian vintages myself, and bought largely whenever I could. It was about dusk one evening during the supreme madness of the carnival season that I encountered my friend. He accosted me with excessive warmth, for he had been drinking much. The man wore motley. He had a tight-fitting, party-striped dress, and his head was surmounted by the conical cap and bells. I was so pleased to see him that I thought I should never have done wringing his hand. I said to him, "My dear Fortunato, you are luckily met. How remarkably well you are looking today. But I have received a pipe of what passes for Amontillado, and I have my doubts."
"How?" said he. "Amontillado? A pipe? Impossible! In the middle of the carnival?"
"I have my doubts," I replied, "and I was silly enough to pay the full Amontillado price without consulting you in the matter. You were not to be found, and I was fearful of losing a bargain."
"Amontillado?"
"I have my doubts."
"Amontillado?"
"And I must satisfy them."
"Amontillado."
"As you are engaged, I'm on my way to Lucchese. If anyone has a critical turn, it is he. He will tell me—"
"Lucchese cannot tell Amontillado from sherry."
"And yet some fools will have it that his taste is a match for your own."
"Come, let us go."
"Whither?"
"To your vaults."
"My friend, no. I will not impose upon your good nature. I perceive you have an engagement. Lucchese—"
"I have no engagement. Come."
"My friend, no. It is not the engagement, but the severe cold with which I perceive you are afflicted. The vaults are insufferably damp. They are encrusted with nitre."
"Let us go, nevertheless. The cold is a mere nothing. Amontillado! You have been imposed upon. And as for Lucchese, He cannot distinguish sherry from Amontillado.
Thus speaking, Fortunato possessed himself of my arm. Putting on a mask of black silk and drawing a roquelaire closely about my person, I suffered him to hurry me to my palazzo. There were no attendants at home. They had absconded to make merry in honor of the time. I had told them that I should not return until the morning, and had given them explicit orders not to stir from the house. These orders were sufficient, I well knew, to ensure their immediate disappearance, one and all, as soon as my back was turned. I took from their sconces 2 flambeaux, and giving one to Fortunato, bowed him through several suites of rooms to the archway that led into the vaults. I passed down a long and winding staircase, requesting him to be cautious as he followed. We came at length to the foot of the descent, and stood together upon the damp ground of the catacombs of the Monstrous. The gait of my friend was unsteady, and the bells upon his cap jingled as he strode.
The pipe,
he said. It's further on, said I. But observe the white webwork which gleams from these cavern walls. He turned towards me and looked into my eyes with 2 filmy orbs that distilled the rheum of his intoxication.
Niter?
He asked at length. Niter, I replied. How long have you had that cough? My poor friend found it impossible to reply for many minutes.
It's nothing,
he said. Come, I said with decision. We will go back. Your health is precious. You are rich, respected, admired, beloved. You are happy, as once I was. You are a man to be missed. For me it is no matter. We will go back. You will be ill, and I cannot be responsible. Besides, there is Lucchese.
Enough, said he. The cold is a mere nothing. It will not kill me. I shall not die of a cough.
True, I replied. And indeed I had no intention of alarming you unnecessarily. But you should use all proper caution. A draught of this Medoc will defend us from the damps. Here I knocked off the neck of a bottle which I drew from a long line of its fellows that lay upon the mould. Drink, I said, presenting him the wine. He raised it to his lips with a leer. He paused and nodded to me familiarly, while his bells jingled.
I drink, he said, to the buried that repose around us.
And I to your long life. He again took my arm, and we proceeded.
These vaults, he said, are extensive.
The Montressas, I replied, were a great and numerous family.
I forget your arms.
A huge human foot door in a field azure. The foot crushes a serpent rampant whose fangs are embedded in the heel.
And the motto?
Nemo me impune lacesset. No one provokes me with impunity.
Good,
he said. The wine sparkled in his eyes, and the bells jingled. My own fancy grew warm with the Medoc. We had passed through walls of piled bones, with casks and puncheons intermingling, into the inmost recesses of the catacombs. I paused again, and this time I made bold to seize Fortunato by the arm above the elbow. "The nitre," I said. "See, it increases. It hangs like moss upon the vaults. We are below the river's bed. The drops of moisture trickle among the bones. Come, we will go back ere it is too late. Your cough—"
"It is nothing," he said. "Let us go on. But first, another draught of the Medoc."
I broke and reached him a flagon of de Grave. He emptied it at a breath. His eyes flashed with a fierce light. He laughed and threw the bottle upward with a gesticulation I did not understand. I looked at him in surprise. He repeated the movement, a grotesque one.
You do not comprehend? He said. Not I replied. Then you are not of the Brotherhood. How? You are not of the Masons. Yes, I replied. Yes. You? Impossible. A Mason? A Mason, I replied. A sign, he said. It is this, I replied, producing a trowel from beneath the folds of my roquelaire. You jest, he exclaimed, recoiling a few paces. But let us proceed to the Amontillado. Be it so, I said, replacing the tool beneath the cloak, and again offering him my arm. He leaned upon it heavily. We continued our route in search of the Amontillado. We passed through a range of low arches, descended, passed on, and descending again, arrived at a deep crypt in which the foulness of the air caused our flambeaux rather to glow than flame. At the most remote end of the crypt there appeared another, less spacious. Its walls had been lined with human remains, piled to the vault overhead, in the fashion of the great catacombs of Paris. 3 sides of this interior were still ornamented in this manner. From the 4th, the bones had been thrown down and lay promiscuously upon the earth, forming at one point a mound of some size. Within the wall, thus exposed by the displacing of the bones, we perceived a still interior crypt or recess, in depth about 4 feet, in width 3, in height 6 or 7. It seemed to have been constructed for no especial use within itself, but formed merely the interval between 2 of the colossal supports of the roof of the catacombs, and was backed by one of their circumscribing walls of solid granite. It was in vain that Fortunato, uplifting his dull torch, endeavored to pry into the depth of the recess. Its termination the feeble light did not enable us to see. "Proceed," I said. "Here is the Amontillado. And as for Lucchese—" "He is an ignoramus," interrupted my friend, as he stepped unsteadily forward, while I followed immediately at his heels. In an instant he had reached the extremity of the niche, and finding his progress arrested by the rock, stood stupidly bewildered. A moment more, and I had fettered him to the granite. In its surface were 2 iron staples. From one of these depended a short chain, from the other a padlock. Throwing the links about his waist, it was but the work of a few seconds to secure it. He was much too astonished to resist. Withdrawing the key, I stepped back from the recess. "Pass your hand," I said, "over the walls. You cannot help feeling the nitre. Indeed, it is very damp. Once more, let me implore you to return." "No? Then I must positively leave you. But I must first render you all the little attentions in my power." "The Amontillado!" ejaculated my friend, not yet recovered from his astonishment. "True," I said. "The Amontillado." As I said these words, I busied myself among the pile of bones of which I have before spoken. Throwing them aside, I soon uncovered a quantity of building stone and mortar. With these materials, and with the aid of my trowel, I began vigorously to wall up the entrance to the niche. I had scarcely laid the first tier of the masonry when I discovered that the intoxication of Fortunato had in great measure worn off. The earliest indication I had of this was a low moaning cry from the depth of the recess. It was not the cry of a drunken man. There was then a long and obstinate silence. I laid the 2nd tier, and the 3rd, and the 4th, and then I heard the furious vibrations of the chain. This lasted for several minutes, during which, that I might hearken to it with the more satisfaction, I ceased my labours, and sat down upon the bones. When at last the clanking subsided, I resumed the trowel, and finished without interruption the 5th, the 6th, and the 7th tier. The wall was now nearly upon a level with my breast. I again paused, and holding the flambeau over the mason-work, threw a few feeble rays upon the figure within. A succession of loud and shrill screams, bursting suddenly from the throat of the chained figure, seemed to thrust me violently back. For a brief moment I hesitated. I trembled. Unsheathing my rapier, I began to grope with it about the recess. But the thought of an instant reassured me. I placed my hand upon the solid fabric of the catacombs, and felt satisfied. I approached the wall, and replied to the yells of him who clamored. I re-echoed! I aided! I surpassed them in volume and in strength! I did this, and the clamorer grew still. It was now midnight, and my task was drawing to a close. I completed the 8th, the 9th, and the 10th tier. I finished a portion of the last and 11th. There remained but a single stone to be fitted and plastered in. I struggled with its weight. I placed it partially in its destined position. But now there came from out the niche a low laugh that erected the hairs upon my head. It was succeeded by a sad voice, which I had difficulty in recognizing as that of the noble Fortunato. The voice said, "A very good joke indeed. An excellent jest. We shall have many a rich laugh about it at the palazzo over our wine." "The Amontillado," I said. "Yes, the Amontillado. But is it not getting late? Will not they be waiting for us at the palazzo, the Lady Fortunato and the rest? Let us be gone." "Yes," I said. "Let us be gone." "For the love of God, monstrous!" "Yes," I said, "for the love of God." But to these words I hearkened in vain for a reply. I grew impatient. I called aloud, "Fortunato!" No answer. I called again, "Fortunato!" No answer still. I thrust a torch through the remaining aperture and let it fall within. There came forth in return only a jingling of the bells. My heart grew sick on account of the dampness of the catacombs. I hastened to make an end of my labor. I forced the last stone into its position. I plastered it up. Against the new masonry, I re-erected the old rampart of bones. For the half of a century, no mortal has disturbed them. In pace requiescat. End of The Cask of Amontillado by Edgar Allan Poe. The Sequel by Walter Scott Story. Read by Tony Scheinman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Sequel by Walter Scott Story. Sobered on the instant, the padlock had clicked when Montresor passed the chain around my waist and thus fastened me to the wall. I stood upright in the little dungeon, the blood running cold in my veins. With a maniacal laughter, he withdrew from the niche, whipped a trowel from under his robe, and began to wall up the narrow opening. I knew it was not a joke, a drunken jest. I saw that his drunkenness had fallen from him. The dying flambeau fell from my nerveless hand and cast a fitful bloody glow upon the whitened dripping walls, shook the chain frenziedly. "For God's sake, Montresor!" I cried. He replied with a horrible mocking laugh, and, like a devil from hell, lifted his voice with mine to show that it was idle to call for help. I had always distrusted Montresor. I knew him to be a serpent. He feared me, and was jealous of my person and attainments. In spite of all his fawning and his smiles, I knew he hated me deeply for the injuries I had heaped upon him, and for the open insults I had added to them. And yet I swear he had never in the slightest suspected that it was not Giovanna, the tenor, who was successful with his wife, but I. "Fortunato!" he called, and his hoarse tone echoed in a ghastly way through the gloomy catacombs of his ancestors, and re-echoed along the winding crypt. I made no reply. Cold beads of fear started from my brow as I strained against the chain and listened to the soft thud of the stones he was building into the opening to make my tomb, and the accompanying tinkle of his trowel. Even then I admired, perforce, the cleverness with which he had secured his revenge. It was the night of the carnival. He had found me in the streets, dazed with wine, and, pretending that he wanted my judgment on a cask of sherry, had lured my staggering feet into the gloomy passages under his palazzo. And he had brought me into this narrow niche in the castle walls to entomb me alive, where no one would ever find me. He was clever. My memory fails me now, but I doubt not I cried out many times for pity and mercy, and I take no shame in thinking this may have been so. I recall his words and his horrible mouthings as he worked with more haste and zeal than skill. But I was a brave man always. I did not yield myself to fate. It was unthinkable. I, Fortunato, to die walled in by Montresor. I cursed him and his line. I wrenched the chain with ferocious strength, more eager to have him by the throat than be free to live. I called upon all the saints, and particularly to my patron saint. You shall see that I was not unheard. The wall grew high to his breast, and in the light of his flambeau set somewhere in the wall outside, I could see Montresor's sweating face as he labored with the stones. Suddenly he thrust his torch through the opening, now no larger than his head, and to deceive him, I prostrated myself upon the floor and laughed the laugh of a dying man. I heard the thud of another stone and looked up quickly. My flambeau had died out. Montresor's had disappeared, and there was no opening. I was in a tomb of stone. Absolute darkness surrounded me, and the walls seemed to press in upon me like icy blankets, and silence as absolute as the darkness reigned. I leaped to my feet. Silence, silence, absolute silence, save for my own laboured breathing. Maria, suppose the mortar hardened ere I could throw my weight against the poor wall he had built. Then I were lost. I called out aloud to my holy saint. Luckily it was that I had the bodily strength of two. I strained upon the chain wildly. I seized it with my hands and tore at it with savage determination. I would not die thus. In desperation, frantic with rage and fear, I made one last violent, prodigious effort to free myself with strength enough to make the palazzo tremble. And in that last great effort, the staples of the chain tore loose from the half-rotten stone in which they were fastened. What tears of joy welled in my eyes! I vowed 100 candles to the Virgin, but I could not take time to give thanks. Throwing myself upon the wall Montresor had just reared, my feet desperately braced on the rough floor, I fought for liberty like a tiger. Heavens! It gave! The wall gave! It yielded like a stiff canvas against the push of a hand, gave slowly but surely, bulged outward, then went rumbling down. I thrust myself through the jagged opening into the catacombs. I was free! What joy if Montresor had been there, even though he wore his rapier, and I had but my poniard. It was very dark, and yet I could see a gleam of light in the direction from which we had come. Montresor, crazed with the thought of sweet revenge. I, drunk with wine. I paused and thought. Should I find him in the streets in this gay time and slay him? No. I laughed insanely yet clearly. No, there was a better thing to do. With haste and no mean skill, I builded up the wall anew, closing the opening of what might have been my tomb, had I been a weak man, and against this new wall erected a rampart of old bones. Then, thrusting the dangling ends of the chain within my doublet, began to retrace my feet towards freedom. I struck my foot against some small, soft object, and halted with a start. I leaned over. I had kicked against Montresor's mask, and I put it over my face. I knew that all his servants were away to enjoy the carnival, but it would do no harm to wear this mask, and it served my purpose. I passed through the crypt, and walked back swiftly and steadily through the range of low arches through which I had come staggering to such an awful doom. Soon I was above in my false friend's rich sweets, in the cheerful glow of many lights. But all was quiet. No one stirred. I was alone, safe. I went light-footed through the deserted house. I could hear the shouts and the laughter of the merry people in the street, until I came to the passage leading to the plaza. There I stopped, with the blood jumping through my veins like wildfire. In this hall, in the corner upon a low settee, lay Montresor, sprawling in a heavy stupor, as drunk with wine as I had been when I had trustfully entered within his doors. I paused over his body. Within my bosom was the dagger with which I never part. And yet I let him lie there, unharmed. When I elbowed my way, masked, through the square, it was 12 o'clock. I was in time to keep my appointment with his wife. I laughed. What a jest! And Montresor's wife was awaiting me in the usual place. Such a beautiful woman. I really loved her, and I hoped that he did. I was as clever as I was brave. I was indeed an exceedingly clever man. I had seen my creditors pressing, and all things turning towards ruin, and that was why I had converted everything possible into gold and precious stones. That night I crept unseen into my own house, from which my servants, like Montresors, had stolen away to enjoy the carnival, and, securing all of the wealth I had secreted, was up and away, my chain stricken off by an obscure armourer. I have no doubt that my body servant was executed for the theft of my fortune, as indeed he should have been for watching my belongings so poorly. But I know not. Then we left this city, while the streets were still crowded and gay, Montresor's wife and I, and went to England, where we have lived a long life very happily. Years ago, I heard a vague rumor that Montresor believed his beautiful wife had gone away with Giovanna, the tenor, who disappeared at about that time. But it was not so. As for Lady Fortunato, she may have guessed the truth. And Montresor will believe until he dies that my bones lie crumbling in the little walled-in dungeon below his palazzo. End of the sequel by Walter Scott Story.
The Death Cell by F.K. Moss. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. Strange, indeed, are the possibilities of the human mind. A weird example is found in The Death Cell by F.K. Moss. Man is, by nature, an experimenter. argued my friend Dr. Armand, a psychologist of some repute. And he is steadily delving into the unknown and bringing to light knowledge that is often appalling in its intricacy of concept. He gathers about him a few relatively simple pieces of apparatus and discovers the existence of particles infinitely smaller than the most minute object visible under the ultramicroscope. He measures its size, mass, electrical charge, and in truth finds out more about it than he knows of visible objects. All of this he learns about matter that he can never ever hope to see with his naked eye. The simple but marvelous instrument, the spectroscope, tells him of the composition of the stars. It told him that upon the sun there was an element unknown upon this earth. He called it helium, and later discovered and isolated the gas, after first finding it at a body millions of miles away. Beautiful indeed is modern science. Armand paused for a moment, as if to more fully comprehend the scope of the subject, and then continued. But the most refined and sensitive piece of apparatus, if I may call it that, and about which so little is understood, is the human brain. A vast amount of research has been done along the lines of psychology by many able men, and the data has been formulated into several well-established hypotheses, and yet, he stretched out his arms in a vague sort of gesture. How little we really know about the brain. We had met, as had been our custom, at Armand's apartment to enjoy an afternoon together, and to discuss old times and friends. I must confess, with all due respect to the doctor, that the subject was often soon changed into a scientific lecture by him on his favorite theme, psychology. I really enjoyed these informal talks immensely, for there is no more entertaining speaker than the scholarly Armand. I nodded. Yes, I suppose so, but it seems a natural consequence, the brain. How can the brain be studied and mathematically analyzed like, well, mechanisms, for example? Perhaps that is not such an impossibility as it would seem, said Armand. In the past, the whole proposition has been studied conceiving of the brain as a matter quite as abstract as the soul. The more recent school of investigation has attacked the problem, bearing in mind that, after all, the functioning of the brain might be governed by the same laws of physics that can be universally applied elsewhere. The application of the electron theory is not absurd in the least. However, all research must be based upon the axiom: if an occurrence can be made to take place under certain conditions, then the repetition of those conditions should invariably produce the same occurrence. As yet, this fact has not been established firmly in the case of the brain. I have, he continued, just finished obtaining the data on the most absorbing case I have ever had the opportunity to study. The data is available only in fragments obtained from various sources, and in many places I have been forced to bridge the gaps by drawing purely from my concept, or imagination, of what took place. I was deeply interested in Dr. Armand's work, particularly in a case which he has deemed so extraordinary, and I urged him to relate the thing in some detail. The first part of the amazing affair is of common knowledge, and varies little from many other cases on record. However, the weirdest and most intensely absorbing episode began after the rest of the world conceded the whole unfortunate affair closed forever. Perhaps it would have been closed had the principal actor been slightly different in mentality, or even in a different mood at the critical hour. Potentially, there might be many possibilities of such an occurrence, but the probability of the combination of the required circumstances at the critical hour is infinitesimal. Even the exact repetition of the conditions might not necessarily produce the same results. Dr. Armand related the story as he conceived it, prefacing his remarks with the statement, "If the reactions of what we term the abnormal mind could only be chronicled, we would stand aghast at what would be written." Dr. Armand's strange narrative. The friendship of James Mackay and William Larson was a source of wonder and pleasure to their mutual friends and acquaintances. Such was the close companionship of the two men that they were often laughingly referred to as David and Jonathan. Each regarded the other with pride, respect, and understanding. Possibly there could not have been found a more glorious example of love of one man for another than this one. Certainly few, if any, would have been so mentally constituted as to produce reactions which would have led to such terrible results. Mackay had met Larson some 6 years previous, through his newspaper work, both being on the staff of the Denver newspaper. Strangely, in view of their latter friendship, neither was particularly attracted to the other until some time later. On this occasion, Mackay had been asked to sit in on a card game at Larson's apartment, which he willingly did, for games of chance were attractive to Mackay. The party lasted nearly the entire night, and upon breaking up, Larson offered to share his room with Mackay, as the latter lived at some distance. What drew the two men together is impossible to say, but their friendship must have ripened quickly, for the next evening found Mackay established permanently as a roommate of Larson. In appearance, if their expressions were analyzed, the two men were strikingly alike, enough so to be readily taken for brothers. Both were of a slender, athletic build, dark complexioned, and with sharp, clean-cut features. Sportsmen, in every sense of the word. In character, however, there was much difference. Mackay, the younger, was an impulsive, quick-acting, and confident sort of fellow, easily offended, but correspondingly quick to accept an apology. While clever in many respects, he was not given to concentrated and painstaking study. This trait was evident from his writing, original, snappy, entertaining, but often lacking in fine details of accuracy. Larson, on the other hand, was of a more conservative type, dour but more positive in his actions, and of a nature which inquired into things in a thorough and precise fashion. Such was the well-known friendship of the two that great was the surprise to all who knew Mackay when, his face black with anger, he entered the bar-room of the Palace Hotel and demanded, "Where's that damn Larson?" Friends at once tried to ascertain the trouble and also to urge him to return to his home, as he had evidently been drinking heavily. But Mackay was in no mood to be pacified by his friends. "Don't interfere in my affairs," he snarled. Then he ordered a drink, swallowed it in a gulp, and then seated himself in a far corner of the room. McFadden, a close friend of both Larson and Mackay, went over to him, and, linking his arm in Mackay's in a hearty and jovial manner, attempted to take him away. Mackay turned on him so savagely that he gave it up, resolving to find Larson and learn the reason for Mackay's anger. As Mackay only sat and watched and waited, his eyes blazed with a deadly gleam. Mackay had become, as Larson expressed it, hypnotized by and infatuated with a really beautiful but altogether shallow and irresponsible sort of woman. The affair had caused Larson a great deal of annoyance, as Mackay would, at times, become extraordinarily cheerful, and then sink into spells of despondency, so sullen and irritable that even the quiet-natured Larson found it impossible to live with him. These moods, as Larson well knew, were occasioned by Miss Conway's treatment of Jim. Her influence over Mackay seemed as unlimited as it was magical. Larson had tried to reason with Jim, and had decided to convince him that Miss Conway did not care seriously for him or anyone else except herself. But all his efforts produced no other effect than to kindle new passion in Mackay. On the evening mentioned, Mackay had asked permission to call at her house, but was refused. She pleaded a previous engagement. For some unknown reason, the guiding hand of fate for those who believe in fate, he walked out to her house, and as he drew near saw Larson, his old pal, Bill Larson, enter the house of Miss Conway. For a moment he stood as if stunned. Of all persons, Bill was the last he would have suspected. Then it all became plain to him. Bill had tried to alienate the girl's love. Slowly, listlessly, Mackay turned and retraced his steps to his room. He sat there a long while in the dark and let his mind become polluted with the poison of an insane jealousy, while he saturated his system and dulled his conscience with whiskey. About 11 he rose, placed a gun in his pocket, and started for the hotel where he and Larson often met in the evening. As he walked, his mind became closed to reason, closed to his regard for his friend, closed to everything except that Larson had double-crossed him. As he sat and waited in the bar-room, his brain focused itself on this one point, until it had taken possession of him. He had been there about half an hour when Larson appeared, laughing and chatting with some friends. Bill was in great spirits, for he had accomplished that night the thing he had long sought. Miss Conway had been very reasonable, and had promised that she would cause Mackay no more anxiety. McFadden and a few others hastened at once toward him to tell him about Mackay, but they were too late, for Larson, spying Mackay, sang out, "Hello, Jim, old scout. Come over and heist one with us." Mackay jumped up and strode over to the bar, his eyes glittering and his mouth twitching with hatred. "You damn—" and he leveled an accusing finger at Larson. "Jim," cried Larson, "what's wrong?" Larson was greatly shocked and distressed over the condition of his friend, and he overlooked, if he heard, the insult hurled at him. "So that's what you wanted," Mackay snarled. "My God, Jim, what is it? You may have beaten me, but you will never, never get her." And a stream of fire leapt from Mackay's gun, and Larson dropped to the floor, uttering but one word. "Jim!" The weapon dropped from Mackay's limp hand, and his face was ashen as he gazed, speechless, at the bleeding and lifeless body of his best friend on earth. He slowly turned away, and later surrendered himself to the authorities. The tragic affair caused a great deal of comment. Some 3 weeks after the murder case was brought to trial and attracted widespread interest. A dingy West Side courtroom was crowded to capacity. Friends, acquaintances, businessmen, curiosity seekers fought for seats. Considerable difficulty was encountered in selecting a jury. The popularity of the murdered man, as well as the defendant, made it hard to find an unbiased yet capable juryman. After that, however, the trial was brief, the end coming with an almost startling suddenness. The state's case was plain and simple. The evidence was overwhelmingly against Mackay, and the situation was not improved by his refusal to offer any defense. His attorney put up a plea of temporary insanity. His arguments held weight. The plea was elegant and logical, and probably would have been a deciding factor had not Mackay himself, at the conclusion of the address, risen, and, to the dumbfounded court and attorney, refused to accept insanity as a defense. The jury was out 50 minutes, and returned a verdict of guilty in the first degree, and recommended the death penalty. All eyes turned toward Mackay, who remained perfectly emotionless. The judge then pronounced the death sentence on James Mackay. The friends of Mackay were surprised at the severity of the penalty. Especially dejected over the outcome were McFadden, a brother newspaper man, Kirk, an oil operator, and Bernard, a young medico, for these three, with Mackay and Larson, had formed what was termed the gang. Now one of the five was dead, and another was sentenced to be hung. They at once demanded a new trial, but it was refused. Scarcely could the men refrain from emotion when Mackay asked them and his attorney to settle up his worldly affairs. As he was without a family, he willed all his property to his three friends, and even mentioned in some detail a few personal effects he wanted each to have. Of all present, Mackay was the least affected by the scene. His voice and movements were those of an automaton rather than a human being. Indeed, he was practically such, and had been so since the death of Larson. After attending to the last detail of his worldly affairs, he rose and silently shook the hands of his friends. Accompanied by two plain-clothes-men, handcuffed wrist to wrist, he left them and started on his trip to Canyon City. He had often visited that little Colorado city, and had spent many a pleasant time there. He requested the officers to drive down 17th Street. At one end was the golden dome of the state capitol, brilliantly aglow with the crimson rays of the setting sun. And at the other was the station, dark against the purple snow-capped Rockies. As he neared the station, he looked longingly and sadly at the huge arch erected at the entrance. The word Mitzpath was emblazoned across the arch. The utmost consideration was shown Mackay by the prison authorities, who were well acquainted with the young reporter. The warden met him at the office and personally took him to the death cell. The door clamped shut and the bolts shot in place with metallic harshness, and the law began to exact its penalties as it had done in the Dark Ages, caging him in with stone and steel. 5 days passed, long grinding days and longer nights, for sleep no longer supplied periods of relaxation. His friends were agreeably surprised when they visited him a few days later to find him in an apparently cheerful frame of mind. He talked of Larson in the freest sort of manner. He delighted in dwelling upon the characteristics of his late friend. More and more, as the days passed by, did he like to discuss Larson. He would relate incident after incident in the life of the latter which, due to the closeness of their friendship, he knew quite as well as his own. As to his impending execution, he seemed surprisingly unconcerned. Calmly, and without bitterness, Mackay waited for justice to take its course. Bernard and McFadden were silently playing pinochle, while Kirk stared moodily out the window at the cold and drizzling rain. The spirits of the men were at a low ebb, and they had met that Wednesday evening only through force of habit. Efforts to liven up the evening had been made, but with no enthusiasm, and it promised to be as dull as the weather outside. "Why not?" suddenly muttered Kirk, half to himself and half aloud. Bernard and McFadden turned around and eyed their companion curiously. Kirk went over to his desk and started searching for something. Reseating himself, he read and reread the newspaper clipping he had taken from the desk. The expression on his face was so strange that the pinochle game was abandoned, and his friends attempted to learn the cause of his unusual behavior. "What is the matter with you?" demanded McFadden, somewhat impatiently. "Read that!" and Kirk forced the clipping into McFadden's hand. The latter glanced at it briefly, then gave it his undivided attention, and then passed it over to Bernard, who was exceedingly impatient to read it, after noting its effect upon McFadden. Bernard's expression instantly changed from one of curiosity to one of great seriousness. Kirk looked at McFadden in an effort to appraise the effect of the article, and read an excitement equal to his own. Together they turned to Bernard, who read aloud. Chicago, March 8th. The startling disclosure was made today by Chicago detectives that associates of Red Murphy, gunman, who was hanged this morning, had all but succeeded in restoring Murphy to life. The request was made and granted for the body immediately after being taken from the scaffold. The body was placed in an ambulance and whirled away. Inside the ambulance, hot blankets, pulmotor, and restoratives were applied until Murphy began to breathe again. The desperate attempt was futile, however, as Murphy died a few minutes after being revived. For at least 15 minutes after Bernard finished, not a word was spoken. Finally, Kirk turned to Barnard. You are a doctor. What about it? Barnard deliberated. Yes, it might be done if the neck was not broken by the drop. If such was the case, death would be produced by strangulation. Gone was the boredom of the evening, and in its place was created a plan that was to write additional chapters beyond the finis placed on the case of James Mackay by the state. Throughout the entire night they discussed the plan, accepted and rejected it time and time again. There were many phases to be considered. The probability that Mackay would be hanged without having his neck broken finally became the crux of the argument. Kirk suggested a plan. McFadden, as a newspaper man, would have access to the death chamber. The rope could be shortened, and the knot fixed it to the scaffold could be arranged so that it would slip a bit, thereby easing the shock of the drop. McFadden immediately protested and refused to consider such a move. It would be torture for Mackay. Bernard said, I could give Mackay a shot that would dull any pain produced. Jim would not stand for a hypo. He would not notice it in the excitement and confusion of being bound. Throughout the discussion of the proposed plan, the possibility of legal consequences for themselves was not considered. They were playing for the life of a friend, and the ethics of the methods were of secondary importance. By morning they had formulated and agreed upon a definite plan of procedure, and before separating, they spent a few moments in anticipation of the joy of the reunion, if they were successful. Although Mackay had taken the life of an equally close friend, so well did they understand the conditions that they extended their sympathy rather than censure. Day by day, details of the plan were carried out. Each was assigned a definite part of the work to be done. McFadden spent all the time he dared spend at the penitentiary. He familiarized himself with the equipment of capital punishment. He studied the tying of knots. He experimented and found the best possible way to adjust the rope so that the shock of the drop would be taken up as smoothly as possible. Nor could a more zealous medical student be found than Barnard. He sought out every possible reference on the subject, prepared emergency equipment to the last detail. The day before the execution, McFadden and Barnard left for Canyon City. Kirk remained in Denver. That night, Kirk got out Mackay's suitcase and started packing it. Mackay was in the center of a solemn little group that, with precise movement, passed down the steel corridors. They entered the death chamber, and it was Mackay who sought to cheer his friends. He stepped upon the trap, and the officials bound his wrists to his thighs with wide leather straps. He laughed and joked with his friends, who could not force a laugh from their dry-set lips. Then, while the hangman stood waiting with the black hood, the chaplain offered up a few words in prayer. McFadden stepped up and bade his friends farewell. Bernard then came up and in a strained manner clapped Mackay on the shoulders and said, "So long, old scout," and then stepped down quickly, concealing a small hypodermic syringe in his pocket. Bernard and McFadden left the room and waited just outside, where they exchanged significant glances. Each knew the other had not failed in his task. A few seconds later, they heard the trap drop, and for 11 excruciating minutes, an eternity, they waited. The prison physician pronounced McKay dead, and they returned. The body was cut down quickly, then turned over to Bernard and placed in a waiting ambulance and whirled away. Once again, the experiment was being tried. The long chance won. After a desperate effort, Bernard's work was rewarded by a slight and uncertain breathing by McKay. McFadden noticed this and scarcely could refrain from shouting with joy. Bernard, however, quickly assured him that the result as yet were far from certain. The body reached the mortuary, and, by well-laid plans and judicious selection of undertakers, was placed on a bed rather than on the marble slab of the embalmer. Bernard watched his patient with close attention, while McFadden hastened to telegraph Kirk, who was waiting in Denver. The three friends were gathered about McKay when the latter regained consciousness after hours of quiet and restful sleep. McKay opened his eyes, shut them. Then, with eyes wide open, hand on his forehead, he gazed in a glassy manner about the room. His whole body quivered for a few seconds, then relaxed, and then he spoke in a hoarse and mechanical tone. "What?" His eyes wandered about, and his words became inarticulate. Finally, What has happened?" "Steady, old man," said Bernard. "Everything is okay. You came out fine." Again McKay stared. "Came out? Came out of what?" "Don't you realize?" Bernard interrupted Kirk, and with a look warned McFadden to remain quiet. "Never mind, old boy. Best up a bit, and then we'll explain." McKay was not satisfied. He asked, "Where is Jim? Jim McKay?" "What?" The three friends riveted their eyes on McKay, and slowly, first with Bernard, an expression of horror spread over their faces as they understood what had happened. The shock of being launched into eternity, only to be snatched back by his friends, had, as the law demanded, blotted out the life of McKay, and they brought back William Larson. Armand finished, and I turned over in my mind many questions that wanted answering. Is there any explanation of the transition of the personality, or soul, of McKay to that of Larson? Yes, said Armand. The brain is composed of two hemispheres, one of which receives impressions and is the seat of thinking. The other hemisphere remains thoughtless. Undoubtedly, after the normal section became somewhat paralyzed by the melancholia of those terrible nights alone in the death cell, the thoughtless section must have received impressions. You will remember that, following his melancholia, McKay desired above all else to talk of Larson. And in dwelling on this, the usually inactive hemisphere probably received its impressions. Do you believe that will be always Larson as Larson? I asked. It is my belief that he will. He says that he is Larson, and he acts the life of Larson. Impossible as it may sound, I believe that exactly 6 years from the day of his execution, McKay, as Larson, will die, a victim of autosuggestion and the vividness of his imagination. The end of The Death Cell by F.K. Moss.
The Empty House by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Empty House by Algernon Blackwood. Certain houses, like certain persons, manage somehow to proclaim at once their character for evil. In the case of the latter, no particular feature need betray them. They may boast an open countenance and an ingenuous smile. And yet, a little of their company leaves the unalterable conviction that there is something radically amiss with their being, that they are evil. Willy-nilly, they seem to communicate an atmosphere of secret and wicked thoughts which makes those in their immediate neighborhood shrink from them as from a thing deceased. And perhaps with houses the same principle is operative, and it is the aroma of evil deeds committed under a particular roof long after the actual doers have passed away that makes the goose flesh come and the hair rise. Something of the original passion of the evildoer and of the horror felt by his victim enters the heart of the innocent watcher, and he becomes suddenly conscious of tingling nerves, creeping skin, and a chilling of the blood. He is terror-stricken without apparent cause. There was manifestly nothing in the external appearance of this particular house to bear out the tales of the horror that was said to reign within. It was neither lonely nor unkempt. It stood crowded into a corner of the square and looked exactly like the houses on either side of it. It had the same number of windows as its neighbors, the same balcony overlooking the gardens, the same white steps leading up to the heavy black front door, and in the rear there was the same narrow strip of green with neat box borders running up to the wall that divided it from the backs of the adjoining houses. Apparently, too, the number of chimney pots on the roof was the same, the breadth and the angle of the eaves, and even the height of the dirty area railings. And yet, this house in the square, that seemed precisely similar to its filthy, ugly neighbors, was, as a matter of fact, entirely different, horribly different. Wherein lay this marked, invisible difference is impossible to say. It cannot be ascribed wholly to the imagination, because persons who had spent some time in the house, knowing nothing of the facts, had declared positively that certain rooms were so disagreeable they would rather die than enter them again, and that the atmosphere of the whole house produced in them symptoms of a genuine terror, while the series of innocent tenants who had tried to live in it had been forced to decamp at the shortest possible notice, was indeed little less than a scandal in the town. When Shorthouse arrived to pay a weekend visit to his Aunt Julia in her little house on the seafront at the other end of the town, he found her charged to the brim with mystery and excitement. He had only received a telegram that morning, and he had come anticipating boredom. But the moment he touched her hand and kissed her apple-skin wrinkled cheek, he caught the first wave of her electrical condition. The impression deepened when he learned that there were to be no other visitors, and that he had been telegraphed for with a very special object. Something was in the wind, and the something would doubtless bear fruit, for this elderly spinster aunt, with a mania for psychical research, had brains as well as willpower, and by hook or crook she usually managed to accomplish her ends. The revelation was made soon after tea, when she sidled close up to him as he paced slowly along the seafront in the dusk. "I've got the keys," she announced in a delighted yet half-awesome voice. "Got them till Monday." "The keys of the bathing machine, or?" he asked innocently, looking from the sea to the town. Nothing brought her so quickly to the point of feigning stupidity. "Neither," she whispered. "I've got the keys of the haunted house in the square, and I'm going there tonight." Shorthouse was conscious of the slightest possible tremor down his back. He dropped his teasing tone. Something in her voice and manner thrilled him. She was in earnest. "But you can't go alone," he began. "That's why I wired for you," she said with decision. He turned to look at her. The ugly, lined, enigmatical face was alive with excitement. There was a glow of genuine enthusiasm round it like a halo. The eyes shone. He caught another wave of her excitement, and a second tremor, more marked than the first, accompanied it. "Thanks, Aunt Julia," he said politely. "Thanks awfully." "I should not dare to go quite alone," she went on, raising her voice. "But with you I should enjoy it immensely. You are afraid of nothing, I know." "Thanks so much," he said again. Is anything likely to happen?" "A great deal has happened," she whispered, "though it's been most cleverly hushed up. 3 tenants have come and gone in the last few months, and the house is said to be empty for good now." In spite of himself, Shorthouse became interested. His aunt was so very much in earnest. "The house is very old indeed," she went on, "and the story, an unpleasant one, dates a long way back. It has to do with a murder committed by a jealous stableman who had some affair with a servant at the house. One night he managed to secrete himself in the cellar, and when everyone is asleep, he crept upstairs to the servants' quarters, chased the girl down to the next landing, and before anyone could come to the rescue, threw her bodily over the banisters into the hole below. And the stableman was caught, I believe, and hanged for murder. But it all happened a century ago, and I have not been able to get more details of the story." Shorthouse now felt his interest thoroughly aroused. But, though he was not particularly nervous for himself, he hesitated a little on his aunt's account. "On one condition," he said at length. "Nothing will prevent my going," she said firmly. "But I may as well hear your condition. That you guarantee your power of self-control if anything really horrible happens. I mean, that you are sure you won't get too frightened." "Jim," she said scornfully, "I'm not young, I know, nor are my nerves. But with you, I should be afraid of nothing in the world." This, of course, settled it, for Shorthouse had no pretensions to being other than a very ordinary young man, and an appeal to his vanity was irresistible. He agreed to go. Instinctively, by a sort of subconscious preparation, he kept himself and his forces well in hand the whole evening, compelling an accumulative reserve of control by that nameless inward process of gradually putting all the emotions away and turning the key upon them, a process difficult to describe, but wonderfully effective, as all men who have lived through severe trials of the inner man well understood. Later, it stood him in good stead. But it was not until 10:30, when they stood in the hall, well in the glare of friendly lamps and still surrounded by comforting human influences, that he had to make the first call upon the store of collected strength. For once the door was closed, and he saw the deserted, silent street stretching away white in the moonlight before them, it came to him clearly that the real test that night would be in dealing with two fears instead of one. He would have to carry his aunt's fear as well as his own. And as he glanced down at her sphinx-like countenance and realized that it might assume no pleasant aspect in a rush of real terror, he felt satisfied with only one thing in the whole adventure, that he had confidence in his own will and power to stand against any shock that might come. Slowly they walked along the empty streets of the town. A bright autumn moon silvered the roofs, casting deep shadows. There was no breath of wind, and the trees in the formal gardens by the seafront watched them silently as they passed along. To his aunt's occasional remarks, Shorthouse made no reply, realizing that she was simply surrounding herself with mental buffers, saying the ordinary things to prevent herself thinking of extraordinary things. Few windows showed light, and from scarcely a single chimney came smoke or sparks. Shorthouse had begun to notice everything, even the smallest details. Presently they stopped at the street corner and looked up at the name on the side of the house full in the moonlight, and with one accord, but without remark, turned into the square and crossed over to the side of it that lay in shadow. "The number of the house is 13, whispered a voice in his side, and neither of them made the obvious reference, but passed across a broad sheet of moonlight and began to march up the pavement in silence. It was about halfway up the square that Shorthouse felt an arm slip quietly but significantly into his own, and knew then that their adventure had begun in earnest, and that his companion was already yielding imperceptibly to the influences against them. She needed support. A few minutes later they stopped before a tall, narrow house that rose before them in the night, ugly in shape and painted in a dingy white. Shutterless windows without blinds stared down upon them, shining here and there in the moonlight. There were weather streaks in the wall and cracks in the paint, and the balcony bulged out from the first floor a little unnaturally. But beyond this generally forlorn appearance of an unoccupied house, there was nothing at first sight to single out this particular mansion for the evil character it had most certainly acquired. Taking a look over their shoulders to make sure they had not been followed, they went boldly up the steps and stood against the huge black door that fronted them forbiddingly. But the first wave of nervousness was now upon them, and Shorthouse fumbled a long time with the key before he could fit it into the lock at all. For a moment, if truth were told, they both hoped it would not open, for they were a prey to various unpleasant emotions as they stood there on the threshold of their ghostly adventure. Shorthouse, shuffling with the key, and hampered by the steady weight on his arm, suddenly felt the solemnity of the moment. It was as if the whole world, for all experience seemed at that instant concentrated in his own consciousness, were listening to the grating noise of that key. A stray puff of wind wandering down the empty street woke a momentary rustling in the trees behind them, but otherwise this rattling of the key was the only sound audible. And at last it turned in the lock, and the heavy door swung open and revealed a yawning gulf of darkness beyond. With a last glance at the moonlit square, they passed quickly in, and the door slammed behind them with a roar that echoed prodigiously through empty halls and passages. But instantly, with the echoes, another sound made itself heard, and Aunt Julia leaned suddenly so heavily upon him that he had to take a step backwards to save himself from falling. A man had coughed close beside them, so close that it seemed they must have been actually by his side in the darkness. With the possibility of practical jokes in his mind, Shorthouse at once swung his heavy stick in the direction of the sound, but it met nothing more solid than air. He heard his aunt give a sharp gasp beside him. "There's something here," she whispered. "I heard him." "Be quiet," he said sternly. "It was nothing but the noise of the front door." "Oh, get a light, quick," she added, as her nephew, fumbling with a box of matches, opened it upside down and let them all fall with a rattle onto the stone floor. The sound, however, was not repeated, and there was no evidence of retreating footsteps. In another minute they had a candle burning, using an empty end of a cigar case as a holder, and when the first flare had died down, he held the impromptu lamp aloft and surveyed the scene. And it was dreary enough in all conscience, for there is nothing more desolate in all the abodes of men than an unfurnished house dimly lit, silent, and forsaken, and yet tenanted by rumour with the memories of evil and violent histories. They were standing in a wide hallway. On their left was the open door of a spacious dining room, and in front the hall ran, ever narrowing, into a long, dark passage that led apparently to the top of the kitchen stairs. The broad, uncarpeted staircase rose in a sweep before them, everywhere draped in shadows, except for a single spot about halfway up where the moonlight came in through the window and fell on a bright patch on the boards. This shaft of light shed a faint radiance above and below it, lending to its object within its reach a misty outline that was infinitely more suggestive and ghostly than complete darkness. Filtered moonlight always seems to paint faces in the surrounding gloom, and as Shorthouse peered up into the well of darkness and thought of the countless empty rooms and passages in the upper part of the old house, he caught himself longing again for the safety of the moonlit square or the cosy, bright drawing room they had left an hour before. Then, realizing that these thoughts were dangerous, he thrust them away again and summoned all his energy for concentration on the present. "Aunt Julia," he said aloud, severely, "we must now go through the house from top to bottom and make a thorough search." The echoes of his voice died away slowly all over the building, and in the intense silence that followed, he turned to look at her. In the candlelight, he saw that her face was already ghastly pale, but she dropped his arm for a moment and said in a whisper, stepping close in front of him, "I agree. We must be sure there's no one hiding. That's the first thing." She spoke with evident effort, and he looked at her with admiration. "You feel quite sure of yourself?" "It's not too late." "I think so," she whispered, her eyes shifting nervously toward the shadow behind. "Quite sure. Only one thing." "What's that?" "You must never leave me alone for an instant. As long as you understand that any sound or appearance must be investigated at once, for to hesitate means to admit fear. That is fatal." "Agreed," she said a little shakily after a moment's hesitation. "I'll try." Arm in arm, Shorthouse holding the dripping candle and the stick, while his aunt carried the cloak over her shoulders, figures of utter comedy to all but themselves, they began a systematic search. Stealthily, walking on the tiptoe and shading the candle lest it should betray their presence through the shutterless windows, they went first into the big dining room. There was not a stick of furniture to be seen. Bare walls, ugly mantelpieces, and empty grates stared at them. Everything, they felt, resented their intrusion, watching them, as it were, with veiled eyes. Whispers followed them. Shadows flitted noiselessly to right and left. Something seemed ever to their back, watching, waiting an opportunity to do them injury. There was just the inevitable sense that operations which went on when the room was empty had been temporarily suspended till they were well out of the way again. The whole dark interior of the old building seemed to become a malignant presence that rose up, warning them to desist and mind their own business. Every moment the strain on the nerves increased. Out of the gloomy dining room they passed through the large folding doors into a sort of library or smoking room, wrapped equally in silence, darkness, and dust, and from this they regained the hall near the top of the back stairs. Here a pitch-black tunnel opened before them into the lower regions, and, it must be confessed, they hesitated. But only for a minute. With the worst of the night still to come, it was essential to turn from nothing. Aunt Julia stumbled at the top step of the dark descent, ill-lit by the flickering candle, and even Shortos felt at least half the decision to go out of his legs. "Come on," he said peremptorily, and his voice ran on and lost itself in the dark, empty spaces below. "I'm coming," she faltered, catching his arm with unnecessary violence. They went a little unsteadily down the stone steps, a cold, damp air meeting them in the face, close and malodorous. The kitchen, into which the stairs led along a narrow passage, was large with a lofty ceiling. Several doors opened out of it, some into cupboards with empty jars still standing on the shelves, and others into horrible little ghostly back offices, each colder and less inviting than the last. Black beetles scurried over the floor, and once, when they knocked against a deal table standing in a corner, something about the size of a cat jumped down with a rush and fled, scampering across the stone floor into the darkness. Everywhere there was a sense of recent occupation, an impression of sadness and gloom. Leaving the main kitchen, they next went towards the scullery. The door was standing ajar, and as they pushed it open to its full extent, Aunt Julia uttered a piercing scream, which she instantly tried to stifle by placing a hand over her mouth. For a second, Shortos stood stock still, catching his breath. He felt as if his spine had suddenly become hollow, and someone had filled it with particles of ice. Facing them, directly in their way between the doorposts, stood the figure of a woman. She had disheveled hair and wildly staring eyes, and her face was terrified and white as death. She stood there motionless for the space of a single second. Then the candle flickered, and she was gone. Gone utterly, and the door framed nothing but empty darkness. "Only the beastly jumping candlelight," he said quickly in a voice that sounded like someone else's, and was only half under control. "Come on, Aunt, there's nothing there." He dragged her forward. With a clattering of feet and a great appearance of boldness, they went on, but over his body the skin moved as if crawling ants covered it, and he knew by the weight on his arm that he was supplying the force of locomotion for two. The scullery was cold, bare, and empty, more like a large prison cell than anything else. They went round it, tried the door into the yard and the windows, but found them all fastened securely. His aunt moved beside him like a person in a dream. Her eyes were tightly shut, and she seemed merely to follow the pressure of his arm. Her courage filled him with amazement. At the same time, he noticed that a certain odd change had come over her face, a change which somehow evaded his power of analysis. "There is nothing here, Auntie," he repeated aloud quickly. "Let's go upstairs and see the rest of the house. Then we'll choose a room to wait up in." She followed him obediently, keeping close to his side, and they locked the kitchen door behind them. It was a relief to get up again. In the hall there was more light than before, for the moon had travelled a little further down the stairs. Cautiously they began to go up into the dark vault of the upper house, the boards creaking under their weight. On the first floor they found the large double drawing rooms, a search of which revealed nothing. Here also was no sign of furniture or recent occupancy, nothing but dust and neglect and shadows. They opened the big folding doors between the front and back drawing rooms, and then came out again to the landing and went on upstairs. They had not gone up more than a dozen steps when they both simultaneously stopped to listen, looking into each other's eyes with a new apprehension across the flickering candle flame. From the room they had left hardly 10 seconds before came the sound of doors quietly closing. It was beyond all question. They heard the booming noise that accompanies the shutting of heavy doors, followed by the sharp catching of the latch. "We must go back and see," said Shortos briefly in a low tone, and turning to go downstairs again. Somehow she managed to drag after him, her feet catching in her dress, her face livid. When they entered the front drawing room, it was plain that the folding doors had been closed half a minute before. Without hesitation, Shortos opened them. He almost expected to see someone facing him in the back room, but only darkness and cold air met him. They went through both rooms, finding nothing unusual. They tried in every way to make the doors close of themselves, but there was not wind enough even to set the candle flame flickering. The doors would not move without strong pressure. All was silent as a grave. Undeniably, the rooms were utterly empty and the house utterly still. "It's beginning," whispered a voice at his elbow, which he hardly recognized as his aunt's. He nodded acquiescence, taking out his watch to note the time. It was 15 minutes before midnight. He made the entry of exactly what had occurred in his notebook, setting the candle in its case upon the floor in order to do so. It took a moment or two to balance it safely against the wall. Aunt Julia always declared that at this moment she was not actually watching him, but had turned her head towards the inner room, where she fancied she heard something moving. But, at any rate, both positively agreed that there came a sound of rushing feet, heavy and very swift, and the next instant the candle was out. But to Shorthouse himself had come more than this, and he has always thanked his fortune stars that it came to him alone and not to his aunt too. For, as he rose from the stooping position of balancing the candle, and before it was actually extinguished, a face thrust itself forward so close to his own that he could almost have touched it with his lips. It was a face working with passion, a man's face, dark with thick features and angry, savage eyes. It belonged to a common man, and it was evil in its ordinary normal expression, no doubt, but as he saw it, alive with intense, aggressive emotion, it was a malignant and terrible human countenance. There was no movement of the air, nothing but the sound of rushing feet, stalking the muffled feet, the apparition of the face, and the almost simultaneous extinguishing of the candle. In spite of himself, Shorthouse uttered a little cry, nearly losing his balance as his aunt clung to him with a whole weight in one moment of real, uncontrollable terror. She made no sound, but simply seized him bodily. Fortunately, however, she had seen nothing, but had only heard the rushing feet, for a control returned almost at once, and he was able to disentangle himself and strike a match. The shadows ran away on all sides before the glare, and his aunt stooped down and groped for the cigar case with the precious candle. Then they discovered that the candle had not been blown out at all. It had been crushed out. The wick was pressed down into the wax, which was flattened as if by some smooth, heavy instrument. How his companion so quickly overcame a terror Shorthouse never properly understood. But his admiration for her self-control increased tenfold, and at the same time served to feed his own dying flame, for which he was undeniably grateful. Equally inexplicable to him was the evidence of physical force they had just witnessed. He at once suppressed the memory of stories he had heard of physical mediums and their dangerous phenomena. For if these were true, and either his aunt or himself was unwittingly a physical medium, it meant that they were simply aiding to focus the forces of a haunted house already charged to the brim. It was like walking with unprotected lamps among uncovered stores of gunpowder. So, with as little reflection as possible, he simply relit the candle and went up to the next floor. The arm in his trembled, it is true, and his own tread was often uncertain, but they went on with thoroughness, and after a search revealing nothing, they climbed the last flight of stairs to the top floor of all. Here they found a perfect nest of small servants' rooms with broken pieces of furniture, dirty cane-bottomed chairs, chests of drawers, cracked mirrors, and decrepit bedsteads. The rooms had low sloping ceilings already hung here and there with cobwebs, small windows, and badly plastered walls, a depressing and dismal region which they were glad to leave behind. It was in the stroke of midnight when they entered a small room on the third floor close to the top of the stairs and arranged to make themselves comfortable for the remainder of their adventure. It was absolutely bare and was said to be the room then used as a clothes closet into which the infuriated groom had chased his victim and finally caught her. Outside, across the narrow landing, began the stairs leading up to the floor above and the servants' quarters where they had just searched. In spite of the chilliness of the night, there was something in the air of this room that cried for an open window. But there was more than this. Shorthouse could only describe it by saying that he felt less master of himself here than in any other part of the house. There was something that acted directly on the nerves, tiring the resolution, enfeebling the will. He was conscious of this result before he had been in the room 5 minutes, and it was in the short time they stayed there that he suffered the wholesale depletion of his vital forces, which was, for himself, the chief horror of the whole experience. They put the candle on the floor of the cupboard, leaving the door a few inches ajar, so that there was no glare to confuse the eyes and no shadow to shift about on walls and ceiling. Then they spread the cloak on the floor and sat down to wait, with their backs against the wall. Shorthouse was within 2 feet of the door onto the landing. His position commanded a good view of the main staircase leading down into the darkness, and also of the beginning of the 7 stairs going to the floor above. The heavy stick lay beside him within easy reach. The moon was now high above the house. Through the open window, they could see the comforting stars like friendly eyes watching in the sky. One by one, the clocks of the town struck midnight, and when the sounds died away, the deep silence of a windless night fell again over everything. Only the boom of the sea, far away and lugubrious, filled the air with hollow murmurs. Inside the house, the silence became awful. Awful, he thought, because any minute now it might be broken by sounds portending terror. The strain of waiting told more and more severely on the nerves. They talked in whispers when they talked at all, for their voices aloud sounded queer and unnatural. A chilliness, not altogether due to the night air, invaded the room and made them cold. The influences against them, whatever these might be, were slowly robbing them of self-confidence and the power of decisive action. Their forts were on the wane, and the possibility of a real fear took on a new and terrible meaning. He began to tremble for the elderly woman by his side, whose pluck could hardly save her beyond a certain extent. He heard the blood singing in his veins. It sometimes seemed so loud that he fancied it prevented his hearing properly certain other sounds that were beginning very faintly to make themselves audible in the depths of the house. Every time he fastened his attention on these sounds, they instantly ceased. They certainly came no nearer. Yet he could not rid himself of the idea that movement was going on somewhere in the lower regions of the house. The drawing-room floor, where the doors had been so strangely closed, seemed too near. The sounds were further off than that. He thought of the great kitchen with the scurrying black beetles and of the dismal little scullery, but somehow or other they did not seem to come from there either. Surely they were not outside the house. Then suddenly the truth flashed into his mind, and for the space of a minute he felt as if his blood had stopped flowing and turned to ice. The sounds were not downstairs at all. They were upstairs. Upstairs, somewhere among those horrid, gloomy little servants' rooms with their bits of broken furniture, low ceilings, and cramped windows, upstairs where the victim had first been disturbed and stalked to her death. And the moment he discovered where the sounds were, he began to hear them more clearly. It was the sound of feet moving stealthily along the passage overhead, in and out among the rooms, and past the furniture. He turned quickly to steal a glance at the motionless figure seated beside him, to note whether she had shared his discovery. The faint candlelight coming through the crack of the cupboard door threw a strong marked face into vivid relief against the white of the wall. But it was something else that made him catch his breath and stare again. An extraordinary something had come into her face and seemed to spread over her features like a mask. It smoothed out the deep lines and drew the skin everywhere a little tighter so that the wrinkles disappeared. It brought into the face, with the sole exception of the old eyes, an appearance of youth and almost of childhood. He stared in speechless amazement that was dangerously near to horror. It was his aunt's face indeed, but it was her face of 40 years ago, the vacant, innocent face of a girl. He had heard stories of that strange effect of terror which could wipe a human countenance clean of other emotions, obliterating all previous expressions, but he had never realized that it could be literally true, or could mean anything so simply horrible as what he now saw. For the dreadful signature of overmastering fear was written plainly in that utter vacancy of the girlish face beside him, and when, feeling his intense gaze, she turned to look at him, he instinctively closed his eyes tightly to shut out the sight. Yet, when he turned a minute later, his feelings well in hand, he saw to his intense relief another expression. His aunt was smiling, and though the face was deathly white, the awful veil had lifted and the normal look was returning. Anything wrong? Was all he could think of to say at the moment, and the answer was eloquent, coming from such a woman. "I feel cold and a little frightened," she whispered. He offered to close the window, but she seized hold of him and begged him not to leave her side even for an instant. "It's upstairs, I know," she whispered, with an odd half-laugh, "but I can't possibly go up." But Shorthouse thought otherwise, knowing that in action lay their best hope of self-control. He took the brandy flask and poured out a glass of neat spirit, stiff enough to help anybody over anything. She swallowed it with a little shiver. His only idea now was to get out of the house before her collapse became inevitable. But this could not safely be done by turning tail and running from the enemy. Inaction was no longer possible. Every minute He was growing less master of himself, and desperate, aggressive measures were imperative without further delay. Moreover, the action must be taken towards the enemy, not away from it. The climax, if necessary and unavoidable, would have to be faced boldly. He could do it now. But in 10 minutes he might not have the force left to act for himself, much less for both. Upstairs the sounds were meanwhile coming louder and closer, accompanied by occasional creaking of the boards. Someone was moving stealthily about, stumbling now and then awkwardly against the furniture. Waiting a few moments to allow the tremendous dose of spirits to produce its effect, and knowing this would last but a short time under the circumstances, Shorthouse then quietly got on his feet, saying in a determined voice, "Now, Aunt Julia, we'll go upstairs and find out what all this noise is about. You must come too. It's what we agreed." He picked up his stick and went to the cupboard for the candle. A limp form rose shakily beside him, breathing hard, and he heard a voice say very faintly something about being ready to come. The woman's courage amazed him. It was so much greater than his own, and as they advanced, holding aloft the dripping candle, some subtle force exhaled from this trembling, white-faced old woman at his side that was the true source of his inspiration. It held something really great that shamed him and gave him the support without which he would have proved far less equal to the occasion. They crossed the dark landing, avoiding with their eyes the deep black space over the banisters. Then they began to mount the narrow staircase to meet the sounds which minute by minute grew louder and nearer. About halfway up the stairs, Aunt Julia stumbled and Shorthouse turned to catch her by the arm, and just at that moment there came a terrific crash in the servants' corridor overhead. It was instantly followed by a shrill, agonized scream that was a cry of terror and a cry for help melted into one. Before they could move aside or go down a single step, someone came rushing along the passage overhead, blundering horribly, racing madly at full speed, 3 steps at a time, down the very staircase where they stood. The steps were light and uncertain, but close behind them sounded the heavier tread of another person, and the staircase seemed to shake. Shorthouse and his companion just had time to flatten themselves against the wall when the jumble of flying steps was upon them, and 2 persons, with the slightest possible interval between them, dashed past at full speed. It was a perfect whirlwind of sound breaking in upon the midnight silence of the empty building. The 2 runners, pursuer and pursued, had passed clean through them where they stood, and already with a thud the boards below had received first one, then the other. Yet they had seen absolutely nothing, not a hand or arm or face or even a shred of flying clothing. There came a second's pause. Then the first one, the lighter of the 2, obviously the pursued one, ran with certain footsteps into the little room which Shorthouse and his aunt had just left. The heavier one followed. There was a sound of scuffling, gasping, and smothered screaming, and then out onto the landing came the step of a single person treading weightily. A dead silence followed for the space of a half a minute, and then was heard a rushing sound through the air. It was followed by a dull, crashing thud in the depths of the house below on the stone floor of the hall. Utter silence reigned after. Nothing moved. The flame of the candle was steady. It had been steady the whole time, and the air had been undisturbed by any movement whatsoever. Palsied with terror, Aunt Julia, without waiting for her companion, began fumbling her way downstairs. She was crying gently to herself, and when Shorthouse put his arm round her and half carried her, he felt that she was trembling like a leaf. He went into the little room and picked up the cloak from the floor, and arm in arm, walking very slowly, without speaking a word or looking once behind them, they marched down the 3 flights into the hall. In the hall they saw nothing, but the whole way down the stairs they were conscious that someone followed them, step by step. When they went faster, it was left behind, and when they went more slowly, it caught them up. But never once did they look behind to see. And at each turning of the staircase they lowered their eyes for fear of the following horror they might see upon the stairs above. With trembling hands, Shorthouse opened the front door, and they walked out into the moonlight and drew a deep breath of the cool night air blowing in from the sea. The End of The Empty House by Algernon Blackwood.
An Eye for an Eye by G.W. Crane, from Weird Tales, May 1923. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. An Eye for an Eye by G.W. Crane. "But Mother is too sick to be moved," the girl said imploringly. She was rather slim and a trifle taller than average. Her face was beautiful, in spite of the paleness of her cheeks and the slightly dark circles beneath her eyes. She taught the first-grade pupils of the little community, and they literally worshipped her. "If you can give me only a little more time, I am sure that I can get the money," she continued, and then waited anxiously for the wizen-faced man to reply. "No, sir," the latter answered roughly, as he rubbed his hands together and frowned upon the girl. "Business is business. I've been waiting for that house of yours for several years, and now I'm going to have it. Unless," he smiled grimly, "you bring in the money and pay off the mortgage by tomorrow morning." "But please, Mr. Seaman, I have no money. My mother's illness has taken everything I had, and more, too. But if you will wait just a little longer—" "That will do, that will do." The old man spoke in a rasping voice. "I've been too good to you already. And then, there's that little shack at the other edge of the village. You can move into that. It won't hurt you." "But I tell you that Mother is too ill to be moved," the girl spoke desperately. The shriveled old man waved his hand in a gesture of dismissal. "Haven't you any sympathy at all?" the young woman asked in one last appeal. "Sympathy? Bosh! That's all foolishness. It leads to bankruptcy. That's what I always used to tell your father before he died. But no, he would not see it that way." The old man spoke with infinite sarcasm. "Now, don't you disturb me any longer. There's the door." And he waved a claw-like hand in its direction. The girl stood irresolutely a moment, while her face alternately flushed and then grew pale. She felt once as if she could murder the heartless old skinflint as he sat at his desk. There was no way to get the money, and she perceived that she was absolutely in the hands of this merciless creature. With rage and despair consuming her spirit, she left the room. The next day, the girl and her invalid mother were forced to leave their cozy little home and move into the damp, decaying house at the other end of the village. Neighbors insisted that the sick woman could come into their homes, but even in her illness, the invalid was too proud to do so. 2 weeks later, the suffering of the poor old woman was at an end. Out in the cemetery, a haggard girl watched the lumpy, half-frozen clods of earth fall down upon the casket and shut in forever the body of her loved one. She did not leave with most of her neighbors who had attended the funeral, but stood silent, watching the swiftly filling hole. Her eyes were dry. There were no tears left to soothe her. She had wept at the words of the minister, but now she had ceased. A fierce bitterness filled her heart. When the mound had been finished, the pastor gently touched her arm, intending to lead her back to the carriage. But the girl fiercely stood off the friendly hand. "Leave me alone," she said. "But it is damp and cold, and I want you to ride back home. All the other vehicles have gone." "I can walk," she answered shortly. The minister regarded her a moment, and then decided that it might be best to let her remain. He began to retrace his steps toward his conveyance. Reaching a bend in the road, he looked back, but the solitary figure was still standing motionless. By most of the villagers, Mr. Seaman was considered to be the stingiest, most tight-fisted old skinflint that ever lived. The older he became, the more his mercilessness seemed to increase. Even the dogs, when they saw him coming down the street, got out of his way. The old man lived in a small, ramshackle cottage at the edge of the village, and no one ever visited him there. He had a little office above the local bank, and it was in this that his callers found him when they wished to adjust money matters. For several weeks the old man had been feeling a peculiar numbness all along his right side. At first he paid scarcely any heed to it, but it did not go away. As a result, he began to pinch his right leg every morning to see whether he was any better. He could notice no improvement, and, as time passed, he believed that he was getting worse. "I suppose it's just because I'm getting older than I used to be," he thought, but this did not comfort him at all. As a consequence, he determined to consult the town's physician, and although he regretted wasting his money in this matter, he went up to see Dr. Jackson. The physician told him that it acted very much like paralysis, and that a complete numbness of his whole body might result. Although this might be gradual, he said, it might occur at a sudden stroke. The doctor did not try especially to allay the old man's fears, for he shared the popular feeling toward the miser, and he saw that he was very susceptible to suggestion. Sherman came away very much frightened. He did not appear to fear death itself, strange as this would seem. Perhaps it would never occur to him that his paralysis might be fatal. What really terrified him, however, was the idea that he might be rendered incapable of making either movement or sound, and that then he would be buried alive. This thought of being locked up in a coffin while he was not actually dead haunted him day and night. In his sleep he would dream of being locked within a casket, unable to utter a word, yet comprehending all that went on around him. He could hear the dirt fall shovelful after shovelful upon the box in which he was imprisoned. He could feel the air becoming oppressive. Then he would swing his arms sideways, only to find himself shut in. He would kick and endeavor to lift the lid, but 6 feet of damp earth would be crushing it down against his feeble efforts. He would beat frantically upon the encircling boards, but the hard-packed earth would muffle the sound. He could feel the pitch blackness of his stifling tomb. He could not see. He had used up almost all the air within his narrow coffin. He could imagine the grave-diggers walking around complacently, several feet above him. If he could only make them hear. He was smothering, buried alive. With a scream of horror he would awaken and lay panting as he tried to recover from his nightmare. But he could not entirely push these dreams away, for he knew that there might be some truth in them. He had already seen an article in a magazine telling of such a case. He decided that he must find the article again. Searching for several hours through the pile of magazines which he kept stacked within one of his small rooms, he at length came upon the story which he had been seeking. Although it frightened him, he could not help reading it again. He learned that, for some reason, the buried man had been dug up a few weeks after his interment, and when the casket had been opened, the dead man was found lying on his stomach, with one hand clutching his scalp, from which most of the hair had been torn off. Fascinated by the horror of the tale, he found himself reading it again. He could not help himself. For the remainder of the night, he would be thinking of the possibility that he himself might be buried alive. In the daytime, he was obsessed with this same thought, even while he walked down the street to his office, and he found it more difficult to do so every day. He could clearly imagine himself so paralyzed that the neighbors might take him to be dead. Mentally, he could see them gathering around his bedside. He could feel them lift him into the casket. He could feel himself driven to the cemetery and lowered into the cold ground, all the while powerless to cry out or show in any way that he still lived. This idea almost smothered him, even while he was wide awake. He grew haggard because of his fear and would go about the town muttering to himself, and occasionally flinging out his arms, as if to push off something that seemed to be enveloping him. People thought that he was going crazy, and indeed his actions tended further to substantiate their judgment, for he grew more queer from day to day. At last he went back to see Dr. Jackson and confided his fear in him. The latter only laughed and told him not to worry, for the townspeople would not bury him before he was entirely dead. Anyway, the doctor added, the embalming fluid will kill you if you aren't dead already. No, 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 screamed the terrified old man. I won't be embalmed! I won't be embalmed! And his voice rose more shrilly at each repetition. Promise me you won't let them embalm me, he demanded. His eyes shone wildly. The doctor began to place credence in the report of the town's gossips concerning the old man's madness. But everyone's embalmed nowadays, he explained. But I don't want to be, the miser said fiercely as he began to shudder. I might not be dead for sure, and if I am not embalmed, then I could come to life again. The doctor finally promised that he would not permit the poisonous chemicals to be placed within the old man's veins, in case the latter should die. Now there is something else I want you to promise me, the miser went on. I have been dreaming that I shall be buried alive. Oh, but I live, he added, as the doctor began to shake his head. If I were buried in the usual manner and should wake up... Here he trembled, and a look of horror spread over his face. But I won't be buried that way, he yelled in a frenzy. Promise me that you will do as I say, he exclaimed in a tone that expressed the mixture of both command and entreaty. Well, what is it? The doctor asked curiously. I'm going to have a bell placed near my grave with a rope leading down into my coffin, and then, if I revive, I shall pull the cord and ring the bell. But who would hear it? Dr. Jackson asked as he vainly strove to check a smile. Oh, there is a farmhouse not too far from the cemetery, and somebody there would hear it and come and dig me up. You'd smother before they could even get to you, the doctor objected. No, no, I have everything planned, and I have it written down so that you can do it just as I wish. I'll pay you now for your trouble. He handed the doctor a $50 bill. Promise me that you will do it, he pleaded. Dr. Jackson, thinking it all to be nonsense, nevertheless promised, and the miser slowly hobbled off. The doctor thought it all a good joke, and the news soon spread about the village. And to think, the doctor said to a group of men standing in front of the little drugstore, the old tightwad gave me this 50 to see that his fool notions were carried out. He showed them the bill. The old man was the object of a great many jokes during the ensuing weeks, but he himself was feeling much more at ease to think that the doctor had pledged himself to carry out his wishes. The miser's right leg, however, was growing more and more numb. Each morning he would pinch it to see if there were any feeling left. It became very difficult for him to walk, so he decided to supervise personally the erection of the bell. It was a large iron one, much like the ordinary farmhouse dinner bell, which the rural housewives use to notify the men in the field that dinner is ready. The old man had it fastened to a post, which was set in the ground near the spot which he had chosen for his grave. The time finally came when the shriveled figure of the miser did not appear on the street, and the investigation revealed him lying upon his bed, almost wholly paralyzed. Dr. Jackson obtained one of the middle-aged women in the village to wait upon him and give him his food, for he could not even move his arms to feed himself. For a few weeks more he lay in this helpless condition, gradually becoming more and more dependent upon his nurse. One morning he failed to open his eyes, and lay motionless, giving no sign of life whatever. Dr. Jackson had a great number of calls to make that day, and so it was not until late in the evening that he could attend the old fellow. Tired out from his labors, the doctor made a hasty examination, and said there was no doubt about his being dead. The next day the doctor gave the miser's written instructions to his man-of-all-work, and told him to see that they were fulfilled. The latter had a hole bored in the lid of the coffin, through which the rope was passed. One end of it was placed in the hand of the corpse, and the remainder of the rope was pushed through a 1-inch pipe, and fastened to the bell. The pipe permitted the rope to be pulled easily, otherwise the earth would have checked it. According to the miser's orders, another tube connected the cheap casket with the open air. This would permit him to breathe if he should not be entirely dead. The earth was rapidly shoveled into the opening, and in a short time a mound of yellow clay marked the old skinflint's last abode. It was unlike other newly made graves, however, for a rope reached out of it to a bell nearby, and 6 inches of an air pipe protruded. The gravediggers left the spot and returned to their homes. The cemetery was deserted unless one believes that the spirits of the dead hover above the last resting place of their bodies. About 3 o'clock next morning, the sleepy telephone operator in the little office above the drugstore received a call. "Hello, hello!" a frightened woman's voice exclaimed. "This is Harding's. Say, that bell over in the cemetery has been ringing for 10 minutes. It's getting louder and louder. Call the constable or somebody quick. There ain't any men folks at our place now, and we're scared to death." The operator was wide awake, for everybody knew the story of the burial of the old miser. She called the doctor, but could get no response. In desperation, she called the gravediggers and 2 others to go out to the ghostly spot. As soon as she had sent them on their weird quest, she called the Harding farmhouse. "That bell quit ringing several minutes ago," Mrs. Harding replied. "I don't know what to think." 4 men reached the dark cemetery with its eerie tombstones faintly visible all about them. Hurriedly, and with conflicting emotions, they ran to the new grave. What they saw startled them so that they almost turned back. The rope, which had been fastened to the bell, now was tied to the foot of the post. Even as they looked, they could make out a slight movement of the rope. It grew taut, and then they could see it slacken. "Gosh, he's come back to life," one of the men whispered hoarsely. "Look, look!" his companion shouted, and pointed to the air pipe. How he got there they did not know, but a bucket was forced down over the end of the tube into the fresh earth, cutting off all the air supply from the coffin. One of the grave diggers kicked the bucket off, and then they all set to work digging. Frantically, yet fearfully, they threw out the fresh earth. Their lanterns cast weird shadows about them, and dimly lighted up the somber tombstones nearby. They scarcely said a word, but when they did, it was in a very low tone. Thud. A shovel had at last struck the wooden box. It startled the men. They were not any less courageous than the average, but their surroundings and the peculiar situation in which they found themselves would have affected the nerves of anybody. Quickly, they cleared off the top of the coffin. "Hello? Are you alive?" There was no answer. "I think Hardings imagined they heard the bell ring," one of the men muttered. "But didn't we see the rope move?" another objected. "Well, you can open the lid," the first speaker added. They held their 2 lanterns down inside the pit, which they had just made. The yellow flames flickered and sputtered. The bravest of the 4 men used his shovel for a lever and pried up the coffin top. Slowly, hesitatingly, he peered inside. An unexpected movement from within would have caused him instantly to drop the lid. He still could not make out the dead man's form. Carefully, he jerked the top clear back, and the 4 spectators were terrified. If they had been out of the pit in which they stood, it is doubtful whether they would have remained for a second glance. As it was, they were standing on the edge of the casket, and could not easily escape. The old man's form was turned over and hunched up, as if he had vainly striven to lift the tons of earth that had held him captive. His right arm was stretched out along the side of his prison, and the nails of his fingers were torn off. The sides of the casket were clawed and scratched, and the scalp of the dead man was frighteningly lacerated. All his hair had been pulled out by the roots, and a wad of it was still fiercely clasped in the miser's left hand. Even while they looked on, a great fear consumed them. "Ha, ha, ha, ha!" Demoniacal laughter came to their ears. This was too much. Clawing and scrambling, they clambered over each other in trying to get out of the pit. "Ha, ha, 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 ha!" A shrill laughter continued from far up the hillside. It pursued the fleeing men. To their terrified minds, the fiendish sounds seemed to be taken up and re-echoed by each of the tombstones which they passed in their flight. "Ha, ha, ha, ha! Ha, 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 ha! Ha, 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 ha!" The ghostly shrieks ran in their ears as they raced toward the village. Unexplained, the mystery continued to frighten the superstitious for 2 days after the miser had been reburied. Then a tragedy particularly turned their attention from this weird affair. The body of the girl whose mother had been turned out of their home was found floating in the river, not far from the little village. "Too bad," the doctor had said. "She must have lost her mind brooding over her mother's death." And this was the consensus of opinion. And no one ever thought to associate the gentle young schoolteacher with the fiendish laughter which had floated over the cemetery. The end of An Eye for an Eye by George Washington Crane.
The Glamour of the Snow by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. This reading is by Carrie Gorman. A note on the text. These stories first appeared in Blackwood's story collections. The Insanity of Jones in The Listener and Other Stories, 1907. The Man Who Found Out in The Wolves of God and Other Fae Stories, 1921. The Glamour of the Snow and Sand in Pan's Garden, 1912. The Glamour of the Snow by Algernon Blackwood, Chapter 1. Hibbert, always conscious of 2 worlds, was in this mountain village conscious of 3. It lay on the slopes of the Valais Alps, and he had taken a room in the little post office where he could be at peace to write his book yet at the same time enjoy the winter sports and find companionship in the hotels when he wanted it. The three worlds that met and mingled here seemed to his imaginative temperament very obvious, though it is doubtful if another mind less intuitively equipped would have seen them so well defined. There was the world of tourist English, civilized, quasi-educated, to which he belonged by birth, at any rate. There was the world of peasants, to which he felt himself drawn by sympathy, for he loved and admired their toiling, simple life. And there was this other, which he could only call the world of nature. To this last, however, in virtue of the vehement poetic imagination and a tumultuous pagan instinct fed by his very blood, he felt that most of him belonged. The others borrowed from it, as it were, for visits. Here, with the soul of nature, hid his central life. Between all three was conflict, potential conflict. On the skating rink each Sunday the tourists regarded the natives as intruders. In the church the peasants plainly questioned, "Why do you come? We are here to worship, you to stare and whisper." For neither of these two worlds accepted the other, and neither did nature accept the tourists, for it took advantage of their least mistakes, and indeed, even of the peasant world, accepted only those who were strong and bold enough to invade her savage domain with sufficient skill to protect themselves from several forms of death. Now Hibbert was keenly aware of this potential conflict and want of harmony. He felt outside, yet caught by it, torn in three directions because he was partly of each world, but wholly and only one. There grew in him a constant, subtle effort, or at least desire, to unify them and decide positively to which he should belong and live in. The attempt, of course, was largely subconscious. It was the natural instinct of a richly imaginative nature seeking the point of equilibrium, so that the mind could feel at peace and his brain be free to do good work. Among the guests, no one especially claimed his interest. The men were nice but undistinguished, athletic schoolmasters, doctors snatching a holiday, good fellows all. The women, equally various, the clever, the would-be fast, the dare-to-be dull, the women who understood, and the usual pack of jolly dancing girls and flappers. And Hibbert, with his 40-odd years of thick experience behind him, got on well with the lot. He understood them all. They belonged to definitive, predigested types that are the same the world over, and that he had met the world over long ago. But to none of them did he belong. His nature was too multiple to subscribe to the set of shibboleths of any one class. And since all liked him, and felt that somehow he seemed outside of them, spectator, looker-on, all sought to claim him. In a sense, therefore, the three worlds fought for him, natives, tourists, nature. It was thus began the singular conflict for the soul of Hibbert. In his own soul, however, it took place. Neither the peasants nor the tourists were conscious that they fought for anything, and nature, they say, is merely blind and automatic. The assault upon him of the peasants may be left out of account, for it is obvious that they stood no chance of success. The tourist world, however, made a gallant effort to subdue him to themselves, but the evenings in the hotel, when dancing was not in order, were English. The provincial imagination was set upon a throne and worshipped heavily through incense of the stupidest conventions possible. Hibbert used to go back early to his room in the post office to work. It is a mistake on my part to have realized that there is any conflict at all, he thought, as he crunched home over the snow at midnight after one of the dances. It would have been better to have kept outside it all and done my work. Better, he added, looking down the silent village street to the church tower, and safer. The adjective slipped from his mind before he was aware of it. He turned with an involuntary start and looked about him. He knew perfectly well what it meant, this thought that had thrust its head up from the instinctive region. He understood, without being able to express it fully, the meaning that betrayed itself in the voice of the adjective. For if he had ignored the existence of this conflict, he would, at the same time, have remained outside the arena. Whereas now he had entered the lists. Now this battle for his soul must have issue. And he knew that the spell of nature was greater for him than all other spells in the world combined. Greater than love, revelry, pleasure, greater even than study. He had always been afraid to let himself go. His pagan soul dreaded her terrific powers of witchery even while he worshipped. The little village already slept. The world lay smothered in snow. The chalet roofs shone white beneath the moon, and pitch-black shadows gathered against the walls of the church. His eyes rested a moment on the square stone tower with its frosted cross that pointed to the sky, then traveled with a leap of many thousand feet to the enormous mountains that brushed the brilliant stars. Like a forest rose the huge peaks above the slumbering village, measuring the night and heavens. They beckoned him, and something born of this snowy desolation, born of the midnight and the silent grandeur, born of the great listening hollows of the night, something that lay twixt terror and wonder, dropped from the vast wintry spaces down into his heart, and called him. Very softly, unrecorded in any word or thought his brain could compass, it laid its spell upon him. Fingers of snow brushed the surface of his heart. The power and quiet majesty of the winter's night appalled him. Fumbling a moment with the big unwieldy key, he let himself in and went upstairs to bed. Two thoughts went with him, apparently quite ordinary and sensible ones. What fools these peasants are to sleep through such a night! And the other, those dances tire me. I'll never go again. My work only suffers in the morning. The claims of peasants and tourists upon him seemed thus, in a single instant, weakened. The clash of battle troubled half his dreams. Nature had sent her beauty of the night and won the first assault. The others, routed in dismay, fled far away. Chapter 2. Don't go back to your dreary old post office. We're going to have supper in my room, something hot. Come and join us. Hurry up. There had been an ice carnival, and the last party, trailing up the snow slope to the hotel, called him. The Chinese lanterns smoked and sputtered on the wires. The band had long since gone. The cold was bitter, and the moon came only momentarily between high, driving clouds. From the shed where people changed from skates to snow boots, he shouted something to the effect that he was following, but no answer came. The moving shadows of those who had called were already merged high up against the village darkness. The voices died away. Doors slammed. Hibbert found himself alone on the deserted rink. And it was then, quite suddenly, the impulse came to stay and skate alone. The thought of this stuffy hotel room, and of those noisy people with their obvious jokes and laughter, oppressed him. He felt a longing to be alone with the night, to taste her wonder all by himself there beneath the stars, gliding over the ice. It was not yet midnight, and he could skate for half an hour. That supper party, if they noticed his absence at all, would merely think he had changed his mind and gone to bed. It was an impulse, yes, and not an unnatural one. Yet even at the time it struck him that something more than impulse lay concealed behind it. More than invitation, yet certainly less than command. There was a vague, queer feeling that he stayed because he had to, almost as though there was something he had forgotten, overlooked, left undone. Imaginative temperaments are often thus. An impulse is ever weakness. For with such ill-considered opening of the doors to hasty action may come an invasion of other forces at the same time, forces merely waiting their opportunity, perhaps. He caught the fugitive warning, even when he dismissed it as absurd, and the next minute he was whirling over the smooth ice in delightful curves and loops beneath the moon. There was no fear of collision. He could take his own speed and space as he willed. The shadows of the towering mountains fell across the rink, and a wind of ice came from the forests where the snow lay 10 feet deep. The hotel lights winked and went out. The village slept. The high wire netting could not keep out the wonder of the winter night that grew about him like a presence. He skated on, keen, exhilarating pleasure in his tingling blood, and weariness all forgotten. And then, midway in the delight of rushing movement, he saw a figure gliding behind the wire netting, watching him. With a start that almost made him lose his balance, for the abruptness of the new arrival was so unlooked for, he paused and stared. Although the light was dim, he made out that it was the figure of a woman, and that she was feeling her way along the netting, trying to get in. Against the white background of the snowfield, he watched her rather stealthy efforts as she passed with a silent step over the banked-up snow. She was tall and slim and graceful. He could see that even in the dark. And then, of course, he understood. It was another adventurous skater like himself, stolen down unawares from hotel or chalet and searching for the opening. At once, making a sign and pointing with one hand, he turned swiftly and skated over to the little entrance on the other side. But even before he got there was a sound on the ice behind him. With an exclamation of amazement he could not suppress, he turned to see her swerving up to his side across the width of the rink. She had somehow found another way in. Hibbert, as a rule, was punctilious, and in these free and easy places perhaps especially so. If only for his own protection, he did not seek to make advances unless some kind of introduction paved the way. But for these two to skate together in the semi-darkness without speech, often of necessity brushing shoulders almost, was too absurd to think of. Accordingly he raised his cap and spoke. His actual words he seems unable to recall, nor what the girl said in reply, except that she answered him in an accented English with some commonplace about doing figures at midnight on an empty rink. Quite natural it was, and right. She wore gray clothes of some kind, though not the customary long gloves or sweater, for indeed her hands were bare, and presently when he skated with her, he wondered with something like astonishment at their dry and icy coldness. And she was delicious to skate with, supple, sure, and light, fast as a man, yet with the freedom of a child, sinuous and steady at the same time. Her flexibility made him wonder, and when he asked where she had learned, she murmured. He caught the breath against his ear, and recalled later that it was singularly cold, that she could hardly tell, for she had been accustomed to the ice ever since she could remember. But her face he never properly saw. A muffler of white fur buried her neck to her ears, and her cap came over her eyes. He only saw that she was young, nor could he gather her hotel or chalet, for she pointed vaguely when he asked her up the slopes. Just over there, she said, quickly taking his hand again. He did not press her. No doubt she wished to hide her escapade, and the touch of her hand thrilled him more than anything he could remember. Even through his thick glove he felt the softness of that cold and delicate softness. The clouds thickened over the mountains. It grew darker. They talked very little, and did not always skate together. Often they separated, curving about in corners by themselves, but always coming together again in the center of the rink. And when she left him thus, Hibbert was conscious of missing her. He found a peculiar satisfaction, almost a fascination, in skating by her side. It was quite an adventure, these two strangers with the ice and snow and night. Midnight had long since sounded from the old church tower before they parted. She gave the sign, and he skated quickly to the shed, meaning to find a seat and help her take her skates off. Yet when he turned, she was already gone. He saw her slim figure gliding away across the snow, and hurrying for the last time round the rink alone, he searched in vain for the opening she had twice used in this curious way. How very queer, he thought, referring to the wire netting. She must have lifted it and wriggled under. Wondering how in the world she managed it, what in the world had possessed him to be so free with her, and who in the world she was, he went up the steep slope to the post office, and so to bed, her promise to come again another night still ringing delightfully in his ears. And curious were the thoughts and sensations that accompanied him. Most of all, perhaps, was the half-suggestion of some dim memory that he had known this girl before, had met her somewhere, more, that she knew him. For in her voice, a low, soft, windy little voice it was, tender and soothing for all its quiet coldness, there lay some faint reminder of the two others he had known, both long since gone, the voice of the woman he had loved, and the voice of his mother. But this time, through his dreams, there ran no clash of battle. He was conscious, rather, of something cold and clinging that made him think of sifting snowflakes climbing slowly with entangling touch and thickness round his feet. The snow, coming without noise, each flake so light and tiny none can mark the spot whereupon it settles, yet the mass of it able to smother whole villages, wove through the very texture of his mind. Cold, bewildering, deadening effort with its clinging network of 10 million feathery touches. Chapter 3. In the morning Hibbert realized he had done, perhaps, a foolish thing. The brilliant sunshine that drenched the valley made him see this, and the sight of his work table with its typewriter, books, papers, and the rest brought additional conviction. To have skated with a girl alone at midnight, no matter how innocently the thing had come about, was unwise, unfair, especially to her. Gossip in these little winter resorts was worse than in a provincial town. He hoped no one had seen them. Luckily, the night had been dark. Most likely none had heard the ring of skates. Deciding that in the future he would be more careful, he plunged into work and sought to dismiss the matter from his mind. But in his times of leisure the memory returned persistently to haunt him. When he skied, luged, or danced in the evenings, and especially when he skated on the little rink, he was aware that the eyes of his mind forever sought this strange companion of the night. 100 times he fancied that he saw her, but always sight deceived him. Her face he might not know, but he could hardly fail to recognize her figure. Yet nowhere among the others did he catch a glimpse of that slim young creature he had skated with alone beneath the clouded stars. He searched in vain. Even his inquiries as to the occupants of the private chalets brought no results. He had lost her. But the queer thing was that he felt as though she were somewhere close. He knew she had not really gone. While people came and left every day, it never once occurred to him that she had left. On the contrary, he felt assured that they would meet again. This thought he never quite acknowledged. Perhaps it was the wish that fathered it only. And, even when he did meet her, it was a question how he would speak and claim acquaintance, or whether she would recognize himself. It might be awkward. He almost came to dread a meeting, though dread, of course, was far too strong a word to describe an emotion that was half delight, half wondering anticipation. Meanwhile, the season was in full swing. Hibbert felt in perfect health, worked hard, skied, skated, luged, and then at night danced fairly often, in spite of his decision. This dancing was, however, an act of subconscious surrender. It really meant he hoped to find her among the whirling couples. He was searching for her without quite acknowledging it to himself, and the hotel world, meanwhile, thinking it had won him over, teased and chaffed him. He made excuses in the similar vein, but all the time he watched and searched and waited. For several days the sky held clear and bright and frosty, bitterly cold, everything crisp and sparkling in the sun, but there were no signs of fresh snow, and the skiers began to grumble. On the mountains was an icy crust that made running dangerous. They wanted the frozen, dry, and powdery snow that makes for speed, renders steering easier, and falling less severe. But the keen east wind showed no signs of changing for a whole 10 days. Then, suddenly, there came a touch of softer air, and the weather-wise began to prophesy. Hibbert, who was delicately sensitive to the least change in earth or sky, was perhaps the first to feel it. Only he did not prophesy. He knew through every nerve in his body that moisture had crept into the air, was accumulating, and that presently a fall would come. For he responded to the moods of nature like a fine barometer. And the knowledge this time brought into his heart a strange little wayward emotion that was hard to account for, a feeling of unexplained uneasiness and disquieting joy. For behind it, woven through it rather, ran a faint exhilaration that connected remotely somewhere with that touch of delicious alarm, that tiny anticipating dread, that so puzzled him when he thought of his next meeting with his skating companion of the night. It lay beyond all words, all telling, this queer relationship between the two, but somehow the girl and the snow ran in a pair across his mind. Perhaps for imaginative writing men, more than for other workers, the smallest change of mood betrays itself at once. His work, at any rate, revealed this slight shifting of emotional values in his soul. Not that his writing suffered, but that it altered subtly, as those changes of sky or sea or landscape that come with the passing of afternoon into evening, imperceptibly. A subconscious excitement sought to push outward and express itself, and knowing the uneven effects such moods produce in his work, he laid his pen aside and took instead to reading that he had to do. Meanwhile, the brilliance passed from the sunshine. The sky grew slowly overcast. By dusk, the mountain tops came singularly close and sharp. The distant valley rose into absurdly near perspective. The moisture increased, rapidly approaching saturation point when it must fall in snow. Hibbert watched and waited. And in the morning the world lay smothered beneath its fresh white carpet. It snowed heavily till noon, thickly, incessantly, chokingly, a foot or more. Then the sky cleared. The sun came out in splendor. The wind shifted back to the east, and frost came down upon the mountains with its keenest and most biting tooth. The drop in the temperature was tremendous, but the skiers were jubilant. Next day the running would be fast and perfect. Already the mass was settling, and the surface freezing into those moss-like, powdery crystals that make a ski run almost of their own accord, with a faint shishing as of a bird's wings through the air. Chapter 4. That night there was excitement in the little hotel world, first because there was a bal costume, but chiefly because the new snow had come, and Hibbert felt drawn to go. He did not go in costume, but he wanted to talk about the slopes and skiing with the other men, and at the same time... there was the truth, the deeper necessity that called. For the singular connection between the stranger and the snow again betrayed itself, utterly beyond explanation as before, but vital and insistent. Some hidden instinct in his pagan soul, heaven knows how he phrased it even to himself, if he phrased it at all, whispered that with the snow the girl would be somewhere about, would emerge from her hiding place, would even look for him. Absolutely unwarranted it was. He laughed while he stood before the little glass and trimmed his mustache, tried to make his black tie sit straight, and shook down his dinner jacket so that it should lie upon the shoulders without a crease. His brown eyes were very bright. I look younger than I usually do, he thought. It was unusual, even significant, in a man who had no vanity about his appearance and certainly never questioned his age or tried to look younger than he was. Affairs of the heart, with one tumultuous exception that left no fuel for lesser subsequent fires, had never troubled him. The forces of his soul and mind not called upon for work and obvious duties, all went to nature. The desolate wild places of the earth were what he loved, night and the beauty of the stars and snow. And this evening he felt their claims upon him mightily stirring. A rising wildness caught his blood, quickened his pulse, woke longing and passion too, but chiefly snow. The snow whirled softly through his thoughts like white, seductive dreams, for the snow had come, and she, it seemed, had somehow come with it, into his mind. And yet he stood before that twisted mirror and pulled his tie and coat askew a dozen times, as though it mattered. What in the world is up with me, he thought. Then, laughing a little, he turned before leaving the room to put his private papers in order. The green morocco desk that held them took down from the shelf and laid upon the table. Tied to the lid was the visiting card with his brother's London address, in case of accident. On the way down to the hotel he wondered why he had done this, for though imaginative, he was not the kind of man who dealt in presentiments. Moods with him were strong, but ever held in leash. It's almost like a warning, he thought, smiling. He drew his thick coat tightly around the throat as the freezing air bit at him. Those warnings one reads of in stories sometimes. A delicious happiness was in his blood. Over the edge of the hills, across the valley, rose the moon. He saw her silver sheet of the world of snow. Snow covered all. It smothered sound and distance. It smothered houses, streets, and human beings. It smothered life. Chapter 5. In the hall there was light and bustle. People were already arriving from the other hotels and chalets, their costumes hidden beneath many wraps. Groups of men in evening dress stood about smoking, talking snow and skiing. The band was tuning up. The claims of the hotel world clashed about him faintly as of old. At the big glass windows of the veranda, peasants stopped a moment on their way home from the cafe to peer. Hibbert thought laughingly of that conflict he used to imagine. He laughed because it suddenly seemed so unreal. He belonged so utterly to nature and the mountains, and especially to those desolate slopes where now the snow lay thick and fresh and sweet, that there was no question of the conflict at all. The power of the newly fallen snow had caught him, proving it without effort. Out there, upon those lonely reaches of the moonlit ridges, the snow lay ready, masses and masses of it, cool, soft, inviting. He longed for it. It awaited him. He thought of the intoxicating delight of skiing in the moonlight. Thus, somehow, in vivid, flashing vision, he thought of it while he stood there smoking with the other men and talking all the shop of skiing. And, ever mysteriously blended with this power of the snow, poured also through his inner being the power of the girl. He could not disabuse his mind of the insinuating presence of the two together. He remembered that queer skating impulse of 10 days ago, the impulse that had let her in. That any mind, even an imaginative one, could pass beneath the sway of such a fancy was strange enough, and Hibbert, while fully aware of the disorder, yet found a curious joy in yielding to it. This insubordinate center that drew him towards old pagan beliefs had assumed command. With a kind of sensuous pleasure he let himself be conquered. And snow that night seemed in everybody's thoughts. The dancing couples talked of it. The hotel proprietors congratulated one another. It meant good sport and satisfied their guests. Everyone was planning trips and expeditions, talking of slopes and telemarks, of flying speed and distance, of drifts and crusts and frost. Vitality and enthusiasm pulsed in the very air. All were alert and active, positive, radiating currents of creative life, even into the stuffy atmosphere of that crowded ballroom. And the snow had caused it. The snow had brought it. All this discharge of eager, sparkling energy was due primarily to the snow. But in the mind of Hibbert, some swift alchemy of his pagan yearnings, this energy became transmuted. It rarefied itself, gleaming in white in crystal's current of passionate anticipation, which he transferred, as by a species of electrical imagination, into the personality of the girl of the snow. She was somewhere, was waiting for him, expecting him, calling to him softly from those leagues of moonlight mountain. He remembered the touch of that cool, dry hand, the soft and icy breath against his cheek, the hush and softness of her presence in the way she came and the way she had gone again, like a flurry of snow the wind sent gliding up the slopes. She, like himself, belonged out there. He fancied that he heard her little windy voice come sifting to him through the snowy branches of the trees, calling his name, that haunting little voice that dived straight to the center of his life as once, long years ago, 2 other voices used to do. But nowhere among the costume dances did he see her slender figure. He danced with one and all, distrait and absent, a stupid partner as each girl discovered, his eyes ever turning toward the door and windows, hoping to catch the luring face, the vision that did not come, and at length, hoping even against hope, for the ballroom thinned, groups left one by one, going home to their hotels and chalets, the band tired, obviously. People sat drinking lemon squashes at their little tables, the men mopping their foreheads, everybody ready for bed. It was close on midnight. As Hibbert passed through the hall to get his overcoat and snow boots, he saw men in the passage by the sport room, greasing their skis against an early start. Knapsack luncheons were being ordered by the kitchen swing doors. He sighed. Lighting a cigarette a friend offered him, he returned a confused reply to some questions as to whether he could join their party in the morning. It seemed he did not hear it properly. He passed through the outer vestibule between the double glass doors and went into the night. The man who asked the question watched him go, an expression of anxiety momentarily in his eyes. "Don't think he heard you," said another, laughing. "You gotta shout to Hibbert, his mind's so full of his work." "He works too hard," suggested the first, full of queer ideas and dreams. But Hibbert's silence was not rudeness. He had not caught the invitation, that was all. The call of the hotel world had faded. He no longer heard it. Another wilder call was sounding in his ears. For up the street he had seen a little figure moving. Close against the shadows of the baker's shop it glided, white, slim, enticing. Chapter 6. And at once into his mind passed the hush and softness of the snow, yet with it a searching, crying wildness for the heights. He knew by some incalculable, swift instinct she would not meet him in the village street. It was not there, amid crowded houses, she would speak to him. Indeed, already she disappeared, melted from view up the white vista of the moonlit road. Yonder, he divined, she waited where the highway narrowed abruptly into the mountain path beyond the chalets. It did not even occur to him to hesitate, mad though it seemed and was, this sudden craving for the heights with her, at least for open spaces where the snow lay thick and fresh. It was too imperious to be denied. He does not remember going up to his room, putting the sweater over his evening clothes, and getting into the fur gauntlet gloves and the helmet cap of wool. Most certainly he has no recollection of fastening on his ski. He must have done it automatically. Some faculty of normal observation was in abeyance, as it were. His mind was out beyond the village, out with the snowy mountains and the moon. Henri Defago, putting up the shutters over the cafe windows, saw him pass and wondered mildly, "Un monsieur qui fait du ski à cette heure, il est anglais, don," and shrugged his shoulders, as though a man had the right to choose his own way of death. And Martha Perotti, the hunchback wife of the shoemaker, looked by chance from her window, caught his figure moving swiftly up the road. She had other thoughts, for she knew and believed the old traditions of the witches and snow beings that steal the souls of men. She had even heard, 'twas said, the dreaded synagogue pass roaring down the street at night, and now, as then, she hid her eyes. "They've called to him, and he must go," she murmured, making the sign of the cross. But no one sought to stop him. Hibbert recalls only a single incident until he found himself beyond the houses, searching for her along the fringe of forest where the moonlit met the snow in a bewildering frieze of fantastic shadows. And the incident was simply this, that he remembered passing the church. Catching the outline of its tower against the stars, he was aware of a faint sense of hesitation. A vague uneasiness came and went, jarred unpleasantly across the flow of his excited feelings, chilling exhilaration. He caught the instant's discord, dismissed it, and passed on. The seduction of the snow smothered the hint before he realized that it had brushed the skirts of warning. And then he saw her. She stood there waiting in a little clear space of shining snow, dressed all in white, part of the moonlight in the glistening background, her slender figure just discernible. "I waited, for I knew you would come," the silvery voice of the windy beauty floated down to him. "You had to come." "I'm ready," he answered. "I knew it too." The world of nature caught him in its heart in those few words, the wonder and the glory of the night and snow. Life leapt within him. The passion of his pagan soul exulted, rose in joy, flowed out to her. He neither reflected nor considered, but let himself go like the veriest schoolboy in the wildness of first love. "Give me your hand," he cried. "I'm coming." "A little further on, a little higher," came her delicious answer. "Here it is too near the village and the church." And the words seemed wholly right and natural. He did not dream of questioning them. He understood that, with this little touch of civilization in sight, the familiarity he suggested was impossible. Once out upon the open mountains, mid the freedom of huge slopes and towering peaks, the stars and moon to witness and the wildness of snow to watch, they could taste an innocence of happy intercourse free from the dead conventions that imprison literal minds. He urged his pace, yet did not quite overtake her. The girl kept always just a bit ahead of his best efforts, and soon they left the trees behind and passed on to the enormous slopes of the sea of snow that rolled in mountainous terror and beauty to the stars. The wonder of the white world caught him away. Under the steady moonlight, it was more than haunting. It was a living, white, bewildering power that deliciously confused the senses and laid a spell of wild perplexity upon the heart. It was a personality that cloaked and yet revealed itself through all this sheeted whiteness of snow. It rose, went with him, fled before, and followed after. Slowly it dropped lithe, gleaming arms about his neck, gathering him in. Certainly some soft persuasion coaxed his very soul, urging him ever forwards, upwards, on towards the higher icy slopes. Judgment and reason left their throne, it seemed, completely, as in the madness of intoxication. The girl, slim and seductive, kept always just ahead, so that he never quite came up with her. He saw the white enchantment from her face and figure, something that streamed about her neck, flying like a wreath of snow in the wind, and heard the alluring accents of her whispering voice that came from time to time. A little further on, a little higher, then we'll run home together. Sometimes he saw her hand stretched out to find his own, but each time, just as he came up with her, he saw her still in front, the hand and arm withdrawn. They took a gentle angle of ascent. The toil seemed nothing. In this crystal wine-like air, fatigue vanished. The shishing of the ski through the powdery surface of the snow was the only sound that broke the stillness. This, with his breathing and the rustle of her skirts, was all he heard. Cold moonshine, snow, and silence held the world. The sky was black, and the peaks beyond cut into it like frosted wedges of iron and steel. Far below the valley slept, the village long since hidden out of sight. He felt that he could never tire. The sound of the church clock rose from time to time faintly through the air, more and more distance. "Give me your hand. It's time now to turn back." "Just one more slope," she laughed, "the ridge above us, then we'll make for home." And her low voice mingled pleasantly with the purring of their ski. His own seemed harsh and ugly by comparison. "But I have never come so high before. It's glorious. This world of silent snow and moonlight. And you? You're a child of the snow, I swear. Let me come up closer to see your face and touch your little hand." Her laughter answered him. "Come on, a little higher. Here, we're quite alone together." "It's magnificent," he cried. "But why did you hide away for so long? I've looked and searched for you in vain ever since we skated." He was going to say 10 days ago, but the accurate memory of time had gone from him. He was not sure whether it was days or years or minutes. His thoughts of earth were scattered and confused. "You looked for me in the wrong places," he heard her murmur just above him. "You looked in places where I never go. Hotels and houses kill me. I avoid them." She laughed, a fine, shrill, windy little laugh. "I loathe them too." He stopped. The girl had suddenly come quite close. A breath of ice passed through his very soul. She had touched him. "But this awful cold," he cried out sharply, "this freezing cold that takes me. The wind is rising. It's a wind of ice. Come, let us turn." But when he plunged forward to hold her, or at least to look, the girl was gone again. And something in the way she stood there a few feet beyond and stared down into his eyes so steadfastly in silence made him shiver. The moonlight was behind her, but in some odd way he could not focus sight upon her face, although so close. The gleam of eyes he caught, but all the rest seemed white and snowy, as though he looked beyond her, out into space. The sound of the church bells came up faintly from the valley far below, and he counted the strokes. 5. A sudden, curious weakness seized him as he listened. Deep within it, deadly yet somehow sweet and hard to resist. He felt like sinking down upon the snow and lying there. They had been climbing for 5 hours. It was, of course, the warning of complete exhaustion. With a great effort, he fought and overcame it. It passed away as suddenly as it came. "We'll turn," he said with a decision he hardly felt. "It will be dawn before we reach the village again. Come at once. It's time for home." The sense of exhilaration had utterly left him. An emotion that was akin to fear swept coldly through him, but her whispering answer turned it instantly to terror, a terror that gripped him horribly and turned him weak and unresisting. Our home is here." A burst of wild, high laughter, loud and shrill, accompanied the words. It was like a whistling wind. The wind had risen. The clouds obscured the moon. "A little higher, where we cannot hear the wicked bells," she cried, and for the first time seized him deliberately by the hand. She moved, was suddenly close against his face. Again she touched him. And Hibbert tried to turn away and escape, and so trying, found for the first time that the power of the snow, that other power which does not exhilarate but deadens effort, was upon him. The suffocating weakness that it brings to exhausted men, luring them to sleep of death in her clinging, soft embrace, lulling the will and conquering all desire for life. This was awfully upon him. His feet were heavy and entangled. He could not turn or move. The girl stood in front of him, very near. He felt her chilly breath upon his cheeks. Her hair passed blindingly across his eyes, and that icy wind came with her. He saw her whiteness close. Again, it seemed, his sight passed through her into space as though she had no face. Her arms were around his neck. She drew him softly downward to his knees. He sank. He yielded utterly. He obeyed. Her weight was upon him, smothering, delicious. The snow was to his waist. She kissed him softly on the lips, the eyes, all over his face. And then she spoke his name in that voice of love and wonder, the voice that held the accent of two others, both taken over long ago by death, the voice of his mother and of the woman he had loved. He made one more feeble effort to resist. Then, realizing, even when he struggled, that this soft weight about his heart was sweeter than anything life could ever bring, he let his muscles relax and sank back into the soft oblivion of the covering snow. Her wintry kisses bore him into sleep. Chapter 7. They say that men who know the sleep of exhaustion in the snow find no awakening on the hither side of death. The hours passed, and the moon sank down below the white world's rim. Then suddenly there came a little crash upon his breast and neck, and Hibbert woke. He slowly turned bewildered. Heavy eyes upon the desolate mountains stared dizzily about him, tried to rise. At first his muscles would not act. A numbing, aching pain possessed him. He uttered a long, thin cry for help, and heard its faintness swallowed by the wind. And then he understood vaguely why he was only warm, not dead. For this very wind that took his cry had built up a sheltering mound of driven snow against his body while he slept. Like a curving wave it ran beside him. It was the breaking of its overtoppling edge that caused the crash, and the coldness of the mass against his neck that woke him. Dawn kissed the eastern sky. Pale gleams of gold shot every peak with splendor. But ice was in the air, and the dry and frozen snow blew like powder from the surface of the slopes. He saw the points of his ski projecting just below him. Then he remembered. It seems he had just strength enough to realize that, could he but rise and stand, he might fly with terrific impetus toward the woods and village far beneath. The ski would carry him. But if he failed and fell? How he contrived it, Hibbert never knew. This fear of death somehow called out his whole available reserve force. He rose slowly, balanced a moment, then taking the angle of an immense zigzag, started down the awful slopes like an arrow from a bow. And automatically the splendid muscles of the practiced skier and athlete saved and guided him, for he was hardly conscious of controlling either speed or direction. The snow stung face and eyes like a fine steel shot. Ridge after ridge flew past. The summits raced across the sky. The valley leapt up with bounds to meet him. He scarcely felt the ground beneath his feet as the huge slopes and distance melted before the lightning speed of that descent from death to life. He took it in 4-mile-long zigzags, and it was the turning at each corner that nearly finished him, for then the strain of balancing taxed to the verge of collapse the remnants of his strength. Slopes that had taken hours to climb can be descended in a short half-hour on ski, but Hibbert had lost all count of time. Quite other thoughts and feelings mastered him in that wild, swift dropping through the air that was like the flight of a bird. Forever close upon his heels came following forms and voices with the whirling snow dust. He heard that little silvery voice of death and laughter at his back, shrill and wild. With the whistling of the wind past his ears, he caught its pursuing tones, but in anger now, no longer soft and coaxing. And it was accompanied. She did not follow alone. It seems a host of these flying figures of the snow chased madly just behind him. He felt them furiously smite his neck and cheeks, snatch at his hands, and try to entangle his feet in ski and drifts. His eyes they blinded, and they caught his breath away. The terror of the heights and snow and winter desolation urged him forward in the maddest race with death a human being ever knew, and so terrific was the speed that before the gold and crimson had left the summits to touch the ice lips of the lower glaciers, he saw the friendly forest far beneath swing up and welcome him. And it was then, moving slowly along the edge of the woods, he saw a light. A man was carrying it. A procession of human figures was passing in a dark line laboriously through the snow. And he heard the sound of chanting. Instinctively, without a second's hesitation, he changed his course. No longer flying at an angle as before, he pointed his ski straight down the mountainside. The dreadful steepness did not frighten him. He knew full well it meant a crashing tumble at the bottom, but he also knew it meant a doubling of his speed, with safety at the end. For though no definitive thought passed through his mind, he understood that it was the village curé who carried that little gleaming lantern in the dawn, and that he was taking the host to a chalet on the lower slopes, to some peasant in extremis. He remembered her terror of the church and bells. She feared the holy symbols. There was one last wild cry in his ears as he started, a shriek of wind before his face, and a rush of stinging snow against closed eyelids, and then he dropped through empty space. Speed took sight from him. It seemed he flew off the surface of the world. Instinctively he recalls the murmur of men's voices, the touch of strong arms that lifted him, and the shooting pains as the ski were unfastened from the twisted ankle. For when he opened his eyes again to normal life, he found himself lying in his bed at the post office with the doctor at his side. But for years to come, the story of Mad Hibbert skiing at night is recounted in that mountain village. He went, it seems, up slopes, and to a height that no man in his senses ever tried before. The tourists were agog about it for the rest of the season, and the very same day 2 of the bolder men went over the actual ground and photographed the slopes. Later Hibbert saw these photographs. He noticed one curious thing about them, though he did not mention it to anyone. There was only a single track. End of Glamour of the Snow. Recording by Carrie Gorman.
The Hasbro Pump Hill Ghost by Ernest Richard Suffling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Hasbro Pump Hill Ghost by Ernest Richard Suffling. At the present time on Pump Hill stands the instrument which has given it its name. Not many years since, a well occupied the same spot, but it has been covered in, and then it was called Well Corner. When the following incidents occurred, I cannot exactly say, but from all accounts it must have been at the beginning of the present century, when a good business was done in this village in the landing of silk, lace, tobacco, spirits, etc., under cover of night, and a sovereign to cover each eye of the authorities. It appears that farmers coming home late at night were sometimes terribly frightened at a figure they saw coming up the main street of the village from the direction of the cart gap. It was an unusual figure, even for a ghost, for although it made good progress, it was legless, and, I might add, headless, for its head hung down its back between the shoulders. In its arms it carried a long bundle, but what the package contained none knew, not even those who had seen it. It was evidently a sailor, for it was dressed in the petticoat-looking garment in vogue among seafaring men in those days. Moreover, it wore a broad leathern belt with a huge brass buckle, in which was thrust a pistol, and a long pigtail graced its head, so long that from the position of its head it nearly trailed the ground. After several farmers had been frightened nearly out of their lives by this legless mariner, two of them, more hardy than the rest, resolved to watch his ghost ship, for ghost it must be. For how could a legless man possibly walk or progress as this one did? Several nights they watched vainly, but at last one night came the bold smuggler sure enough, and the farmers quakingly followed it. Although its head was reversed and turned away from the direction in which it was going, it still kept a straight course along the middle of the road, until it came to the well. Here it paused, and balancing its burden in its arms, dropped it endways down the mouth, and after gliding aimlessly around for a minute or so, quietly disappeared down the well also. The farmer's story was next day told at a village council, and by many heartily laughed at. But despite the incredulence of their friends, they stoutly maintained the truth of their tale. At length it was agreed to search the well, so ropes and ladders, etc., being procured, a volunteer was quickly found to make the descent. A lighted candle was first lowered in a ball of clay to test the atmosphere, which being found pure, a looped rope, in which a young man was seated, was carefully lowered. 40 feet he went down with a lantern, but could see nothing, and was being hauled up again when he caught sight of a piece of dark blue cloth hanging on a projecting brick. This was exhibited, and again young Harmer descended, this time armed with a long clothes prop. Anxious moments followed, and then came his voice up the well shaft, in strange sepulchral tones. "I can feel something soft at the bottom." Accordingly, an iron hake or pot-hook tied to a clothesline was lowered to him, and after a while he succeeded in entangling it in something. He was hauled up, and then the clothesline too, and at the end of it came up a sodden sack tied at the mouth. It was eagerly opened, and a pair of boots protruded, which upon being withdrawn from the sack were found to contain the legs of their owner, hacked off at the thighs. Harmer was asked to try his luck down the well once more, but he declined to venture, his find having shaken his nerves very considerably. With the help of a little Dutch courage, a fisherman was at length prevailed upon to go down and see what he could grapple. Down he went, and those who could crowd near enough to the well side to peer down saw him at work angling with his line and hake, but a long time went by without any result. Something soft he could feel with the clothes prop, but he could not hook it. He wanted more refreshment, so a bottle of rum and water attached to a string was lowered to him. After a refresher, he again went to work, and presently hooked a weighty object, and gave the signal to haul him up. Just as they were doing this, the object was hauled from the water by those in charge of the clothesline, putting his light out. However, the villagers hauled at both ropes, and the fisherman quickly appeared, bearing in his arms, or rather half supporting, a large mass of what looked like wet clothing. Quickly dropping it on the ground upon arriving on terra firma, he turned it over, and, to the horror of those present, revealed to view the decomposed body of a man, whose head was only attached to the body by a small flap at the back of the neck. There was the broad leathern belt with a pistol still hanging in it, and the peculiar petticoat of the period. In fact, everything just as the farmers had described as appertaining to the ghost. Search was made, and in a week or so evidence was brought to show that the black-bearded sailor had been murdered near the cart gap, as a large patch of blood and the corresponding pistol to that in his belt was found in a desolate bullock shed close by. 3 or 4 gold pieces were also found embedded into the earth, and fragments of 3 empty Schiedam bottles were strewn about. Nothing was ever discovered of the murderers, nor was it ever heard who the murdered man was. It was at the time supposed that there had been a row among some smugglers, and that in dividing their spoil one of them had quarrelled with his comrades, who had killed him by nearly severing his head from his body, and that to make the corpse easier of carriage to the well, they had hacked off his legs and placed them in the sack in which they were found. The money trodden into the soil gives colour to the theory of the division of the spoil, and the 3 broken bottles shews there must have been several carousers. They were supposed to have been Dutchmen, but why they carried the remains of their comrade nearly a mile inland to the well, when they might have easily buried the body in the sands, remains, as does the whole affair, a mystery. End of the Hasbro Pump Hill Ghost.
The Loved Dead by C.M. Eddy, Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Gurzynski. The Loved Dead by C.M. Eddy, Jr. It is midnight. Before dawn they will find me and take me to a black cell where I shall languish interminably while insatiable desires gnaw at my vitals and wither up my heart, till at last I become one with the dead that I love. My seat is the fetid hollow of an aged grave. My desk is the back of a fallen tombstone, worn smooth by devastating centuries. My only light is that of the stars and a thin-edged moon, yet I can see as clearly as though it were midday. Around me on every side, sepulchral sentinels guarding unkempt graves. The tilting, decrepit headstones lie half-hidden in masses of nauseous, rotting vegetation. Above the rest, silhouetted against the livid sky, an august monument lifts its austere, tapering spire like the spectral chieftain of a Lemurian horde. The air is heavy with the noxious odors of fungi,
and the scent of damp, moldy earth. But to me it is the aroma of Elysium. It is still, terrifyingly still, with a silence whose very profundity bespeaks the solemn and the hideous. Could I choose my habitation, it would be in the heart of some such city of putrefying flesh and crumbling bones, for their nearness sends ecstatic thrills through my soul, causing the stagnant blood to race through my veins, and my torpid heart to pound with delirious joy, for the presence of death is life to me. My early childhood was one long prosaic and monotonous apathy, strictly ascetic, wan, pallid, undersized, and subject to protracted spells of morbid moroseness. I was ostracized by the healthy, normal youngsters of my own age. They dubbed me a spoil sport, an old woman, because I had no interest in the rough, childish games they played, or any stamina to participate in them, had I so desired. Like all rural villages, Fenham had its quota of poison-tongued gossips. Their prying imaginations hailed my lethargic temperament as some abhorrent abnormality. They compared me with my parents and shook their heads in ominous doubt at the vast difference. Some of the more superstitious openly pronounced me a changeling, while others who knew something of my ancestry called attention to the vague, mysterious rumors concerning a great-grand-uncle who had been burned at the stake as a necromancer. Had I lived in some larger town with greater opportunities for congenial companionship, perhaps I could have overcome this early tendency to be a recluse. As I reached my teens, I grew even more sullen, morbid, and apathetic. My life lacked motivation. I seemed in the grip of something that dulled my senses, stunted my development, retarded my activities, and left me unaccountably dissatisfied. I was 16 when I attended my first funeral. A funeral in Fenham was a preeminent social event, for our town was noted for the longevity of its inhabitants. When, moreover, the funeral was that of such a well-known character as my grandfather, it was safe to assume that the townspeople would turn out en masse to pay due homage to his memory. Yet I did not view the approaching ceremony with even latent interest. Anything that tended to lift me out of my habitual inertia held for me only the promise of physical and mental disquietude. In deference to my parents' importunings, mainly to give myself relief from their caustic condemnations of what they chose to call my unfilial attitude, I agreed to accompany them. There was nothing out of the ordinary about my grandfather's funeral, unless it was the voluminous array of floral tributes. But this, remember, was my initiation to the solemn rites of such an occasion. Something about the darkened room, the oblong coffin with its somber drapings, the banked masses of fragrant blooms, the dolorous manifestations of the assembled villagers, stirred me from my normal listlessness and arrested my attention. Roused from my momentary reverie by a nudge from my mother's sharp elbow, I followed her across the room to the casket where the body of my grandparent laid. For the first time I was face to face with death. I looked down upon the calm, placid face, lined with its multitudinous wrinkles, and saw nothing to cause so much of sorrow. Instead, it seemed to me that grandfather was immeasurably content, blandly satisfied. I felt swayed by some strange discordant sense of elation. So slowly, so stealthily had it crept over me that I could scarcely define its coming. As I mentally review that portentous hour, it seems that it must have originated with my first glimpse of that funeral scene, silently strengthening its grip with a subtle insidiousness. A baleful, malignant influence that seemed to emanate from the corpse itself held me with magnetic fascination. My whole being seemed charged with some ecstatic, electrifying force, and I felt my form straighten without conscious volition. My eyes were trying to burn beneath the closed lids of the dead man's and read some secret message they concealed. My heart gave a sudden leap of unholy glee and pounded against my ribs with demoniacal force, as if to free itself from the confining walls of my frail frame. Wild, wanton, soul-satisfying sensuality engulfed me. Once more, the vigorous prod of a maternal elbow jarred me into activity. I had made my way to the sable-shrouded coffin with leaden tread. I walked away with newfound animation. I accompanied the cortege to the cemetery, my whole physical being permeated with this mystic enlivening influence. It was as if I had quaffed deep draughts of some exoteric elixir, some abominable concoction brewed from blasphemous formulae in the archives of Belial. The townsfolk were so intent upon the ceremony that the radical change in my demeanor passed unnoticed by all save my father and my mother. But in the fortnight that followed, the village busybodies found fresh material for their vitriolic tongues in my altered bearing. At the end of the fortnight, however, the potency of the stimulus began to lose its effectiveness. Another day or two, and I had completely reverted to my old-time languor, though not to the complete and engulfing insipidity of the past. Before, there had been an utter lack of desire to emerge from the enervation. Now, vague and indefinable unrest disturbed me. Outwardly, I had become myself again, and the scandal-mongers turned to some more engrossing subject. Had they even so much as dreamed the true cause of my exhilaration, they would have shunned me as if I were a filthy, leprous thing. Had I visioned the execrable power behind my brief period of elation, I would have locked myself forever from the rest of the world and spent my remaining years in penitent solitude. Tragedy often runs in trilogies. Hence, despite the proverbial longevity of our townspeople, the next 5 years brought the death of both parents. My mother went first, in an accident of the most unexpected nature, and so genuine was my grief that I was honestly surprised to find its poignancy mocked and contradicted by that almost forgotten feeling of supreme and diabolical ecstasy. Once more my heart leapt wildly within me. Once more it pounded at trip-hammer speed and sent the hot blood coursing through my veins with meteoric fervor. I shook from my shoulders the harassing cloak of stagnation, only to replace it with the infinitely more horrible burden of loathsome, unhallowed desire. I haunted the death chamber where the body of my mother lay, my soul athirst for the devilish nectar that seemed to saturate the air of the darkened room. Every breath strengthened me, lifted me to towering heights of seraphic satisfaction. I knew now that it was but a sort of drugged delirium, which must soon pass and leave me correspondingly weakened by its malign power. Yet I could no more control my longing than I could untwist the Gordian knots in the already tangled skein of my destiny. I knew, too, that through some strange satanic curse my life depended upon the dead for its motive force, that there was a singularity in my make-up which responded only to the awesome presence of some lifeless clod. A few days later, frantic for the bestial intoxicant on which the fullness of my existence depended, I interviewed Fenham's sole undertaker and talked him into taking me on as a sort of apprentice. The shock of my mother's demise had visibly affected my father. I think that if I had broached the idea of such outre employment at any other time, he would have been emphatic in his refusal. As it was, he nodded acquiescence after a moment's sober thought. How little did I dream that he would be the object of my first practical lesson. He, too, died suddenly, developing some hitherto unsuspected heart affliction. My octogenarian employer tried his best to dissuade me from the unthinkable task of embalming his body, nor did he detect the rapturous glint in my eyes as I finally won him over to my damnable point of view. I cannot hope to express the reprehensible, the unutterable thoughts that swept in tumultuous waves of passion through my racing heart as I labored over the lifeless clay. unsurpassable love was the keynote of these concepts, a love greater, far greater, than any I had ever borne him while he was alive. My father was not a rich man, but he had possessed enough of worldly goods to make him comfortably independent. As his sole heir, I found myself in a rather paradoxical position. My early youth had totally failed to fit me for contact with the modern world, yet the primitive life of Fenham, with its attendant isolation, palled upon me. Indeed, the longevity of the inhabitants defeated my sole motive in arranging my indenture. After settling the estate, it proved an easy matter to secure my release, and I headed for Bayborough, a city some 50 miles away. Here my course of apprenticeship stood me in good stead. I had no trouble in establishing a favorable connection as an assistant with the Gresham Corporation, a concern that maintained the largest funeral parlors in the city. I even prevailed upon them to let me sleep upon the premises, for already the proximity of the dead was becoming an obsession. I applied myself to my task with unwonted zeal. No case was too gruesome for my impious sensibilities, and I soon became master at my chosen vocation. Every fresh corpse brought into the establishment meant a fulfilled promise of ungodly gladness, of irreverent gratification, a return of that rapturous tumult of the arteries, which transformed my grisly task into one of beloved devotion. Yet every such carnal satiation exacted its toll. I came to dread the days that brought no dead for me to gloat over, and prayed to all the obscene gods of the nethermost abysses to bring swift, sure death upon the residents of the city. Then came the nights when a skulking figure stole surreptitiously through the shadowy streets of the suburbs. Pitch-dark nights when the midnight moon was obscured by heavy lowering clouds. It was a furtive figure that blended with the trees and cast fugitive glances over its shoulder. A figure bent on some malign mission. After one of those prowlings, the morning papers would scream to their sensation-mad clientele the details of some nightmare crime, column on column of lurid gloating over abominable atrocities, paragraph on paragraph of impossible solutions and extravagant, conflicting suspicions. Through it all, I felt a supreme sense of security, for who would for a moment suspect an employee in an undertaking establishment where death was supposedly an everyday affair, of seeking surcease from unnameable urgings in the cold-blooded slaughter of his fellow beings? I planned each crime with maniacal cunning, varying the manner of my murders so that no one would even dream that all were the work of one blood-stained pair of hands. The aftermath of each nocturnal venture was an ecstatic hour of pleasure, pernicious and unalloyed, a pleasure always heightened by the chance that its delicious source might later be assigned to my gloating administrations in the course of my regular occupation. Sometimes that double and ultimate pleasure did occur, oh rare and delicious memory! During long nights, when I clung close to the shelter of my sanctuary, I was prompted by the mausoleum's silence to devise new and unspeakable ways of lavishing my affections upon the dead that I loved, the dead that gave me life. One morning, Mr. Gresham came much earlier than usual, came to find me stretched out upon a cold slab deep in ghoulish slumber, my arms wrapped about the stark, stiff, naked body of a fetid corpse. He roused me from my salacious dreams, his eyes filled with mingled detestation and pity. Gently but firmly he told me that I must go, that my nerves were unstrung, that I needed a long rest from the repellent tasks my vocation required, that my impressionable youth was too deeply affected by the dismal atmosphere of my environment. How little did he know of the demoniacal desires that spurred me on in my disgusting infirmities. I was wise enough to see that argument would only strengthen his belief in my potential madness. It was far better to leave than to invite discovery of the motive underlying my actions. After this, I dared not stay long in one place, for fear some overt act would bear my secret to an unsympathetic world. I drifted from city to city, from town to town. I worked in morgues, around cemeteries, once in a crematory, anywhere that afforded me an opportunity to be near the dead that I so craved. Then came the World War. I was one of the first to go across, one of the last to return. 4 years of blood-red charnel hell. Sickening slime of rain-rotten trenches, deafening bursting of hysterical shells, monotonous droning of sardonic bullets, smoking frenzies of phlegethon's fountains, stifling fumes of murderous gases, grotesque remnants of smashed and shredded bodies. 4 years of transcendent satisfaction. In every wanderer, there is a latent urge to return to the scenes of his childhood. A few months later found me making my way through the familiar byways of Fenham. Vacant, dilapidated farmhouses lined the adjacent roadsides, while the years had brought equal retrogression to the town itself. A mere handful of the houses were occupied, but among these was the one I had once called home. The tangled, weed-choked driveway, the broken window panes, the uncared-for acres that stretched behind, all bore mute confirmation of the tales that guarded inquiries had elicited that it now sheltered a dissolute drunkard who eked out a meager existence from the chores his few neighbors gave him out of sympathy for the mistreated wife and undernourished child who shared his lot. All in all, the glamour surrounding my youthful environment was entirely dispelled. So, prompted by some errant foolhardy thought, I next turned my steps toward Bayborough. In there, too, the years had brought changes, but in reverse order. The small city, I remembered, had almost doubled in size, despite its wartime depopulation. Instinctively, I sought my former place of employment, finding it still there, but with an unfamiliar name and successor to above the door, for the influenza epidemic had claimed Mr. Gresham, while the boys were overseas. Some fateful mood impelled me to ask for work. I referred to my tutelage under Mr. Gresham with some trepidation, but my fears were groundless. My late employer had earned the secret of my unethical conduct with him to the grave. An opportune vacancy ensured my immediate reinstallation. Then came vagrant haunting memories of scarlet nights of impious pilgrimages, and an uncontrollable desire to renew those illicit joys. I cast caution to the winds and launched upon another series of damnable debaucheries. Once more the yellow sheets found welcome material in the devilish details of my crimes, comparing them to the red weeks of horror that had appalled the city years before. Once more the police set out their dragnet and drew into its enmeshing folds nothing. My thirst for the noxious nectar of the dead grew to a consuming fire, and I began to shorten the periods between my odious exploits. I realized that I was treading on dangerous ground, but demoniac desire gripped me in its torturing tentacles and urged me on. All this time, my mind was becoming more and more benumbed to any influence except the satiation of my insane longings. Little details, vitally important to one bent on such evil escapades, escaped me. Somehow, somewhere, I left a vague trace, an elusive clue behind. Not enough to warrant my arrest, but sufficient to turn the tide of suspicion in my direction. I sensed this espionage, yet was helpless to stem the surging demand for more dead to quicken my enervated soul. Then came the night when the shrill whistle of the police roused me from my fiendish gloating over the body of my latest victim, a gory razor still clutched tightly in my hand. With one dexterous motion, I closed the blade and thrust it into the pocket of the coat I wore. Nightsticks beat a lusty tattoo upon the door. I crashed the window with a chair, thanking fate I had chosen one of the cheaper tenement districts for my locale. I dropped into a dingy alley as blue-coated forms burst through the shattered door. Over shaky fences, through filthy backyards, past squalid ramshackle houses, down dimly lighted narrow streets I fled. I thought at once of the wooded marshes that lay beyond the city and stretched for 100 miles till they touched the outskirts of Fenham. If I could reach this goal, I would be temporarily safe. Before dawn, I was plunging headlong through the forbidding wasteland, stumbling over rotting roots of half-dead trees, whose naked branches stretched out like grotesque arms, striving to encumber me with mocking embraces. The imps of the nefarious gods to whom I offered my idolatrous prayers must have guided my footsteps through that menacing morass. A week later, wan, bedraggled and emaciated, I lurked in the woods a mile from Fenham. So far I had eluded my pursuers, yet I dared not show myself, for I knew that the alarm must have been broadcast. I vaguely hoped I had thrown them off the trail. After that first frenetic night, I had heard no sound of alien voices, no crashing of heavy bodies through the underbrush. Perhaps they had concluded that my body lay hidden in some stagnant pool, or had vanished forever in the tenacious quagmire. Hunger gnawed at my vitals with poignant pangs. Thirst left my throat parched and dry. Yet far worse was the unbearable hunger of my starving soul for the stimulus I found only in the nearness of the dead. My nostrils quivered in sweet recollection. No longer could I delude myself with the thought that this desire was a mere whim of the heated imagination. I knew now that it was an integral part of life itself, that without it I should burn out like an empty lamp. I summoned all my remaining energy to fit me for the task of satisfying my accursed appetite. Despite the peril attending my move, I set out to reconnoiter, skirting the sheltering shadows like an obscene wraith. Once more I felt that strange sensation of being led by some unseen satellite of Satan. Yet even my sin-steeped soul revolted for a moment when I found myself before my native abode, the scene of my youthful hermitage. Then these disquieting memories faded. In their place came overwhelming lustful desire. Behind the rotting walls of this old house lay my prey. A moment later I had raised one of the shattered windows and clambered over the sill. I listened for a moment, every sense alert, every muscle tensed for action. The silence reassured me. With cat-like tread, I stole through the familiar rooms until stertorous snores indicated the place where I was to find surcease from my sufferings. I allowed myself a sigh of anticipatory ecstasy as I pushed open the door of the bedchamber. Panther-like, I made my way to the supine form stretched out in drunken stupor. The wife and child, where were they? Well, they could wait. My clutching fingers groped for his throat. Hours later, I was again the fugitive, but a new-found stolen strength was mine. 3 silent forms slept to wake no more. It was not until the garish light of day penetrated my hiding place that I visualized the certain consequences of my rashly purchased relief. By this time, the bodies must have been discovered. Even the most obtuse of the rural police must surely link the tragedy with my flight from the nearby city. Besides, for the first time, I had been careless enough to leave some tangible proof of my identity, my fingerprints on the throats of the newly dead. All day I shivered in nervous apprehension. The mere crackling of a dry twig beneath my feet conjured mental images that appalled me. That night, under cover of the protecting darkness, I skirted Fenham and made for the woods that lay beyond. Before dawn came the first definite hint of renewed pursuit, the distant baying of hounds. Through the long night I pressed on, but by morning I could feel my artificial strength ebbing. Noon brought once more the insistent call of the contaminating curse. And I knew I must fall by the way unless I could once more experience that exotic intoxication that came only with the proximity of the loved dead. I had traveled in a wide semicircle. If I pushed steadily ahead, midnight would bring me to the cemetery where I had laid away my parents years before. My only hope, I felt certain, lay in reaching this goal before I was overtaken. With a silent prayer to the devils that dominated my destiny, I turned leaden feet in the direction of my last stronghold. God! Can it be that a scant 12 hours have passed since I started for my ghostly sanctuary? I have lived an eternity in each leaden hour, but I have reached a rich reward. The noxious odors of this neglected spot are frankincense to my suffering soul. The first streaks of dawn are graying the horizon. They are coming. My sharp ears catch the far-off howling of the dogs. It is but a matter of minutes now before they find me and shut me away forever from the rest of the world, to spend my days in ravaging yearnings till at last I join the dead I love. They shall not take me. A way of escape is open, a coward's choice perhaps, but better, far better than endless months of nameless misery. I will leave this record behind me, that some soul may perhaps understand why I make this choice. The razor. It has nestled forgotten in my pocket since my flight from Bayborough. Its blood-stained blade gleams oddly in the waning light of the thin-edged moon. One slashing stroke across my left wrist, and deliverance is assured. Warm, fresh blood spatters grotesque patterns on dingy, decrepit slabs. Phantasmal hordes swarm over the rotting graves. Spectral fingers beckon me. Ethereal fragments of unwritten melodies rise in celestial crescendo. Distant stars dance drunkenly in demonic accompaniment. 1,000 tiny hammers beat hideous dissonances on anvils inside my chaotic brain. Gray ghosts of slaughtered spirits parade in mocking silence before me. Scorching tongues of invisible flame sear the brand of hell upon my sickened soul. I can write no more. End of The Loved Dead by C.M. Eddy, Jr.
Mystery River by Elwyn J. Owens. From Weird Tales, May, June, July, 1924. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. Mystery River by Elwyn J. Owens. Pilot Wright Nelson was making his first long trip alone in his biplane. He had crossed the mountain range in western Washington and had left the snow-capped peaks far behind. The narrow neck of northern Idaho had been passed over with the same speed, and then he was over a fertile valley in Montana. How beautiful it did look to him! The vast fields of waving grain, from his height, appeared like a green sea with just enough breeze to fan the surface into gentle waves. He slowed his machine and lowered his elevation so that he could get a better view. The closer he came to Earth, the more absorbed his thoughts became in the beauty of the country. Snap, crack, something broke. Pilot Nelson lost his head, so to speak. The machine was out of his control and started its plunge downward. 500 feet to go. Can I make it safely? What will Mother say? These were the last sane thoughts that flashed through his mind. Everything turned black before his eyes. To him, it seemed that his body was shrinking. He was dropping down through space, a dead weight. The earth seemed to open up. His falling body took on momentum. Into the opened chasm he fell. Down between its ragged sides he glided, even faster than the plane. Faster, faster, faster he went. Suddenly he hit bottom with a thud that almost flattened him. He realized himself alone in a strange world, surrounded by strange beings. More than that, he was in the middle of a milky river, and when he tried to right himself, he found that his body floated easily in an upright position, with his head above the surface. He surveyed the situation. At the source of the river, he observed huge propeller blades similar to the ones on his biplane, only 100 times larger. They were fixed to stationary supports, but were slowly rotating, forcing the liquid of the mysterious river from them. Turning his gaze in the opposite direction, he noted that beyond him lay monstrous mountains, such as he had never dreamed of seeing. More still became the mystery. The river was being forced to run uphill by the huge propellers. Upon the bank, some distance from him, were nude persons. They came nearer to him, such ponderous masses of human flesh he had never seen. Large rolls of fat encircled their bodies, making them appear like human forms built up of odd-sized automobile tires piled one upon the other. Their bodies were gigantic, but such small heads, no larger than his fist. The eyes no larger than those of small birds. A crowd of them gathered on the bank. They conversed with each other by means of radio headsets and used floating aerials. All seemed to be happy. All seemed to be looking in his direction. He tried to call to them. They paid no heed. But when he motioned he was hungry, they laughed heartily and plucked straws from the ground. Through these straws they gorged themselves with the fluid of the river. Having drunk their fill, they again laughed heartily, wiped their lips, motioned him to drink the same, and moved inland. Pilot Nelson took a swallow from the river. It nauseated him for a few moments. Then he began to feel his flesh bulge out, and his strength began to return. He plunged over on his side and tried to swim to shore. The contents of the river became thicker and thicker as he progressed. Soon he found it impossible to swim further. He tried to climb to the surface, but when upright he could only get his head above the milky matter that surrounded him. Soon he saw the inhabitants moving in large processions in the direction of the huge propellers at the source of the river. They threw large, tangled masses of wire above their heads. These, too, floated in mid-air, and he discovered that they were aerials, very much similar to the ones used in conversation, only many times larger. They snatched electrical current from the atmosphere. The propellers began to turn more rapidly. They began to spin. The contents of the river began to move more rapidly up the inclined bed, and he was carried with it. Besides being forced to flow uphill at a rapid rate, the river contained several whirlpools. Pilot Nelson floated into one of these. It spun him around like a top. He soon became dizzy. His vision was hazy. On and on the river carried him. The atmosphere became warmer and warmer the further up the hillside he floated. At last, the heat was torrid. Again his body began to shrink. Smaller and smaller he became until, at length, he seemed no more than 3 feet high. The river was changing color. He was out of the whirlpool. The current had slackened to a slowly moving mass. The color changed from white to cream, then to chocolate, finally becoming dark brown. And as it changed color, it grew warmer and warmer until it was hot. His body was becoming seared. His clothing dropped off. His flesh was fast being dried out. Lighter and lighter he grew, and as he grew lighter, his body floated more and more above the surface. At last, he was fully emerged, nothing but a miniature of his former self. A still stranger land confronted him. Great rocks stood out, the only landmarks in the vast expanse of seemingly barren waste. Far back he saw the pygmies of dark complexion floating about, their feet just skimming the surface. Close to them, from out of the fissures in the rocky bed, floated up gases of many-colored hues. He inhaled deeply, and to his surprise, he too floated across the surface. He was being carried by a gentle breeze in the direction of the pygmies. A great light of purple-white, so bright that it nearly blinded him at first, served as their sun. The pygmies seemed very busy. They did not notice him. He observed them carefully. No hair, no ears, no nose, no mouth. Simply a dark ball for a head and a face form that resembled a small, old copper funnel. Through this funnel they drank freely of the boiling hot liquid. Their eyes were large and green. Their arms were nothing but bare bones, and, at the end, were cupped hands with the fingers webbed together. They were boiling metals and precious stones in the fissures of the rocks. Silently he watched them. One would dip up diamonds in his cupped hands and sail away. Another would dip platinum and float off in another direction. He followed their course in the light of the great purple-white lamp, and noted that they deposited their wares here and there in small quantities, in what seemed the under surface of the earth's crust. Suddenly he heard what he thought was the chirping of a bird. The chirp became more shrill. He looked about himself and saw millions of these pygmies floating in from all directions. They surrounded him. A leader floated to the center of the assembly and began to scratch characters in the stone with his chisel-like foot. Soon all was commotion. A stiff breeze came from the fissure in the rocks and blew toward the river. Pilot Nelson was carried in its course. When he reached the river, his body took on weight, and again he dropped helpless into the dark brown liquid. Numerous air currents began to agitate the stream. It began to flow again, and it flowed uphill. The huge purple-white lamp became brighter than ever. It blinded him. He could feel himself being carried rapidly through space by the current. The air was becoming cooler. He was somewhat refreshed, and his body enlarged to its natural size. Slowly, the dazzling light became fainter. He could see. Giant vegetation was on all sides. No leaves or branches, just huge, rough, gnarled roots. Again, the current of the river stopped. He was in blood-red waters, just a little more thin than the liquid had previously been. Still, he floated with just his head emerged. Mammoth animals were feeding upon the roots. Animals with skin like elephants, and legs no more than a foot long, 20 of them on a side. Their jaws resembled massive stone crushers. As they chewed into the vegetation, with sickening sound, a red fluid came freely from the roots. This the animals gulped up greedily, allowing only a small quantity to stream from the corners of their mouths. They drank their fill and soon became as large as the gas bags of dirigibles. They fell asleep where they fed. Thunderous shrieks rent the air, and Pilot Nelson heard the flapping of monstrous wings. Vultures, with wings 60 feet long, came to the spot. As they came closer, he observed that they had sword-like bills from 6 to 8 feet long. To him, they paid no heed, but attacked the sleeping animals, plunging their bills into their prey. Blood ran in rivulets from the struggling beasts. The sight became too much for Pilot Nelson. He tried to move, but found that he was paralyzed with horror. He sighed. To his surprise, his sigh was as loud as the sound of a locomotive whistle. The vultures were attracted by his involuntary expression. Overhead and about him, they circled in numbers, flapping their long, ponderous wings violently. Waves began to form on the surface of the river. Soon it began to move slowly. Again it carried him up the hill. Feathers of immense size dropped on all sides of him. A down from them seemed to fill the air, which his sight could not penetrate. Slowly the river flowed on. He was his normal size, but he had grown weak. In time the air cleared of the feathers, and he could see. The light was like a summer day when the sun was out of sight. He was slowly floating into a great lake set amongst numerous mountains. Its contents was murky green. When he floated upright, his feet occasionally touched something. Soon he could stand on its bed. The current ceased, and he found himself in dead water. Such a dreadful odor. It was terrible, as of dead things. On the far shore he could see green vegetation, the same shade as the water. Slowly he made his way in that direction. The banks were covered with moss of pale green color. Such long, hairy moss, all a tangled mass. Through this he dragged on, almost fatigued. Little bushes covered the soil in front of him. He paused to examine them. Small, square leaves completely covered with worm nests, warts, and other growths. The branches seemed to be covered with silken ash, which fell at his touch. In his wanderings he came upon a spring of water, the first natural thing he had seen. But it had a peculiar taste. He investigated its source. Instead of flowing continually, it spurted in jets. He observed more carefully. A huge, muscular body, the color of an oyster, lay almost buried in the sand. It expanded and then contracted. When it contracted, it forced the water from an opening in its side. The sight of this caused Pilot Nelson to grow weak, so weak that he could not stand. He dropped down to rest. Almost immediately, a large, grass-green spider spun a thread across his chest and attached the end to the vegetation on the other side. Back across his legs, the spider spun another thread. He tried to rise, but found that he was tightly bound. Soon, numerous threads completely bound his struggling form. Strange noises came from all sides. He tried to turn his head so that he could see the objects, but found that the spider's web had bound his head. A slimy, crawling thing passed over his body. It began to chew at his toes. Such pain! He tried to call out, but could make no sound. Then a strange small bird with 4 wings flew over his face and began to peck at his fingers. Others came, and he was being besieged on all sides. One became more greedy than the rest, and in the struggle broke the thread that bound his head. He could now turn his eyes in the direction of his attackers. Suddenly, a film seemed to envelop his body, and he was immune from pain. But slowly and surely, the birds were picking away at his body, piece by piece. Out of the slimy recesses of the grass-greened lake came a crawling, wriggling thing. It was half snake and half fish. As he lay with his face toward the lake, he watched it approach him, coming as if by instinct. It carried its head erect by means of small wings attached just below the back of its eyes. Its mouth was small, with short jaws, which it kept opening and shutting as it wriggled its way toward him. Closer and closer it came. He could now see plainly that its back was covered with mossy vegetation. Its belly was covered with scales. Its teeth, or fangs, consisted of two sharp protruding teeth on the lower jaw and a sort of broad, flat tooth on the upper jaw. The lower jaw it kept on moving up and down, as if in anticipating the feast of human flesh. He tried to turn his eyes from the object, but learned that the film that had deadened the pain had finally paralyzed his muscles. He could not move his eyes. They remained set on the object. When close to him, froth came from the corners of its mouth. It plunged its head against his side, sinking the teeth of its lower jaw deep into his flesh. Up came its head, and it had gouged out a piece of flesh. With one gulp, the snake thing swallowed a mouthful. It drove its fangs for another piece. Again and again it kept gulping down his flesh. The effect of the film was now dying out. He could feel the painful stabs of the fangs in his side, and for the first time realized that the birds had left him. He was alone with this carnivorous thing. The pain was growing more intense. In his agony, he tried to move. He could turn his head, but nothing more. The fangs again pierced his side, and he could feel them tearing away his bowels. He groaned, and then lay quiet. The groan seemed to relieve his agony. A human voice came quietly from a distance. "How is right this morning, doctor?" It was his mother's voice. "I have just dressed the wound in his side. It is healing nicely. The crisis is past. He seems to show some signs of consciousness, and I think that he will be able to go home in the course of a month." Pilot Wright Nelson opened his eyes and found himself in a hospital, his mother at his bedside. A smile showed in the corners of his mouth. "Did the plane land all right, Mother?" he asked in a whisper. "Yes, it is all right, but do you know that you have lain here for 5 days without showing any signs of life while I worried about you?" She leaned over and kissed his cheek. "Are you going to fly again?" she appealed. "Never. I saw too much," was the quick response. The end of Mystery River by Elwyn J. Owen.
The Outsider by Howard Phillips Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by J. Thurgood. The Outsider by Howard Phillips Lovecraft. That night, the Baron dreamt of many a woe, and all his warrior guests with shade and form of witch and demon and large coffin worm were long benightmared. Keats. Unhappy is he to whom the memories of childhood bring only fear and sadness. Wretched is he who looks back upon lone hours in vast and dismal chambers with brown hangings and maddening rows of antique books, or upon odd watches in twilight groves of grotesque, gigantic, and vine-encumbered trees that silently wave twisted branches far aloft. Such a lot the gods gave to me the dazed, the disappointed, the barren, the broken, and yet I am strangely content and cling desperately to those sear memories when my mind momentarily threatens to reach beyond the other. I know not where I was born, save that the castle was infinitely old and infinitely horrible, full of dark passages and having high ceilings where the eye could find only cobwebs and shadows. The stones in the crumbling corridors seemed always hideously damp, and there was an accursed smell everywhere, as of the piled-up corpses of dead generations. It was never light, so that I used sometimes to light candles and gaze steadily at them for relief. Nor was there any sun outdoors, since the terrible trees grew high above the topmost accessible tower. There was one black tower which reached above the trees into the unknown outer sky, but that was partly ruined and could not be ascended save by a well-nigh impossible climb up the sheer wall, stone by stone. I must have lived years in this place, but I cannot measure the time. Beings must have cared for my needs, yet I cannot recall any person except myself, or anything alive but the noiseless rats and bats and spiders. I think that whoever nursed me must have been shockingly aged, since my first conception of a living person was that of somebody mockingly like myself, yet distorted, shriveled, and decaying like the castle. To me, there was nothing grotesque in the bones and skeletons that strewed some of the stone crypts deep down among the foundations. I fantastically associated these things with everyday events and thought them more natural than the colored pictures of living beings which I found in many of the moldy books. From such books I learned all that I know. No teacher urged or guided me, and I do not recall hearing any human voice in all those years, not even my own. For although I had read of speech, I had never thought to try to speak aloud. My aspect was a matter equally unthought of, for there were no mirrors in the castle, and I merely regarded myself by instinct as akin to the youthful figures I saw drawn and painted in the books. I felt conscious of youth because I remembered so little. Outside, across the putrid moat and under the dark, mute trees, I would often lie and dream for hours about what I read in the books, and would longingly picture myself amidst gay crowds in the sunny world beyond the endless forest. Once I tried to escape from the forest, but as I went farther from the castle, the shade grew denser and the air more filled with brooding fear, so that I ran frantically back, lest I lose my way in a labyrinth of nighted silence. So through endless twilights I dreamed and waited, though I knew not what I waited for. Then, in the shadowy solitude, my longing for light grew so frantic that I could rest no more, and I lifted entreating hands to the single black ruined tower that reached above the forest into the unknown outer sky. And at last I resolved to scale that tower, fall though I might, since it were better to glimpse the sky and perish than to live without ever beholding day. In the dank twilight, I climbed the worn and aged stone stairs till I reached the level where they ceased, and thereafter clung perilously to small footholds leading upward. Ghastly and terrible was that dead, stairless cylinder of rock, black, ruined, and deserted, and sinister with startled bats whose wings made no noise. But more ghastly and terrible still was the slowness of my progress. For climb as I might, the darkness overhead grew no thinner, and a new chill as of haunted and venerable mold assailed me. I shivered as I wondered why I did not reach the light, and would have looked down had I dared. I fancied that night had come suddenly upon me, and vainly groped with one free hand for a window embrasure, that I might peer out and above and try to judge the height I had attained. All at once, after an infinity of awesome, sightless crawling up that concave and desperate precipice, I felt my head touch a solid thing, and I knew I must have gained the roof or at least some kind of floor. In the darkness I raised my free hand and tested the barrier, finding it stone and immovable. Then came a deadly circuit of the tower, clinging to whatever holds the slimy wall could give, till finally my testing hand found the barrier yielding, and I turned upward again, pushing the slab or door with my head as I used both hands in my fearful ascent. There was no light revealed above, and as my hands went higher I knew that my climb was for the nonce ended, since the slab was the trapdoor of an aperture leading to a level stone surface of greater circumference than the lower tower, no doubt the floor of some lofty and capacious observation chamber. I crawled through carefully and tried to prevent the heavy slab from falling back into place, but failed in the latter attempt. As I lay exhausted on the stone floor, I heard the eerie echoes of its fall, but hoped when necessary to pry it up again. Believing I was now at a prodigious height, far above the accursed branches of the wood, I dragged myself up from the floor and fumbled about for windows that I might look for the first time upon the sky and the moon and stars of which I had read. But on every hand I was disappointed, since all that I found were vast shelves of marble bearing odious oblong boxes of disturbing size. More and more I reflected and wondered what hoary secrets might abide in this high apartment so many eons cut off from the castle below. Then unexpectedly my hands came upon a doorway where hung a portal of stone, rough with strange chiseling. Trying it, I found it locked, but with a supreme burst of strength, I overcame all obstacles and dragged it open inward. As I did so, there came to me the purest ecstasy I have ever known, for shining tranquilly through an ornate grating of iron and down a short stone passageway of steps that ascended from the newly found doorway was the radiant full moon which I had never before seen save in dreams and in vague visions I dared not call memories. Fancying now that I had attained the very pinnacle of the castle, I commenced to rush up the few steps beyond the door, but the sudden veiling of the moon by a cloud caused me to stumble, and I felt my way more slowly in the dark. It was still very dark when I reached the grating, which I tried carefully and found unlocked, but which I did not open for fear of falling from the amazing height to which I had climbed. Then the moon came out. Most demoniacal of all shocks is that of the abysmally unexpected and grotesquely unbelievable. Nothing I had before undergone could compare in terror with what I now saw, with the bizarre marvels that sight implied. The sight itself was as simple as it was stupefying, for it was merely this. Instead of a dizzying prospect of treetops seen from a lofty eminence, there stretched around me on a level through the grating nothing less than the solid ground, decked and diversified by marble slabs and columns and overshadowed by an ancient stone church whose ruined spire gleamed spectrally in the moonlight. Half unconscious, I opened the grating and staggered out upon the white gravel path that stretched away in two directions. My mind, stunned and chaotic as it was, still held the frantic craving for light, and not even the fantastic wonder which had happened could stay my course. I neither knew nor cared whether my experience was insanity, dreaming, or magic, but was determined to gaze on brilliance and gaiety at any cost. I knew not who I was, or what my surroundings might be, though as I continued to stumble along I became conscious of a kind of fearsome latent memory that made my progress not wholly fortuitous. I passed under an arch out of that region of slabs and columns and wandered through the open country, sometimes following the visible road, but sometimes leaving it curiously to tread across meadows, where only occasional ruins bespoke the ancient presence of a forgotten road. Once I swam across a swift river where crumbling mossy masonry told of a bridge long vanished. Over 2 hours must have passed before I reached what seemed to be my goal. A venerable ivied castle in a thickly wooded park, maddeningly familiar, yet full of perplexing strangeness to me. I saw that the moat was filled in and that some of the well-known towers were demolished, whilst new wings existed to confuse the beholder. But what I observed with chief interest and delight were the open windows, gorgeously ablaze with light and sending forth sound of the gayest revelry. Advancing to one of these, I looked in and saw an oddly dressed company indeed, making merry and speaking brightly to one another. I had never seemingly heard human speech before, and could guess only vaguely what was said. Some of the faces seemed to hold expressions that brought up incredibly remote recollections. Others were utterly alien. I now stepped through the low window into the brilliantly lighted room, stepping as I did so from my single bright moment of hope to my blackest convulsion of despair and realization. The nightmare was quick to come, for as I entered, there occurred immediately one of the most terrifying demonstrations I had ever conceived. Scarcely had I crossed the sill when there descended upon the whole company a sudden and unheralded fear of hideous intensity, distorting every face and evoking the most horrible screams from nearly every throat. Flight was universal, and in the clamor and panic several fell in a swoon and were dragged away by their madly fleeing companions. Many covered their eyes with their hands and plunged blindly and awkwardly in their race to escape, overturning furniture and stumbling against the walls before they managed to reach one of the many doors. The cries were shocking, and as I stood in the brilliant apartment alone and dazed, listening to their vanishing echoes, I trembled at the thought of what might be lurking near me unseen. At a casual inspection, the room seemed deserted, but when I moved toward one of the alcoves, I thought I detected a presence there, a hint of motion beyond the golden-arched doorway, leading to another and somewhat similar room. As I approached the arch, I began to perceive the presence more clearly, and then, with the first and last sound I ever uttered, a ghastly ululation that revolted me almost as poignantly as its noxious cause. I beheld in full, frightful vividness the inconceivable, indescribable, and unmentionable monstrosity which had by its simple appearance changed a merry company to a herd of delirious fugitives. I cannot even hint what it was like, for it was a compound of all that is unclean, uncanny, unwelcome, abnormal, and detestable. It was the ghoulish shade of decay, antiquity, and desolation, the putrid, dripping eidolon of unwholesome revelation, the awful bearing of that which the merciful earth should always hide. God knows it was not of this world, or no longer of this world. Yet to my horror I saw in its eaten-away and bone-revealing outlines a leering, abhorrent travesty on the human shape, and in its moldy, disintegrating apparel an unspeakable quality that chilled me even more. I was almost paralyzed, but not too much so to make a feeble effort toward flight, a backward stumble which failed to break the spell in which the nameless, voiceless monster held me. My eyes, bewitched by the glassy orbs which stared loathsomely into them, refused to close, though they were mercifully blurred and showed the terrible object but indistinctly after the first shock. I tried to raise my hand to shut out the sight, yet so stunned were my nerves that my arm could not fully obey my will. The attempt, however, was enough to disturb my balance, so that I had to stagger forward several steps to avoid falling. As I did so, I became suddenly and agonizingly aware of the nearness of the carrion thing, whose hideous, hollow breathing I half fancied I could hear. Nearly mad, I found myself yet able to throw out a hand to ward off the fetid apparition which pressed so close, when in one cataclysmic second of cosmic nightmarishness and hellish accident my fingers touched the rotting, outstretched paw of the monster beneath the golden arch. I did not shriek, but all the fiendish ghouls that ride the night wind shrieked for me, as in that same second there crashed down upon my mind a single and fleeting avalanche of soul-annihilating memory. I knew, in that second, all that had been. I remembered beyond the frightful castle and the trees, and recognized the altered edifice in which I now stood. I recognized, most terrible of all, the unholy abomination that stood leering before me as I withdrew my sullied fingers from its own. But in the cosmos, there is balm as well as bitterness, and that balm is nepenthe. In the supreme horror of that second, I forgot what had horrified me, and the burst of black memory vanished in a chaos of echoing images. In a dream, I fled from that haunted and accursed pile and ran swiftly and silently in the moonlight. When I returned to the churchyard place of marble and went down the steps, I found the stone trapdoor immovable. But I was not sorry, for I had hated the antique castle and the trees. Now I ride with the mocking and friendly ghouls on the night wind, and play by day amongst the catacombs of Nephrin Ka, in the sealed and unknown valley of Hadoth by the Nile. I know that light is not for me, save that of the moon over the rock tombs of Neb, nor any gaiety save the unnamed feasts of Nitocris beneath the Great Pyramid. Yet, in my new wildness and freedom, I almost welcome the bitterness of alienage. For although nepenthe has calmed me, I know always that I am an outsider, a stranger in this century and among those who are still men. This I have known ever since I stretched out my fingers to the abomination within that great gilded frame, stretched out my fingers and touched a cold and unyielding surface of polished glass. End of The Outsider.
The Pioneers of Pike's Peak by Basil Tozer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Pioneers of Pike's Peak by Basil Tozer. It was a perfect night, about the end of June, the sort of night common enough in Colorado at that time of the year. I remember it, for at the end of the game I rose from the card table and strolled out into the cool, refreshing air. Overhead the stars were shining with extraordinary brilliancy, in a sky so clear that one seemed almost to hear them winking. The moon had not yet risen above the range of mighty peaks which tower into the heavens until their crests gradually vanish into great belts of clouds, and at night seem to touch the lowermost of the celestial bodies. But a sort of halo, gradually broadening, served to show that presently the moon herself would shed a flood of light from the very summit of the highest peaks down into the little village nestling at the feet of the mighty range, and now practically wrapped in slumber. No sound broke the perfect stillness without. The very houses seemed to sleep. It was only when I re-entered the heated atmosphere of the smoky bar-room, where my companions, grown tired of card-playing, were now quietly conversing, that I noticed an odd-looking and apparently elderly stranger seated alone beside a little window at the further end of the room. The window was open, and he was staring through it vacantly, only interrupting his reverie now and again in order to blow a long cloud of smoke into the air. As I seated myself among my companions, I cast a glance of inquiry in his direction. "He came in 5 minutes ago," one of them answered. "Who is he?" "Some crank, I suppose. He has hardly stirred since he sat down there." Though the room was a public one, only ourselves and the stranger now occupied it. "What is he staring at?" someone asked presently. "Pike's Peak, apparently," replied Watson, who had called the stranger some crank. Though the words were spoken in an undertone, the crank evidently overheard them, for he turned his head and frowned. Then he resumed his former position, his vigil. Watson tapped his forehead significantly, and presently conversation drifted. It drifted from one topic to another, until the subject of American ways and customs, of America in general, of American scenery and landscapes, came uppermost. "And who really was the first to reach the top of Pike's Peak?" Watson asked, looking round at us. "Not Pike himself," somebody answered, somebody who had been reading up the subject. It was Norton, I think. "They say that a man... Look out, you fellows!" For the stranger had left his seat and was approaching us with a slow, stealthy tread. His eyes oddly dilated. As he advanced, we instinctively turned to face him. A man of immense proportions, and well over 6 feet in height. He could not have been over 50 years of age, though he looked quite 60. His hair was white and rather long. He had evidently been handsome in his day, but now the face, neck, and hands were disfigured with numberless little sunken blotches, in some ways resembling, though in reality quite unlike, the pits left by smallpox. He wore an old drab suit, a coon cap, thick boots, and leather leggings. "Who did you say first saw Pike's Peak?" he asked in a threatening, hollow voice. He had dropped into a chair upon the opposite side of the table beside me. As he spoke, he looked me full in the eyes, and, placing both elbows upon the table very deliberately, rested his chin upon his fists. Norton, whom he had interrupted, came to the rescue. "I believe that..." "I first saw it. But do you know the story of our ascent?" "I know only what I've read and been told," Norton said. "You yourself have ascended Pike's Peak?" "I have." "You've seen the summit, then?" "Yes." "And what did you notice there that struck you most? There, 15,000 feet above the sea's level." "Why, scenery that was perfectly grand." Yes, I know. Grand, magnificent, marvelous scenery. I know all that, but what else did you see?" He paused. "Surely it is there," he muttered. "Surely it is still there. It must be there. It must be there. Who could have removed it, eh?" he continued aloud. "Who could have taken it away? Tell me that." Norton had an inspiration. What train of thought led up to that inspiration, he says to this day he cannot guess. "Do you mean the stone?" Instantly the stranger's expression changed. He looked round at us all quite intelligently. "It is there, then?" he inquired eagerly, bending forward across the table. "Of course it is there," Norton and Watson replied in one breath. "Who could have taken it away?" Watson added, glancing towards us significantly and suppressing a smile. We were growing interested in this poor, demented creature. "I can give you the inscription word for word," Norton said, wishing to propitiate him. "Do! What is it? Tell me, what is it?" "The inscription says, 'This stone is erected in memory of William Dawkins, James Weston, and Walter Hillier, pioneers of Pike's Peak, who were devoured by mountain rats while endeavoring to reach this summit.'" "Ah!" he ejaculated, greatly relieved. "I am glad it is there. I am glad it is still there. Do you know the story of my friends? The story of those pioneers?" He had grown suddenly calm. He seemed suddenly to have regained his reason. "No, tell it to us," said Watson, carelessly blowing a cloud of smoke across the table. "But first, what will you take, sir? And won't you try a cigar?" "Brandy," he exclaimed. "Then I will tell you all. All!" Our interest and curiosity were now thoroughly aroused. We could see that the stranger was not a common brawler. He was quite sober, too, and though his mind was evidently unhinged, it was equally evident to us that he had intervals of lucidness. This seemed to be one of them. With provoking deliberation, he reloaded his pipe. The glasses were refilled. We noticed that he poured brandy into his tumbler until it was 3 parts full. Just then the moon shone over the summit of the famous peak, and from where we sat, the outline of the glorious mountain could be clearly discerned. Watson drew the stranger's attention to it. An odd, bitter smile flitted across his face. It was the first time that we had seen him smile. He sighed once, but did not utter a word. Again his gaze became riveted upon the gigantic peak. Pike never would, never could have reached it. He tried to several times. Finally he stood upon a hill near the stalactite caves at the base of my mountain, and pointing with his finger at the summit, said, "No mortal man will ever tread that peak." Again he paused. But we were determined to. Our friends shook us by the hands and bade us farewell. "But you're fools," they said. "You will never come back. You don't know what you may meet in those mountains. You know what Pike said when he came back? You know the tales he told and some of the things he would not tell? 'Don't go, oh, don't go,' my wife cried in agony. I loved her, yet I forced her from me. She was but a unit. In the success of our enterprise lay the wealth of those sands. I told her that to comfort her. It was the last time I saw her alive. My comrades, may God help them, had no wives. 'You are married,' they said all along. 'You should not come.' But I was determined to go. Early in the morning we started. We took with us arms, food, and drink for many days, and the bare necessities of life. We carried everything ourselves. We knew where and how Pike had failed. We should succeed. A week later we were fairly launched. Also, we were fairly in the midst of difficulties. The work was terribly severe, but we had determination, strength, and courage. We had expected to find obstacles, and in this we certainly were not disappointed. Here, enormous boulders which had to be circumvented. There, unlooked-for waterfalls and ravines that delayed us, besides vegetation so thick that in places we had literally to hack our way through it. All this impeded our progress enormously. And then the unknown dangers that Pike had hinted at. There might be snakes and reptiles of sorts hitherto never heard of, concealed among those immense boulders. There might be death-dealing plants all around us. Such plants flourish in South America. There might be. Indeed, we did not know what there might not be. But of course we did not pause to consider these things. He paused, however, in order to take another great gulp of brandy. It seemed to stimulate him. His eyes glistened. Over a fortnight went by. We were growing more and more accustomed to meeting difficulties and to overcoming them, for many obstacles at first sight insurmountable proved in the end to be less formidable than we had anticipated. And as we gradually mounted higher and higher, our spirits steadily rose as if in sympathy. Far down in the valley we had once or twice during our progress caught glimpses of this very townlet, now called Colorado Springs, also of the village of Manitou. Tiny villages indeed they were in those days, and as we saw them from those great heights they looked like chessboards stretched out upon the vast expanse of prairie. And still we fought our way upward, always upward. How long our expedition had been started I cannot quite remember, when the nature of the surroundings gradually changed greatly. In place of rock and black soil we now found vast tracts of a sandy formation. The undergrowth was still dense, however, though here and there thousands upon thousands of slim fir trees lay rotting upon the ground, evidently swept down by some terrific storm. For storms in these mountains sweep down trees as a reaping machine sweeps down standing corn. Sometimes we came upon broad open spaces swept clear apparently in early days by giant waterfalls, long since dried up. Then, as we penetrated still higher, the temperature, of course, became colder and colder, the atmosphere more and more rarefied, the vegetation at the same time naturally decreasing in density and the trees in size. Even the boulders grew smaller. Indeed, they now looked as though in prehistoric times they had all been flung together by a tremendous seismic disturbance, many of them being crushed to pieces in the process. "Have you noticed," one of my comrades remarked one day as we prepared to rest and refresh ourselves, "what a quantity of insects there are up here? And the rats, too, are getting more plentiful. We seldom see any of those gray squirrels now." As he spoke, he stamped his foot upon an immense brown spider that was running away. Its body burst with a crack, and glutinous liquid spurted out all round his boot. Almost instantly, several more spiders ran out from beneath a large stone as though to ascertain what had happened. They stopped. For a moment they seemed for all the world as if they looked at us with a malignant, vindictive expression. Then they scuttled away. I believe I felt several of those spiders scampering over my face last night. He continued, "You fellows had better be careful. I am told they bite like the mischief. These mountains are famous for them, and just look at that!" A couple of large rats were chasing an enormous spider across a long, flat boulder. A moment later, spider and rats disappeared over the edge. "They say that mountain rats will devour any living thing," Weston said presently. "They will eat us if we don't watch them," he ended in jest. During the earlier part of the afternoon we had made good progress, when suddenly, to our surprise, we came upon a large sloping tract of bare white sand. The sun, still high in the heavens, shed its rays slantingly across it, and at first sight the sand seemed to be alive with small moving bodies. "Talk of spiders," Dawkins said, laughing. "Did you ever see anything like that?" We had long ago in previous expeditions grown accustomed to surprises. Few things astonished us now. Never in our lives, however, had we seen such an assemblage of lucky insects, as some senseless folk call them. There must have been thousands upon thousands of them running about in every direction, colliding with one another, and tumbling over one another, apparently for no particular reason. The sight made me think of a gigantic ant's nest overrun with mammoth ants, and an odd sort of smell that for several days had pervaded the air, and caused us to wonder more than once whence it came. Here struck our nostrils with renewed strength. The smell was the smell of spiders. Now, as we stepped forward into this open tract, a strange thing happened, for the entire space, which a moment before had been alive, became in an instant motionless. The spiders were all there right before us, but of one accord they had stopped running. Oddly enough, too, every spider was now facing us. Instinctively, we felt that we had become objects of intense curiosity. And as we stood there, interested and amused, we could distinctly see the spiders' great eyes sticking out and evidently watching us. The sight would have given women, and many a man for that matter, the creeps, as I believe a certain sort of nervous affection is called. We rather enjoyed it. "Pish, you hideous things," Dawkins said, pitching a pebble into their midst. In less than a minute, hardly a spider was to be seen. "If we describe that sight when we get back, we shall be called liars, to say the least," Weston said, glancing at his watch. "I've seen insects in my time, but never anything like that. Why, it's past 3 o'clock. The offensive smell was still strong in the air, and as we progressed it increased. Once or twice it became almost unbearable. We had now a long stretch of clear going before us, so we hastened to avail ourselves of it by advancing briskly. And still we saw spiders at every turn, spiders running in under every stone, spiders by the hundred sunning themselves on every rock and boulder, great brown spiders with fat, oval bodies, and with thick, hairy legs, bent in grotesque curves. I kicked over a stunted little tree that lay rotting. Ugh! Quite 200 or 300 spiders must have scuttled away from under it. "This is getting to be beyond a joke," Hillier, who seldom spoke and was generally considered surly, suddenly said. "I tell you what it is, these spiders will go for us." "Like Weston's rats," Dawkins said, laughing at him, and we were still chaffing Hillier and Weston when Dawkins happened to look around. "Why, Harry!" he exclaimed. There was anxiety in his tone, and I felt his hand grip my shoulder. And no wonder. Though anything but a coward, Dawkins could not help at once realizing what we all realized a moment later, namely that Hillier's evil omen was more than likely to come true, and realizing at the same instant our utter helplessness should such a thing occur, a sickening sense of fear had come over him. For there, barely 50 yards away, a reddish-brown mass gradually assuming the form of a crescent was steadily, swiftly gliding over the sand, steadily and swiftly overtaking us. And as it approached, we could see thousands upon thousands of spiders hastening towards it from every side and quickly increasing in size. The swarm, when we first saw it, must have covered between 12 and 15 square feet. Before it had glided over another 20 yards of sand, the entire mass was nearly 1/3 as large again. Yet a sort of horrible fascination kept us rooted to the spot where we now stood watching the swarm approach. In order to brace up our courage, we told one another that the spiders could not be pursuing us at all, that if we moved aside, they would pass us by. But in our hearts we knew that we tried to think a lie, and when we moved aside in order to convince ourselves, the creeping crescent immediately swayed round towards us and seemed, if anything, to advance more quickly. The stranger poured out another tumbleful of brandy, swallowed about 1/3 of it, and growing more and more excited, continued. Suddenly the intense horror of the situation flashed across my mind and struck terror into our hearts. For what could we do to avert the terrible fate that threatened us? Savage animals we might have coped with, treacherous human beings even we might have bested, but now we were face to face with a peril totally unexpected, utterly loathsome and unassailable. "Our only chance lies in flight," Hillier said bitterly. "Flight? And where shall we fly to? The top of the mountain, I suppose. Look there, Hillier." It was Dawkins who spoke, and he spoke in tones of scorn. Looking round us, we now saw what we had not noticed before. We were surrounded. Everywhere we saw spiders approaching, in brown gliding crescents of varying sizes. And over 100 yards away, the largest and darkest mass of all could clearly be distinguished, also winding its way along the sand, also approaching, also enclosing us. And as this great crescent surged undulatingly, unswervingly across hillocks and irregularities in the surface of the sandy soil, it resembled the great waves of a sluggish, turbid stream leaving a factory sluice. "Fire into them!" I exclaimed, slipping a couple of shot cartridges into my gun. The 2 charges cut a lane into the approaching wave, but almost instantly the lane closed up, and the undulating mass advanced as if nothing had happened. Together Dawkins and Weston fired 4 barrels. Rather a broader lane this time, but again it closed up. I had reloaded. "Give them a volley," Weston called out. "That may turn them." We did so, but by the time the smoke had cleared away, the swarm had well nigh resumed its normal size and shape. Could we sweep a lane with our 8 barrels and then rush through it? No, that was obviously impossible. And the width of the waves was too great. And still, recruits were pouring in upon every side as we fired volley after volley into the quickly approaching swarms in the vain hope of turning them. The distant ravines rang again and again with echoes. "My God, we are done for," came despairingly from Hillier, as for the 20th time he closed his gun with a snap. Our barrels had now become almost too hot to hold, and still the hideous, crawling waves, which must have contained trillions of spiders, were fast approaching with a strange swaying motion and rapidly narrowing our little circle. In a few minutes they would be upon us, overrunning us, dragging us down. Already many stragglers were running up our legs and over our bodies. Now the first swarm was so near that we could distinctly hear it, rushing upon us, and, the smell, how it still hangs in my nostrils. For a moment the stranger stopped. His pupils were widely distended. His limbs trembled. He clutched the table frantically in order to support himself. Suddenly I saw several spiders run up Weston's face and fix upon his eyes. With a scream he dashed them away, but as he did so his eye began to swell, for the brutes had bitten him badly. He stopped again. He was quivering all over with the excitement. The brandy was taking effect. Suddenly he dashed from his seat to the furthermost corner of the room. "Keep them from me! Keep them off!" he cried, glaring wildly all round the floor. "Look at them now! Look at them! Ah! God help me! Help me! Help me!" He sprang to right and left, then towards the door. Perspiration was pouring down his face. Then suddenly he snatched blindly at the imaginary spiders running up his sleeves and legs, running up his body, running over his head, over his face, over his eyes, into his mouth. It was a dreadful sight. "Stop him!" Watson cried, jumping from his seat and rushing towards him. But as he approached the maniac, a blindly directed blow from the latter's fist nearly stunned him, and the innkeeper and 2 rough-looking men entered the room. "Hold him, boys," the innkeeper said calmly. As the 2 men pounced upon the stranger, the innkeeper sauntered towards us. "Poor fellow," he said. "I always have to be ready for him. Look at him now. Yet the doctor pronounced him sane. He often is sane, of course, but when I heard him starting on the spiders and on brandy as well, I knew what to expect." "Is there any truth in his spider story?" "Any truth? It's all truth. At least that's my belief. Though I was quite the lad at the time the expedition started, I can remember it well. 4 of them there were, all strong and hearty when they set out. 2 months later, he came back. Did he alone escape? He alone came back quite done for and disfigured all over with red blotches. Afterwards they turned into pits. Look at them now on his face and neck. But they are all over his body too, all over every inch of him. Some years later another expedition went up and reached the summit, but they always maintained that rats, not spiders, devoured those poor fellows. So they set up a stone with an inscription upon it at the top of the mountain. You have seen it, no doubt. What do you yourself think they were killed by?" "Think? I don't think anything. As sure as you were standing there, they were eaten up by swarms of great spiders, as Mad Harry has told you. I've heard him tell the story often enough, and he always tells the same story. But when he drinks brandy while he's telling it, he nearly always gets into that state sooner or later, and I get these men to hold him until he recovers. Besides, those marks are not rats' bites. They are not a bit like rats' bites. No, I believe that what he says about the rats is true. That is, that a perfect army of them suddenly came down upon the spiders and routed a lot, but not before the other 3 men had succumbed or had been so sucked out of blood that they soon died of exhaustion. It's a horrible place, that mountain," he said, looking at its rugged peak so clearly outlined in the moonlight. "Though you can go up one side of it now by the track, easily enough. You don't know what horrors may exist in other parts of it. Many a man has gone into those mountains, but very few have ever returned." End of The Pioneers of Pike's Peak by Basil Tozer.
Silent, White and Beautiful by Todd Robbins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Sames. Silent, White and Beautiful by Todd Robbins. Tomorrow at this time I shall be dead. I have repeated this phrase over and over since breakfast, with the utmost calmness, with the utmost resignation. In no way have I attempted to blind myself to the truth. He who does that is lost. The philosopher alone is wise. Before the clear, calm eyes of reason, the imaginary terrors of dissolution become infinitesimal specks of dust. I breathe upon them, and they are gone. And yet I cannot visualize my death. I have tried to many times, but have failed. Sitting down on the left-hand corner of my cot, I attempt to picture the execution. My imagination has always been supernaturally acute. I can see the room and the chair dreaded by so many. And the witnesses, yes, I can see them, all those sensation-mongers. There is one fat old gentleman in a striped flannel waistcoat, an old gentleman who keeps on smiling and smiling. One would think he were at a wedding, his smile is so forced and unreal. And the others are like statues, grouped together to represent something. Yes, I can see them all, but they are not looking at me. No, they are looking at another man, a man who has seated himself in the chair. But this man is not I. No, though he sits in my place, wears the new suit which was given me, bears my dishonoured name, he is not I. And although I attempt to analyse this man's emotions, read the secret workings of that brain, understand the feelings of one in the shadow, the blade of imagination bends in my mind, becoming useless and dull. Tomorrow at this time I shall be dead. This phrase no longer conjures up anything. Like a child who has repeated the Lord's Prayer over and over, so have I repeated, tomorrow at this time I shall be dead, till the words have become meaningless, sinking back into the unexplored caverns of sound. And that this hand which guides the pencil, this live human hand, will in so short a space be motionless and powerless, cold and senseless, seems as impossible as the wildest dream. The voice of reason pounds dully against my eardrums, but cannot gain admittance. Perhaps it is better so. Am I afraid of death? No. Then why have I taken up the pencil? Because although I am not afraid of death, I am afraid of something which lurks on the invisible frontier, something which is quite apart from both life and death. Something which reads my words, my looks, my gestures. And because of this silent sentinel in my cell, I have become a stranger to myself, an uncouth, awkward stranger. The egotist has fled, the artist who crushed conventionality beneath his heel, and in his place stands an unknown, terrible fellow, a fellow who needs watching. I could have pleaded insanity at my trial and escaped the chair. It is so easy for me to act. But now, why could not the judge and jury see me now? But I must not peer too long into my soul. Introspection looks down the shaft and soon sees the grinning face of madness floating on the black water. The austere countenance of the philosopher casts back a reflection which he recognizes with a shudder. The moon may be... But I must not wander. One source of solace has been with me constantly during my days of imprisonment. To a man such as I, a man condemned to death, the daily newspapers are of great value. It is comforting to realize that there are thousands, nay, millions of human beings who are cognizant of my existence, perhaps intimately interested in the outcome of my career. During these last few weeks, as never before, I have felt myself to be an important link in the human chain, a link which daily holds the attention of a multitude of minds. I, the unknown sculptor, the young man of limited means and limited reputation, am now something of a celebrity. What an enduring hold has egoism! I caught myself smiling a self-satisfied smile when I wrote something of a celebrity. Avaunt, false pride! You are in the presence of the shadow. Back to the highway of life, where the multitudes sit in the sunlight. I have no need of you here. I realize perfectly what a storm of curiosity my actions have aroused, and it is not my purpose to leave this planet without a satisfying answer to the question which I myself have raised. You, who have so often studied my striking portrait in the papers, you who have puzzled over my whimsical acts during the ill-fated month of March, you, my friends and admirers, shall learn of everything which prompted me to a series of crimes destined to set the world of sensation agog. And you, my fair readers, you, whose soft cheeks so quickly change from rose to lily, you, who shudder and turn away, look again into the face which you have covertly abstracted from the newspaper, the face of René Galien, your humble servant. René Galien, who created that group, the Happy Family. Respect is akin to fear, is it not? You shall respect me. I come from an old French family. There is the blood of kings in my veins. You smile, but it is a fact, I assure you. Have you not noted in my many portraits the finely chiselled features, the aristocratic curl to the lips, the small shell-like ears? But my hands, they are what tell the story. The long tapering fingers, the delicacy of wrist and palm, yes, these are the hands of one refined by the gradual process of centuries. Why do my eyes hold your attention, then, when I have such hands as these? After the Revolution, my great-grandfather emigrated to America. Since then, the Galliens have been bobbing up and down like corks. You know how it is. 1 year a mansion, servants, horses, dogs. Another year a boarding-house, genteel respectability, a single suit shiny at the elbows and knees. That comes from an excess of aristocratic blood in a plebeian age. The male members of my family have never been saving with their money. My father cried out on his deathbed, "It is glorious to die in debt. One has succeeded in cheating one's enemy, the world." A strange man was he, with a laugh like the cackling of a frightened hen, and dry, shrivelled hands, which rustled in the empty pockets of his frock-coat like banknotes. My mother died before I can remember. At an early age I was sent to school in Paris. Once a year I was allowed to cross the sea and visit my father in New York. He would meet me each time at the pier, looking very sombre in his frock-coat. I remember that towards the last his face seemed as yellow as the pale, bloodless oranges one buys. He resided at a small boarding-house in 33rd Street, a French boarding-house where one encountered all manner of odd characters. Madame Fabienne, the landlady, was a woman well on in middle life. At the time of which I speak, she attempted to maintain a semblance of youth by a plentiful use of cosmetics. Her face, as haggard as a death's head, had a vivid splash of colour beneath each prominent cheekbone, and above it her hair, yellow and fuzzy, reminded me of sun-dried weeds. Her eyes were a bitter blue, but they softened when they looked upon my father. In some way, perhaps by his glib tongue and polished manners, he had wormed himself into the landlady's good grace. The pitcher of cream always stood beside his place at the breakfast table, and, when he came to die, for many nights she went about the house mewing like a sick cat. No doubt with him was buried the last romance of her checkered career. Perhaps the realization of this added to the poignancy of her grief. Madame Fabienne had a daughter of about my own age, who did much to make my visits to New York agreeable. She was a pretty, vivacious child, with a mind far too precocious for her years. Looking through keyholes had given one of her eyelids an unconscious droop. She had made herself the bane of the boarder's existence. It is needless to say that what youthful innocence a French boarding school had left me vanished after a month's sojourn at Madame Fabienne's. After my father's death I returned to Paris with a letter of introduction to an old friend of the landlady's, a certain Paul Montaigne. He was a successful sculptor of the period, a man who, if he had not been addicted to drugs, might have reached high places. From the first I loved him. There was something restful in his companionship, something which reminded me of a calm autumn day. He gave me the key which opened the door to a new resplendent world. Art was his mistress. She soon became mine. Before long I too could see the beauty in ugliness, the joy in tears. If he had lived, what might I not have done? Paul Montaigne adopted me. I posed for him. I swept up the studio. I enlivened him when he was plunged into one of those fits of melancholy which followed his excesses. In return for this he taught me his art. I was an apt pupil. Soon I conceived several small pieces of my own, which I sold on the Paris streets. Once a week I took my stand on the Rue Montmartre and peddled my wares to any passer-by. One afternoon I returned to the studio and found my benefactor dead. He was lying at the feet of a statue upon which he had been working, a statue representing justice. His body seemed to be in an attitude of supplication. A thin ribbon of blood crawled towards the door like a miniature river of red. He had cut his throat. It seemed unbelievable at first. When I saw him lying thus, I felt that I had lost everything in the world. Dropping the bag which contained several tiny statues I had not sold, I sank to my knees and began to blubber like a baby. There the concierge found me an hour later, sobbing as though my heart would break. After Paul Montaigne's death, I returned to America. It seemed to me that I could make my fortune there much more readily. Surely in the United States competition was not so great. My 4 years with the sculptor had given me a foundation few could boast of. Montaigne had often told me that I possessed a talent which was in no way inferior to his own. It was with high hopes that I set sail from France. On arriving in New York, I took a cab to the familiar boarding-house. Madame Fabienne opened the door for me. I scarcely recognized her. In the 4 years which had elapsed, she had become an old hag, and looked every day of 60. After my father's death, she had evidently buried her cosmetics. Her face, wrinkled and yellow, was so thin that the sharp protruding cheek-bones seemed at any moment about to penetrate the skin. Her scanty hair was now splotched grey, and she leaned heavily on her cane in the doorway, reminding me of the witches in Macbeth. But her eyes had not changed. No, they were that same bitter blue. Now they looked at me suspiciously from beneath a ragged boudoir cap. "Well," said she, "is this Madame Fabienne?" I asked, suspecting that my memory had played me tricks. Yes, this is Madame Fabienne. What is it you wish of me, young man? I am René Galien, I answered, stepping forward. Do you not remember me? Mon Dieu! The old woman's expression changed from suspicion to joy. She tapped me playfully on the shoulder with her cane. Come in, come in. Of course it is René. Why, you are your father over again. The same carriage of the head, the same air distingué. Only the eyes are different. But come to these old arms. I have heard such things of you from Paul. You are the great sculptor now. Is it not so? In spite of an inner qualm, I submitted myself to the old hag's embraces. She pinched my cheeks with fingers as yellow as sticks of cinnamon. She rose on tiptoe to press her lips to my forehead. She smoothed my silky hair with the palm of her hand, a palm which was as rough as a nutmeg grater. She was like the cracked, dusty vase in which lies buried the trampled rose-leaves of the preceding spring. Once a vessel of desire, she had been quaffed to the very dregs. "Louise will be delighted to see you, René," she said, leering up at me. "Ah, you blush, eh? You remember her? The little cat that she was. But now, how she has changed! Like you, she has grown tall and beautiful. And such a figure! The art students draw her twice during the week. How the pencils shake in their hands, how their eyes stare and stare. They are like men in a trance, so beautiful is she. Is she a model? I asked. Yes, but there is none other like her in New York. When my last boarder left, it was necessary that she do something. We must live, is it not so? But I will tell her that you are here. She will be overjoyed. Madame Fabienne hobbled down the passageway, leaving me standing in the hot, stuffy hall. As I watched her figure receding in the shadows, I made up my mind to remain in her good graces. I had been barely able to scrape up enough money in Paris to pay for my passage. I was now in a well-nigh penniless condition. Of course, I would soon be successful, but in the meantime I must not neglect any slight smile of fortune. Before the old woman returned with her daughter, I had made up my mind to be enthusiastic. Louise did not make my role difficult to play. She had indeed matured into a kind of rare, if sulky, beauty. Her full lips, although pouting and discontented, were still inviting, and, although her figure was rather buxom according to my standard, still there were men who would have thought it perfect. My raised hands and upturned eyes, therefore, while delighting both mother and daughter, even to myself had no savour of the ludicrous. "Is she not changed?" asked Madame Fabienne. "Changed!" I cried. "Ma foi! She is transfigured." Louise blushed and smiled. Evidently I had pleased her. "You yourself have altered for the better," she said, looking at me quaintly. "You are no longer the ugly duckling." I murmured a graceful acknowledgment, then, turning to her mother, immediately reverted to the point in hand. "Do you still take boarders?" I asked. "If so, I would consider myself fortunate in securing—" "Most certainly you may board here," the old woman answered. "At present there is no one, and we can give you the better attention. My fees are moderate to the son of an old friend." Again Louise smiled, disclosing 2 rows of large white teeth. "Follow me," she said, picking up my valise in spite of my protests. "I will show you to your room." Madame Fabienne leered at me as I passed her. She again reached up and pinched my cheek. It nauseated me. Without the slightest compunction, I could have put my hands on her weed-like throat and choked the life out of her. Even then, I felt that she and I could not live under the same roof without disastrous results. I hesitated for a moment on the landing before I followed Louise up the creaking staircase. "I must break off for the time. Father Flynn has been shown into my cell. Why does he insist on offering ghostly consolation to me? Can he not realize that I am a man of adamant will, of unshakable determination? This priest in the sunshine dares to come to me in the shadow, dares to come to me and cry, 'See, there is everlasting life.' Everlasting life, bah! Rather everlasting death with its calm immobility, everlasting death with its enigmatic smile. Yes, there I will be, reigning like a mountain peak, cold, still, and thoughtful. But now Father Flynn is approaching. His long black robe brushes over the floor of my cell with a swishing sound. His solemn eyes are fixed upon my face. About his neck a crucifix is suspended. Christ hangs on this crucifix, tiny, weak, and helpless. Christ made into a doll. When he speaks of life everlasting, I shall point at his toy Christ and laugh. Father Flynn has left me. His brain, heavy and ponderous as a medieval battle-axe, was no match for the lightning thrusts of mine. I have hurt him in a sensitive spot beneath his armour of religion. I have penetrated his self-esteem. He now doubts himself, which is far worse than doubting God. Like an old woman who suddenly encounters a mouse in her bedroom, like an old woman with dragging skirts and downcast eyes, he has hurried from the cell. In his opinion, I am eternally damned, a man for whom the jaws of hell are yawning. I have refused to reverence the doll dangling from his neck. Therefore, I am as one lost. Poor old man! I pity him for his childish credulity, while I envy him his simple trust. But if I had had a Christ, if I had had a sacred symbol of something greater than myself, I would not hang it about my neck and be content. Ah, no! I would build for it a pedestal, and on this pedestal I would place it so that it could sneer down on the passing people, in the dust. And in its eyes would be hot anger, and in its hands a reeking sword. Away with your tiny toy Christ, Father Flynn. Mine would be gigantic and terrible. Gigantic, terrible, and red. But I must compose myself. Already night stretches out her ebony wings over the world. When the first rays of dawn creep into my cell, they will come and take me away. Meanwhile, death is waiting in the corner. He alone does not fear me. He alone can return the look in my eyes. Before that grim sentinel my glance wavers and falls. I will take up the pencil and finish my record. Yes, although the pitiless spectre continues to stare at me with his dull, lacklustre eyes. When I took up my residence with Madame Fabienne, I intended remaining there only a short time. It seemed to me that my genius would find recognition before many weeks went by. In the meanwhile, it was necessary for me to live, and where could I live on credit except at Madame Fabienne's? The old Frenchwoman ensconced me in a large room on the topmost floor, a room which had once served as an artist's studio. It had a north light, and was in every way suitable for a workshop. I had brought over with me from Paris the tools of my trade, and it was not long before I started working in dead earnest. Ere a month went by, I had created several miniatures, which I thought I could dispose of for a fair sum. My moments of leisure were spent with Louise and her mother. I felt it necessary to keep in the good graces of both women, but what a bore it was! My flesh fairly crawled when Madame Fabienne touched me. It was as much as I could do to submit to her caresses, and then the atmosphere of the house began to get on my nerves. It was so hot and stuffy downstairs, and a sweet, sickening odour hovered about everything. In the parlour there were a multitude of photographs representing Madame Fabienne in her youth. She had evidently been a vaudeville performer of versatile repertoire. There were pictures of her walking a tightrope, a parasol above her head, smiling sentimentally at space, pictures of her in knickerbockers riding an old-fashioned bicycle, pictures of her in tights toe-dancing on a horse's back. And in all these photographs she resembled Louise. Yes, there was the same haggard face with high cheekbones and petulant lips, the same full-bosomed, broad-hipped figure, the same sensual, drooping eyelids. 30 years ago my landlady had been another Louise, and when I realized this, what little affection I had for the girl faded. Although I continued to ply her assiduously with compliments, my words no longer had the slightest ring of truth. And as the weeks went by, I came to realize that it would be difficult to escape my environment. Daily a web of attachment took place. Both these women regarded me now with an air of ownership. To Madame Fabienne, I was a living embodiment of one to whom she had given the last dying sparks of passion. To Louise, I was a companion of childhood, suddenly transformed into a fairy prince who had crossed the seas to win her. And I? Why, struggle as I might to free myself, my feet were sinking in the quicksand. A month passed, and I had not sold a single piece of work. Where could I go? I was penniless and in debt. Contrary to my expectations, my miniatures went begging. These imaginative figures which I had sold so easily in Paris, these weird gargoyles, nymphs, and satyrs, were shuddered at, but never bought. I found myself battering my head against an obstinate, senseless wall of optimism. The beauty which lurks in ugliness, the transcending horror depicted in my work, the morbid terror which enwrapped those tiny figures, all was quite lost on the stupid, smiling people who passed me by. They hurried on, these people, hurried on through the tunnel of life unheedingly, looking neither up nor down, quite immersed in their own bright dreams, and unwilling to contemplate the stern, austere countenance of art. I might have gone on for centuries in my garret, starving, creating, and quite unnoticed, were it not for that group, the happy family. At last my affairs reached a climax. I could no longer avoid fate. I married Louise. Yes, loathing her with all my soul, seeing her a future Madame Fabienne, I married her. It came about like this. One afternoon, while I was at work, a knock sounded on my door. It was Louise. The night before she had heard me express a wish for a female model. She had come to offer her services. Yes, she was quite willing to pose for me. It was no trouble at all. She would be ready in a moment now. With brazenness, even for a professional model, she began to disrobe. I attempted to detain her. I put my hand on her arm, but she only kissed me and called me a foolish boy. "Are we not already as good as married?" said she. I did not realize how truly she spoke until I looked over her shoulder and saw Madame Fabienne standing in the doorway. I was positive that something was about to happen. My landlady, among her other accomplishments, had at one time been a melodramatic tragedienne. On her face was mirrored the role which she was about to play. "So," she cried in a voice which squeaked like a violin out of tune, "so I find you thus. Is this how you repay me, René? Has it not been enough to live here week after week, to take board and lodging from me gratis, to receive from my hands all the attention of a mother, without attacking the virtue of my daughter? No, don't attempt to explain away your guilt. Thank God my eyes can still be trusted. Louise, go to your room. I will talk to this young man alone." 15 minutes later, all was over. I had agreed to marry Louise on the following day. That old virago had so battered me with words that my brain was reeling. I would have signed my death warrant to have gotten rid of her. And she, when the victory had been won, when my promise had been gained, immediately relapsed into a sickly, sentimental air. She pinched my cheek and lavished me with endearments. She called me her own beautiful boy. She bade Louise fetch a bottle of Madeira from the cellar and pledged my health in the sweet wine, till her eyes grew misty and her voice sounded dull and indistinct. And I? Why, I bowed and smiled and kept on bowing and smiling, till I felt like a mechanical doll attached to a giant's finger, and the smile seemed to grow and grow, till it covered my face with painful, agitated wrinkles, and my head grew heavy and bulbous, so that it became difficult to raise and lower it in time to the old woman's eager, querulous questions. At last they left me to myself. On the following day, Louise and I were married. What a mockery! As the words fell slowly from the priest's mouth, words which weighed me down as though they had been so many pellets of lead, I had a wild impulse to leap to my feet, to shake the girl's hand from my arm, and dash out of that church, never to return. My one cowardly trait, my dread of penury and hunger, forced me to remain. And as I knelt before the altar, looking up into the priest's wrinkled face, I became unpleasantly conscious of Madame Fabienne's proximity. I felt her breath fanning the back of my neck. Involuntarily I shuddered, and yet beads of perspiration dotted my forehead. At last the ceremony was over, and we returned home. Home! What a blasphemous title to apply to such a place! And yet the roof sheltered my head. The walls shut out the darkness and the cold. Where else could I find as much, I asked myself. Think of the irony of it. I, a young man of talent, an individualist, an artist, and yet forced to acknowledge such a defeat. It was then I came to the realization that there was something wrong with the world. Surely it had been rolling downhill for ages, a wicked ball bent on destruction. In vain we supermen seek to push it up, to place it on the heights. It evades our eager hands and descends into the black depths. To this day I cannot contemplate its final degradation without a feeling of regret, even of horror. It is not my purpose to dwell too long on my married life. Suffice it to say that it soon became unendurable to me. Living with one woman constantly is prone to wear on the nerves of the sensitive man. But when this woman is lacking in both mentality and feeling, artistic appreciation and higher aspirations, she becomes a burning coal of agony, which one is forced to hold to one's bare breast. Before a week had passed, I hated Louise, as I had never thought to hate any human being. What made it worse, the girl positively adored me. She gave me no peace. She would break into my studio while I was at work and shower me with loathsome caresses. I had no solitude of the soul so necessary to an artist. She sought to occupy every cranny of my life. If I reprimanded her, if, driven to desperation, I struck her, waves of hysterics would follow. Hysterics, that abomination of woman. And to avoid this shrieking inferno, it was necessary for me to calm her with kisses and protestations of affection. Then there was Madame Fabienne. Madame Fabienne with her fishy eyes. How her tongue clattered! I have often thought that she must have assassinated my father with it. And life was still strong in this bag of old bones. It shone evilly out of her bitter blue eyes. It spoke volubly through her dry, shrivelled lips. She might live 20 years more, live and persecute me. One night, an inspiration touched me. The inspiration of the happy family. True perception springs from contrast. It has always been my experience that in the city one can visualize the country with an acute clarity. So it is with all things. The musician composes a dirge on a bright spring day. The starving poet writes an ode to sparkling wine and luscious fruit. Thus it was in my case. From a confirmed unbeliever in marriage, I could now see the joys of wedlock. My own unfortunate affair had conjured up in my mind an ideal picture of wedded bliss. A happy family, united in thought and deed. A silent, happy family, who found mere speech unnecessary to a complete mental understanding. And as I sat at dinner, listening to the shrill voices of the women, watching their distorted mouths and glistening eyes, in an instant it became apparent what made them so hideous, so revolting. It was life that marred them, hot, noisy life which twisted them into repellent shapes, life which made them detestable and unforgivable. As statues, deprived of breath, motion, speech, they would no longer cause me any pain. On the contrary, I might be proud of them. Madame Fabienne could very well have been Rodin's courtesan, alive, clothed, and speaking. Such ugliness was beautiful in art. It was only when it stepped down from its pedestal that it became loathsome and degraded. And Louise, if she would not speak in that whining tone, if her face could always remain calm and placid, if she could be placed in an artistic posture with her chin resting on her hand, why, she would be beautiful. And then, in my imagination, I saw them as statues, saw them sitting there, silent, white, and beautiful, saw them sitting on a pedestal, united and peaceful, cleansed of life's impurities, quietly waiting for the children yet unborn. I saw the happy family. Why was it not possible to make them so? A few drops of poison in their coffee, and life would quickly fade away. And then, why, then I would carry them up to my studio, where I had so often worked before. But this time I would not work in vain. No, I would make statues of them, enclose them in a special preparation of clay, which might last through all the centuries. Their bodies would not decompose in such a covering. It would be easy. Perhaps I could sell them to an art dealer. At this thought I laughed aloud. "Why are you laughing, René?" asked Madame Fabienne, with one of her quick, suspicious looks. "I was thinking of what an excellent statue you would make, Mamma. May I use you for a model?" She shook her bony head at me like an old vulture. "Careful, René, careful," she mumbled. "Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Youth should respect age." "But I was in earnest, Mamma," I assured her. "Bah!" She rose and hobbled off on her cane, leaving Louise to wash up the dinner things. For the moment I was free. Telling my wife that I had to post a letter, I put on my hat and left the house. When I returned, I had a small vial of poison in my waistcoat pocket. As I lay beside Louise that night, I dreamed peacefully of the happy family. Have you ever considered what a childishly simple thing it is to take a human life? We are all so trusting with our fellows, so guileless and trusting, that when the murderous hand reaches out to cut the cord of existence, we stand blinking our eyes stupidly, quite unable to realize the danger. If it were not for the bodies of his victims, bodies which, although silent, bear unfaltering testimony to the truth, the assassin might stalk unmolested through the world. Our immortality seems so assured to us that we seldom question the eyes of those who may have it in their keeping. Louise and her mother suspected nothing. On the following evening, when I suggested that I prepare their coffee in a manner new to them, a method which I had picked up in Paris, they assented readily. It was only when I placed the 2 steaming cups upon the table that any difficulty arose. "I should not drink any coffee," said Madame Fabienne, shaking her head sorrowfully. I felt a sudden flicker of fear. "Why not, Mamma?" I murmured, bending over her solicitously. "It keeps me awake at night. I cannot sleep when I drink coffee." I could not refrain from smiling. "Never fear, Mamma," I answered reassuringly. "This coffee is so prepared that you will not be troubled by insomnia. I guarantee that you will sleep soundly tonight, very soundly." And then, without hesitation, without fear, almost without taking breath, these 2 women drank their poisoned coffee. I watched them with a calm, impersonal curiosity. And yet the next few moments were the most embarrassing moments of my life. I felt that I was conversing with spectres. Everything I said rang out of tune. I attempted to joke, and my witticisms fell far below humour. I attempted to laugh, and my own familiar laugh sounded as hoarse and guttural as the cawing of a crow. And these 2 women seemed like stiff, formal strangers, who could not in any way be amused. Madame Fabienne was the first to go. One side of her shriveled face drew up into knots, as though a cord in her cheek had been suddenly pulled. She clapped her hand to her stomach. "Oh!" she cried. "I suffer! I! Get the doctor! Get the—" She rolled to the floor and lay there kicking and clawing like a wounded wildcat. Louise rose and bent over her. "Renee, run out and get Dr. Milburn," she called over her shoulder in an agitated voice. I had no desire to see them die. A wanton taste for cruelty has never been one of my characteristics. I quitted the room and, mounting the stairs to my studio, spent a few peaceful moments over a cigar. When I returned to the dining room, I found both women dead. Louise's body lay across her mother's. Her upturned face wore an expression of amazement. It was as though I had given her a sudden surprise. Then the real work began. That night I toiled like a galley slave. I carried the bodies up to my studio, I disrobed them, I burned the clothing piecemeal, and then I commenced my famous group, the Happy Family. With the firm, sure hand of an artist, I enclosed them in clinging garments of clay. I gave them immortal skins which might last through all eternity. And now that the life had gone out of them, these women were no longer repulsive to me. No, on the contrary, I felt a sensation of ennobling pride as I busied myself about them, placing them on the pedestal, making of them enduring works of art. When the sun finally peered in at me through the blind, 2 statues confronted me, 2 statues so lifelike, so virile, that the hand of Rodin himself could not have done better. My work enraptured me. At last I had created something which might live. What a contrast was this! Madame Fabienne, so thin and withered, cowering in the early light, and beside her, Louise, so strong and buxom, her chin resting in the hollow of her hand. This was art. For the first time in my life I loved them. I was so proud of them that it was all I could do to refrain from running out into the street and bringing back with me the first passer-by to see what I had done. For the moment I was living on the sunlit heights of great achievement. Unfortunately, the artist is never satisfied with his first creation. He must go on and on, enlarging his original conception, until sometimes it winds itself about him like a many-membered octopus, and sucks the life out of him. So it was with me. For a week I busied myself in the studio, constructing a large pedestal for my statues. But at the end of that time I found myself longing to add to the group. What was a happy family without children, I asked myself. A mother-in-law and a wife were all very well, but surely without tender human plants sprouting up about them, they were meaningless and thrown away. Yes, both were lonely and must have childish company. The longing look on Louise's face touched my heart. It was shortly after this that I began to visit the park. With bags of candy in my pocket, I soon made friends with a multitude of children. Finally I selected 2 rosy-cheeked little dears, a boy and a girl of 4 and 5, who seemed worthy to join the happy family. By promises of sweets beyond their wildest dreams, I enticed them to my house one afternoon. The rest was easy. 2 sticks of peppermint, the vial, and that night, cleansed and beautiful, white and spotless, turned into tiny statues, they knelt at Louise's feet. Another week of blissful contemplation went by, and then the loneliness on Louise's face again caused me an acute pain. Madame Fabienne, of course, was perfectly content to sit silent in the sunlight with her grandchildren about her, but Louise was still young, still imbued with thoughts of love, still desirous of male companionship. She must have a husband. It was necessary that I procure her one. Then, indeed, the happy family would be complete. One afternoon, as I sat pondering in my studio, the doorbell rang. When I answered it, I found a tall, good-looking young man on the stoop. Evidently fate was again playing into my hand. This young man would make an ideal husband for Louise. I could not refrain from smiling as I stood aside and bade him enter. "Is this Madame Fabienne's house?" he asked, stepping into the hallway. "Yes." "Is she at home? May I see her?" "No, she has gone to the country for a month," I murmured. "She may be away even longer." I shrugged my shoulders. "Well," said the young man, eyeing me suspiciously, "I have a warrant to search the house. I am a police officer. See this?" He threw back his coat, disclosing a metal badge. In spite of myself, my voice was a trifle unsteady when I spoke. "But why do you wish to search the house?" "For evidence," the young man answered. "Several children have been kidnapped lately. 2 of them were seen entering this house." He pushed past me and began mounting the stairs. I followed him. My heart was beating wildly, but my face, I feel convinced, was as expressionless as a bare wall. As he searched the different rooms on the 2nd floor, it became quite clear to me that I was perfectly safe. How could he suspect my statues of concealing what he sought? Soon I would lead him to my studio, and thus divert all suspicion from the happy family. And afterwards, when he had found nothing, I would offer him a cooling drink of my own concoction, a drink which would contain an everlasting sleeping potion. Already I could see him on the pedestal beside Louise, a silent, loving husband. "If you are ready," I said to the young man, "I will show you my studio. I am a sculptor. You will find children there, but they are only statues." He ignored my pleasantry and merely nodded. He was a very brusque young man. "Show me to your studio," he said. I conducted him to it in silence. Opening the door, I stood aside and motioned him to enter. My heart was now beating calmly and evenly. No fear lurked in my soul. I would show this young man my statues, and perhaps he would appreciate what art could do. I was introducing him to his future family. Soon he would be sitting there, white, motionless, and smiling. He looked about the room carelessly, and finally his eyes became fixed on the statues. "They're good," he muttered, "damnably good." And then, turning to me with a new respect, he said, "I had an ambition to become a sculptor myself. I studied at the school, but couldn't make a go of it. I know enough about the game, though, to realize how good these are. Rodin himself wouldn't be ashamed of that old woman. What do you call this group?" "The Happy Family," I answered. "The Happy Family?" he repeated thoughtfully. "They don't look very happy, any of them. They look as if they had just been surprised by something, unpleasantly surprised. Take that old woman, for instance. She looks—" "Nonsense," I broke in angrily. They are happy. Happy. This young man's stupidity began to aggravate me. In life they would have been loathsome and repulsive, but here, look at this old woman. I approached and put my hand proudly on her shriveled shoulder. She is a masterpiece. She— Look out! Cried the detective suddenly. Look out! She's falling! I uttered a cry of horror and clutched at Madame Fabienne. But it was too late. Unconsciously I had leaned my full weight for an instant on her shoulder. And now, swaying once or twice, she was falling forward. In vain I sought to clasp her in my arms, to shield her body with mine. She bore me over backwards, and we both came toppling to the floor. The plaster covering her face was broken into 1,000 bits, and then the head of Madame Fabienne, the head with its ghastly grin and glassy eyes, like some evil jack-in-the-box, popped out into the sunlight. I remembered nothing more. The room, the detective, the statues were swallowed up in blackness. I fainted. When I regained consciousness, it was to find myself jolting through the streets on my way to prison. It is morning. Already the grey light of dawn is sifting through the window. My task is over. I have told you faithfully the story of the happy family. And now that the tale is told, now that the time grows short, I want to impress upon you, the reading public, you who have become so interested in my fate, that I, René Galien, I am not afraid of death. Tomorrow they may lie about me in the papers. They may say I had to be carried to the chair, that I wept, that I pleaded, that I even prayed. But you, my admirers, my friends, my brothers, shall not believe them. No, I only fear something which lurks on the invisible frontier, something which is approaching steadily and relentlessly. What is this something? I do not know, but it is not death. No, it is not death. The end of Silent, White and Beautiful by Todd Robbins. Recording by Andy Sames.